Chapter 126, The Stupid Little Chauba. The first attack was naturally Monka, who had already come to Clockdal. Relying on his fearless recovery ability of half-histor, this guy directly waved the Kuink blood axe and spread the blood all over the sky with the idea of exchanging injuries. Come on your life. The axe blade broke through the air, tearing the space apart. But the next second, Monka's grin suddenly solidified. Several sharp sand-colored thorns appeared in front of him out of thin air. Monka, who had no time to change direction, directly hit the sting, and was instantly stabbed into a sieve, and blood squirted wildly. Born trick. Clockdal's face was indifferent, and he faintly exuded the might of the superior. Even if he surrendered to Kyle, he still believed that he should be the desert king below that person and above 10,000 people. Looking at the strong man in front of him who was drinking and talking about joy a few days ago, Clockdal had no intention of showing any mercy and reached out to control the sand and gravel and directly deprived Monka of his ability to move. But at this moment, a hot fireball suddenly flew from a distance. Accompanied by Drake's giant roar, Dragon Roar. Breaking Flame Dragon /X. 2 shallow hits in the void and draws out the shadow of Zan Qing's sword, entangled with the fire, drawing a big X in the air, rushing straight to Clockdal's face. Seeing this, Clockdal had to give up the idea of solving Monka, and waved his hand to condense a thick wall of gravel in front of him, intercepting Drake's attacks. But in the next second, 2 sounds of breaking through the air suddenly resounded through the sky. On the ground, a black and a pink energy beam blended with each other, and then combined to form a terrifying power that could shake the world and the earth, and rushed towards Clockdal. It's now. Zoro suddenly let out a loud shout, and then instantly swung 3 sharp black slashes and rushed towards Clockdal. On the other side, Kirby, who received the instructions, threw out the kuwu in his hand towards Clockdal's sky. Immediately afterwards, he activated the Flying Thunder God technique, but moved directly to Agent's side. Agent, who was ready, stretched out an arm and was grabbed by Kebi. The next moment, the Flying Thunder God will be started this time. Akin and Kebi appeared above Clockdal at the same time. Large swaths of swamp mud surged. 2 huge water balls suddenly emerged from the mud and then hit Clockdal's head. Crash! The splashes of water exploded instantly, invading the fine sand, turning the sand crocodile, Crocodile, into a sea crocodile. What? Clockdal, who was not familiar with Agent's routine, was attacked by sea water, and his control over the sand and gravel was greatly reduced. And at this moment, Zoro's slash, Black Flame and Skylark's sniper, Kebi's spireball, and Agent's beheading sword. Several attacks fell together, instantly shrouding Clockdal in a huge impact. Ah! This former king, under the attack of the 7 warriors, immediately let out a painful wail. If it were him before, after being limited by the sea water, he might have long since thrown away his armor and allowed everyone to ravage him at dusk. But at this moment, he also joined the Twilight Pirates, and had another choice. Shuhei, lend me your power. Clockdal suddenly roared loudly and formed a special seal on his chest that could accelerate the flow of chakra. Instantly, Shuhei, who was sleeping in Clockdal's body, suddenly opened his eyes. As a Class A character template second only to S level, it itself is a symbol of strength. Just as Dasuki comes with a complete set of ghost paths, Kirby masters the Taboo Ninjutsu Flying Thunder God, Drake has a digital body. Clockdal's A-level character template, in addition to some simple sand escape ninjutsu, also gave him the powerful identity of the one-tailed Jijiriki. Although Shuhei is not very powerful at this time due to level reasons, it can still become the decisive key at a critical moment. Shuhei, who was hiding in Clockdal's body, suddenly opened his eyes. It is created by the system and will not have any resistance like the original work. After realizing that Clockdal was in danger, it immediately mobilized its own strength and used chakra to condense large tracts of sand to fill the gap in the defense of the Renjuli. With Shoki's help, the sea water in Clockdal's body was quickly removed. Soon, he got rid of his weakness. Boom! The collision of several energy and impact suddenly erupted with deafening sound. At this moment, most of the residents of Magdu Island noticed something strange in the sky, raised their heads and looked in the direction where the palace was. The huge impact storm boiled in the blizzard, quickly creating an empty circle and constantly expanding outward, attracting everyone's attention. What is that? The people stopped their work and looked into the distant sky. At the same time, on the flying Tiga, Kyle stood at the bow and looked into the distance, with a playful smile on his lips. It seems that everyone is having fun tilde. It seems that we can do more such activities in the future tilde. Well, maybe you can have a qualifying match in the team, and you can directly make those with the highest ranking cadres of the pirates in the future. On the side, Robin's mouth suddenly trembled as he heard Kyle's muttering. With the help of the ability of the fruit, she saw the content of this battle from the first perspective. Even those terrifying strong men who were placed in any place in the first half of the Great Road would be enough to be kings and emperors, would all gather on such a ship. What exactly does her captain want to do? Robin was puzzled. Here, Kyle was thinking about the future plan of the pirates, but suddenly, a strange figure broke into his sight. Kyle subconsciously looked up and suddenly found a reindeer pulling a sled, moving in the air as if stepping on the air. Flying reindeer from the Drum Kingdom. It's not running. Seeing this scene, a look of surprise flashed in Kyle's eyes. It's just right, it's okay to take this opportunity to get in touch with that mysterious beauty. Beauty. Robin, who was observing Kyle, was stunned, and a hint of alert flashed inadvertently between his eyebrows. But Kyle didn't notice the change in her expression at all and instantly gave an order to Tiga. Tiga, have you seen the sled at 2 o'clock? Let me lean over. In the same way, different populations will have different results. Little Tiga, who is already skilled in controlling the Tiga Airlines, received the order and immediately began to turn the bow of the ship and rushed forward to the sled route. No, Dr. Dorier, they seem to have discovered us. Chopper suddenly felt a strange surging wind. He subconsciously looked to the side, and then his face suddenly changed and he shouted in horror. Shut up, stupid son. Gerva, who was pouring wine into her mouth, put her bipod on the armrest of the sled, as if she had expected such a thing to happen, and her face was calm. Under Chopper's fearful gaze, the Tiga slowly approached the special cable of the magnetic Drum Kingdom, and then a figure suddenly appeared on the shipyard, greeting him with a smile. Hello you guys tilde. Kyle showed a friendly smile. Facing the cable Chopper, who was on the way, praised. You can actually run on such a thin cable, what a great reindeer. Chopper's eyes widened. The next second, it, which was originally in the form of a reindeer, suddenly turned into a human animal form like a child, with a shy face and twisting its body like a rope. Bastard. Even if you praise me, I won't be happy. Baga tilde. Classic famous scene, Choba who was praised successfully checked in. Looking at Chopper in front of him, Kyle grinned instantly. But his eyes shifted backwards and focused on Gerva behind him. So this beautiful lady and the lovely Mr. Reindeer, I wonder if you can invite you to have a drink on the boat. Yeah tilde. Gerva let out a soft moan in confusion, hooked her fingers and lifted up the sunglasses on her face. Boy, are you trying to ask me the secret to stay young forever? Well, not. Kyle was stunned for a moment when he heard Gerva's inexplicable opening remark. But soon he came to his senses and smiled softly. But if such a young and beautiful lady is willing to reveal something, I can listen. Kyle said so. After all, I live to be over 140 years old and can still be healthy without aging. He was still very curious about this so-called secret of eternal youth. It seems to be moved by Kyle's, young, and, beautiful. The corners of Gerva's mouth rose significantly. She thought with a reserved thought, then stood up without hesitation and jumped from the sled to the Tiga. And turned around and shouted to Chopper. Son of a fool, why don't you come here for me quickly? Ah. Chopper blinked cutely, then feared Kyle, and suddenly made a hiding move towards the air. Then he moved his steps lightly, and took his sled little by little to the Tiga. On the other side. At the bow, Robin had prepared a simple viewing seat. In front of the seat is also the special red wine brought from Alabaston. Kyle made an invitation letter and signaled Gerva and Chopper to take the seat. And he and Robin were sitting opposite them like male and female hostess. After taking the seat, Kyle was about to say something. But suddenly, it was said that a violent roar sounded, running through the entire world. In the distance, a giant made of sand and gravel slowly appeared from bottom to top on the peak of the magnetic drum where the palace city was located like a 3D printing. Between the white snow curtain, it looked like a ferocious monster. It's a pity that Tiga cannot participate in the war, otherwise, it can reproduce the classic scene of Ultraman Tiga fighting the little monster in this winter island. It seems that the battle has entered the most exciting stage. Since that's the case, why don't you watch this performance first and then talk about other things? What do you think, Lord Witch? No problem. A look of surprise flashed in Gerva's eyes. She couldn't figure out Kyle's identity and purpose, and finally chose to nod indifferently. As the Tiga continues to move forward, the battle near the palace city gradually became clear. Clockdale now launched a rapid attack on Zoro and others on the head of the monster built by sand. In the face of the huge gap in strength, Desaya's cards and Barto's silver chariot were completely unable to complete any damage to Clockdale. Not to mention the weaker people of Feng Kri, Kung Fu Manatee and others who are even weaker than them. The main force of this boss is still the golden triangle composed of Zoro, Drake and Monka. The two beauties, Heian and Sunrak, are responsible for remote support. Peacock, Kebi, Agent and others have completely become auxiliary positions. This battle lasted for nearly 2 hours. In the end, Clockdale, who already has great strength, is better. No matter what, it can stop Hawkeye and sneak attack at Kainu's Pirate 550. After removing the power of the protagonist's halo, his strength is still at the top of the world. As Drake and Monka exhausted their physical energy and fell one after another, there were only a group of assistants and Zoro, the Seasai's father, left on the field. I have to say, Zoro's potential really scared Clockdale. He didn't know whether this was a question that Kyle gave to Zoro's fantasy power, or Zoro's own ability. In short, in this battle, he clearly felt that Zoro's strength was constantly and rapidly becoming stronger, bringing the gap between them. After thinking about it, he gave up confronting Zoro directly. This guy is like a young strongman who can't be beaten. No matter how many times he knocked him down, he can quickly stand up and burst out with more power. Even Monka, a half-Erhi who has super fast regeneration ability, is not as outrageous as him. Nowadays, Zoro's classic voice is still echoing in Clockdale's ears. Burn, my little universe. It's not that he still remembers it fresh. It was really in a short time that he had heard the same voice and the same sentence too many times, and his brain had automatically recorded it. This madman. Looking at Zoro who kept standing up because he could not really kill him, Clockdale cursed inwardly. Immediately he pointed his finger at the others. Others, bastards who are not moral. With the crushing strength, Clockdale easily defeated the peacocks and others. Only Bato and Desaya, who were protected by the barrier, were targets that he could not touch no matter what. This once again allowed Clockdale to see the power and diversity of the Twilight Pirates. But he immediately turned his eyes and looked at the Tiga, which was not far from the castle. Regardless of Zoro's pursuit, he rolled up vapor with his huge sand hand and flew towards the Tiga. Anyway, the winning condition that Kyle mentioned is to bring vapor back first, rather than fighting until the last moment. Now, he has fully completed this task. Tilda. The howling yellow sand drove away the heavy snow of goose feathers, and a tall figure suddenly appeared in front of Kyle. Seeing the monster that had been before suddenly appearing in front of him, Chopper instantly became cutely behind the chair. In a position where a little bit of the body is exposed and only one eye is blocked. Seeing that there were other people on the ship, Clockdale immediately showed a curious look. But then, he immediately remembered the serious matter and brought the unconscious vapor to Kyle. According to the agreement, I won. Clockdale's tone was extremely domineering, but his tone was a little humble, and he asked. So the next awakening quota should belong to me, right? Chapter 127 Kyle's Dream 1. Of course, this is the reward you deserve. Kyle nodded with a big laugh. He didn't even give Clockdale any reaction time, and he immediately pressed the button of the awakening key in the system. So, welcome to the glorious evolution. Kyle opened his arms, as if he was welcoming the new world, and said to Clockdale. In an instant, 3 awakening stones emitting magical light slowly appeared around Clockdale, and then instantly penetrated into his body. Depending on the character templates, the power gained by each person after awakening will be improved and changed in different dimensions. The manifestation of Clockdale's awakening was that the crane in his body was completely awakened. A scarlet eye flashed from his eyes, like a wild beast that was out of a cage, exuding a wild aura. But soon, Clockdale's gaze returned to normal. He looked up at Kyle, feeling the extra power in his body, and suddenly a gloomy smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. Thank you, Lord Kyle, for your fulfillment. This is his first time changing his words to Kyle. Change fee, 3 awakening stones. You're welcome, Tilda. Kyle smiled indifferently. Immediately, he pointed to Zoro, who was hit by Clockdale outside, and chased him and then walked in another direction for no reason. It is really hard to understand. Such a large ship is floating in the sky, but Zoro is able to run in the opposite direction. If his road def attribute can also be considered a skill, Kyle guessed that is at least an S level. Okay, the game is over, go and take them back. The orderly Clockdale suddenly turned into an illusory fine sand storm to pick up the members of the Dusk Pirates who had fallen to the ground. On the other hand, Kyle turned his attention to the witch Gerva. He put down the red wine glass in his hand and smiled slightly at Gerva, with a plain tone but dominant position. Ms. Gerva, the game is over, we can continue the previous topic. Game. Is this level of battle just a game in your opinion? Gerva smacked her tongue, and said with a sigh. Young people today are becoming more and more incomprehensible. Ha ha ha, Tilda, after all, this can prove it. The times are progressing. Kyle smiled with her. But the next second, a light suddenly flashed in his eyes, and he said straight to the point. Ms. Gerva, I believe you should be able to understand our pirates through the game performance just now. If you can. I hope to invite you to witness this new era with us. In the name of the captain of the Twilight Pirates, I officially invite you to join our pirates and serve as the ship doctor on our ship. At this moment, Kyle's eyes shone with golden light, as if he had seen the distant future. Looking at the entire pirate world, excluding those who have special fruit abilities, Gerva's medical skills can be said to be the top level in the world. How could Kyle let go of such a high-end talent in front of him? When people live, they have to face birth, old age, sickness and death. Medical care is always a topic that cannot be avoided in life. Mastering medical care is equivalent to mastering a money-printing machine. Chopper, who loves marshmallows, wants it. He also wants the old woman who loves to drink red wine. Sitting in the former medical power of Magdragon Kingdom, he certainly would not give up such a perfect way to make money. Invite me. Join your pirate group. I have to say that Kyle's idea really scared Gerva, the witch who is already 138 years old. Fortunately, after so many years, her heart quickly calmed down and the corners of her mouth were raised. A strange smile appeared. It's really interesting. I haven't met a young man like you in many years. She poured 2 sips of red wine in her mouth, then shook her head and said. If it were 100 years ago, I would have agreed without hesitation when I met a handsome man like you. It's a pity that I'm old. Gerva politely refused. But how could Kyle give up easily when facing a mountain of gold? Don't be busy refusing, Ms. Gerva. He smiled and turned his eyes to Vapor, who was set by Clockdale on the deck. I don't want you to go out to sea with us to be a pirate. Because I have decided to build the Kingdom of Magnetic Drums into a new base for the pirates on the Great Route. Huh. Gerva was stunned and kindly reminded. Boy, the Kingdom of Magnetic Drum is a country with a name and surname in the world government. The world government and the Navy cannot watch you occupy this place. Even if you already have the strength to sweep this paradise. As a veteran, Gerva sincerely advised Kyle. But facing the witch's warning, Kyle just smiled slightly. You are right. If the world government franchises are occupied by pirates, but the world government is indifferent, this will indeed ruin the face of the world government. But is it the king of the Drum Kingdom who volunteered to provide the kingdom to the pirates? How is this possible? Gerva frowned. Ha 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 tilde. Kyle laughed again. Ms. Gerva, there is nothing impossible with me. While speaking, he suddenly stood up and turned his gaze to Wobble, who was receiving treatment from Bellamy. Although Bellamy's control over the ghost path is far less than that of Dashi, fortunately, Vapor, a person with scattered fruit ability, has extremely excellent physical ability. At this time, while Kyle and Gerva were talking, he just woke up slowly. But when he just opened his eyes, he saw a pair of scarlet eyes that seemed to occupy the entire world. Instantly, the awakened Wobble suddenly found that he appeared in a strange blood-colored world. Where is this place? His bloated body turned left and right, shouting in fear. As if responding to his question, a ripple in void suddenly appeared in front of him. The next second, Kyle, with a strange smile on his face, came directly to him. Real world. Gerva watched Kyle walk to Vapor curiously, and her mind was still recalling the meaning of what Kyle just said. But in the next second, Vapor, who seemed to have spent countless years of suffering, suddenly fell to Kyle and cried in embarrassment. Mr. Kyle, please make sure to let me join your pirate group. Everything in this country is yours. From today, you will be the king of the Drum Kingdom. He cried out loudly, as if he was afraid that he would suffer some inhuman torture after 1 second, and as if the drowning person had the last struggle. Such an amazing scene made me stunned. Gerva and Chopper next to me. What's the situation? This Wobble, who has never seen the coffin and does not cry, would he kneel in front of others in such an embarrassing manner? It's easy to say. From now on, you will be a member of the Twilight Pirates. Kyle gently stroked his head twice as if he was coaxing a child. Since he discovered that the Yudu skill has miraculous effects on these guys with unsteady will, he has been too lazy to waste his words. Although his methods are a bit insidious, he would not be a good person anyway. It can only be said that evil is used to control evil. After confirming that Vapor had really wanted to join the pirates, Kyle immediately took out character card, Gratney. Looking at the 90% fit in front of him, he gave it to Vapor without hesitation. From this moment on, the entire Drum Kingdom could be said to have officially fallen into Kyle's hands. Perhaps because he was beaten too hard by Clockdale and suffered inhuman mental torture. After loading the character template, Wobble fell to the ground and fell into a coma again. But Kyle no longer cared about this new partner and turned his attention to the witch Gerva. How about it, Ms. Gerva? Now, do you believe I will not be targeted by the world government? What a good method! Gerva exclaimed. If I read it right, that should be some kind of hypnosis ability just now, right? Depending on your sure victory, this ability should last for a long time. In this way, even if you have snatched the Drum Kingdom from Vapor, as long as Vapor, the king recognized by the world government, is there, you can become the true ruler of this kingdom. It's just a few tricks that can't be put on the table. Kyle smiled lightly and sat back on his seat, his dark and deep eyes flashed with the light of expectation. So, for the future of this country, I sincerely hope to reach a cooperation with Ms. Gerva. We will provide you with professional medical venues and resources. Quote. And what you have to do is develop something that can treat any disease. Planet medicine. Planet medicine. Hearing this special word, Gerva and Chopper suddenly shook their spirits, their eyes flashed, and their eyes were fixed on Kyle. That's right. Kyle grinned, but his eyes were extremely serious. Maybe you might find it ridiculous. But one of my dreams is to develop a panacea that can save any disease in the world. I can pay any price for this. Quote. Gerva suddenly fell silent, and glanced at Chopper beside her silently, and took a sip of red wine. No one knows that Chopper's adoptive father Sherlock's dream is to develop a panacea that can save all diseases. Originally they thought that there was only one idiot like Sherlock in this world. But after hearing the dream in Kyle's mouth, Gerva and Chopper's hearts suddenly trembled hard. A few seconds later. A snap. Gerva suddenly smashed the wine bottle on the table, revealing her white teeth, and smiled at Kyle. "I've agreed to your job." 3 days later. A decree that shocked the entire Magnetic Drum Kingdom spread throughout the streets and alleys of this winter island. King Vapor personally ordered. Starting from now on, in addition to being a franchise in the world government, the Magnetic Drum Kingdom has also officially become a country ruled by the Dusk Pirates. And from now on, the Drum Kingdom will adopt a co-governance policy. Captain Kyle of the Twilight Pirates will have the right equivalent to the king and can control and dispatch all resources of the Drum Kingdom. On the first day of Kyle taking office, the first order was issued. That is, in the near future, the Kingdom of Magnetic Drum will establish a Twilight Medical University that is comparable to a palace and castle. Here, medical books from all over the world will be collected and top medical laboratories will be established. The presidents of this group of universities are named the Witch Gerva, and the vice president is temporarily held by her apprentice Tony Chopper. The current faculty is Dr. 20, who once focused on serving King Vapor. They were once the doctors in this country with the most advanced medical skills except Gerva, and they served as teachers without any pressure. At the same time, because of the establishment of Twilight Medical University, the medical restriction order policy that once desolate this medical power was officially abolished. In order to encourage the people of the Magnetic Drum Kingdom to send their children to Twilight Medical University, Kyle has offered a series of people-friendly policies such as compulsory education and medical insurance. In addition, Kyle will also build weapons factories in the coastal areas of the Drum Kingdom. Some of the weapons produced will be handed over to the escort to strengthen the arming, while the other will be sold overseas to provide resource guarantees for national policies. Education, medical care, work. In less than a week, the people of the Magnetic Drum Kingdom suddenly discovered. The arrival of the pirates not only did not break the peace of their original life. It even directly raised their quality of life to a point they once dared not imagine. For a moment, many people even thought they were dreaming. But it is undeniable. The word Kyle has completely become synonymous with the Saint King in the hearts of the people. And just when the people enjoy the future. A grand handover ceremony was also taking place in front of the palace of Magdu Mountain. The peacock waved the long whip in his hand, and a flushed look appeared on his face. The huge palace castle instantly looked like a dog conquered by a goddess, revealing a worthless look. Under the control of the peacock, the top of the palace city changes like a living life. The originally built castle watchtower gradually bent and made a lifting posture. And directly above the castle, the Tiga, flying in the air, landed slowly, and happened to be in close contact with the top of the castle. It sits here like a crown. In the square in front of the palace. The guards, maids and officials and ministers of the Drum Kingdom all showed incredible expressions, looking at the scene in front of them like gods. Wobble stood in front of the crowd, watching his palace being played with by others, but he was as happy as a fat man of 200 pounds. Under his applause, Kyle walked up to the supreme throne and sat down without any hesitation. The former master of this position stood quietly behind like a waiter. The eyes of the people in the audience flashed. Because from this moment on, the official change of ownership of the Magnetic Drum Kingdom was announced. Judging from Kyle's series of policies, he will be a more qualified ruler than Vapple. Instantly. Some people's eyes are distracted, as if life has lost hope. They were officials who once encouraged Vapor to carry out dictatorship. But others are energetic and their eyes are full of rising towards the future. Kyle, Your Majesty. Dalton, who watched Kyle issue one policy after another, whispered softly in the audience. At this time, he had lost the ability of Niu fruit. But in contrast, he obtained the position of Minister of Government of the Kingdom of Magnetic Drums, and became the most powerful one in the Kingdom of Magnetic Drums except Kyle and Vapor, that person. Winter goes and winter comes. In a blink of an eye, a month has passed. Chapter 128 Dusk is in action. I'm out tilde. Welcomed the first ray of sunshine in the morning, Kyle skillfully pushed open the door and walked out of the captain's room. After saying hello to little Tiga, he slowly walked into the locker room of the palace along the special King Road staircase outside the Tiga ship railing. Several long-awaited, graceful and generous maids immediately stepped forward and put on gorgeous clothes for Kyle. Looking at the blonde maid squatting in front of him and shaking her fair milky skin on her chest, Kyle couldn't help but sigh in his heart. What a feudal classism. Because of the recent progress in the research of wobble metal, Wobble was directly pressed by Hei Yan and others in the laboratory of the weapon factory, and constantly testing the properties of alloys made from different formulas every day. For the sake of the country, Kyle had no choice but to replace him and temporarily replace the king. The current Drum Kingdom is not the former Drum Kingdom. Driven by drastic policies, there are new changes in Magnetic Drum Island almost every day. Fortunately, Kyle was foresighted and handed over all government affairs to Secretary of State Dalton in advance. He just needs to make his own requests and ideas from time to time, and then be a quiet party and wait for Dalton to report. With Kyle's helpless expression, a dynasty meeting that concerns the future development of the Magnetic Drum Kingdom officially began. After several ministers' hoarse advice, the court meeting successfully determined the evening work of the weapons factory ended half an hour ahead of schedule to encourage the people to work hard to create people and increase the population of the Magnetic Drum Kingdom. Plan in the Cesta town will snow. Tulabon is the proposal to be designated as the town mascot. In fact, most of the court meetings were meaningless trivial matters, but these trivial matters required the authorization of the king to ensure the stable operation of the policy. Perhaps, this is the role of the king of a country. After the discussion on trivial matters was completed, the court meeting was coming to an end. At this moment, the propaganda minister, who had just been promoted by Kyle, suddenly took a step forward, bent his body respectfully, and reported. His Majesty Kyle, the matter of the World Economic News Agency you asked me to contact me before is now clear. Oh. Kyle, who was originally a little lazy by government affairs, suddenly flashed his eyes, revealing an interest expression. What did the other party say? Propaganda Minister's report. Because His Majesty Kyle is one of the popular pirates in the first half of the current Great Route, the other party is happy to come to the Kingdom of Magnetic Drums to make an exclusive visit to His Majesty. As His Majesty had expected, the other party was very interested in the changes in the Kingdom of Magnetic Drums and what His Majesty did on Magnetic Drum Island. So I also hope that we can prepare some information in advance in this regard to facilitate the writing of reports. Yet tilde, Kyle pondered, tapped the handrail with one finger, and said to the bottom, I'll leave this matter to you to prepare. Abide by the order, Your Majesty. The propaganda minister instantly received the order with a solemn and serious expression. After being inspired by Kyle, he was very clear about the importance of publicity work to a country. Today's Magnetic Drum Kingdom is a harmonious political and harmonious society, and a prosperous life. It is a great opportunity to start large-scale civil engineering. However, it is not easy to carry out large-scale infrastructure construction on this frozen soil covered with snow. Even with the help of many powerful men of the Pirates in Dusk, there is currently only one small town in Kesda, which has completed the change of moving from a bungalow to a centralized heating building. In 1 month, the planning and construction of a town will be completed. This is almost impossible to accomplish on Earth. But under the various unreasonable forces in the pirate world, it is not a difficult task. But, in order to build this pilot town as soon as possible, so that the construction team of the Magnetic Drum Kingdom can have a rough impression in their hearts, so as to facilitate subsequent promotion across the country. Kyle also sacrificed most of his companions' cultivation time with pain, allowing them to run to the construction site and work overtime to lift bricks. Nowadays, the centralized heating pilot town has been completed and the results are very gratifying. But if you want to promote it nationwide, it is undoubtedly a matter that consumes huge manpower, material resources and financial resources. To this end, Cell set up a propaganda department of the Magnetic Drum Kingdom to specialize in the image construction of the kingdom, attracting more people to come here to settle, attract investment, and expand the population. Nowadays, things have begun to officially operate according to his plan. Kyle can also take back the members of the Twilight Pirates released and start preparing for the next expansion of the Pirates. After thinking about it, he slowly turned his gaze to Dalton and asked, "How is Clockdale's land reclamation plan going on now?" "It went very smoothly, Your Majesty." Dalton immediately stepped forward and replied, "So far, the coastline in the southern part of Magdal has expanded outward for more than several square kilometers. Although those beaches were quickly turned into permafrost by the cold environment, there would be no problem if we only use these land to build some light industrial factories." "Well," Kyle pondered again, and after a moment, he ordered Dalton, "Contact Clockdale, Zorro, Drake with the phone bug, Agent and Peacock. Let them go back to the palace to report their lives. I have a new task to them. As for your order, Your Majesty." Dalton instantly received the order. These 5 people are currently all under his construction troops for assistance. Clockdale's mission is to reclaim land and increase the land area as mentioned earlier. Zorro's work was to cut irregular rocks into square bricks with dimensions that meet the construction requirements. Drake was responsible for using flames to soften the frozen soil, which facilitates the construction troops to lay the foundations, and occasionally helps to move large building materials. Agent completely used his fruit ability to work in the construction force for transportation. Others are handling materials in processing and adding some places, but as long as he pats his hands, he can instantly put the materials from building a building into the swamp space and transport it to the appropriate location. These strong men who originally only know how to fight and kill are now at the grassroots level and have found a position that suits them. As for the last Peacock, although her combat effectiveness is far less than that of the previous few people, her reputation in the construction army is louder than that of any of the previous ones. Because she is an indispensable main candidate in the construction force. The reform of Kesda town can be completed so quickly, a large part of it depends on the power of the Peacock. With the ability to whip the fruit, she can order objects hit by the long whip to perform any operation. Insufficient number of workers. It doesn't matter. Look at me with a whip of charm. All the materials immediately started to move, pressed one by one, and built yourself according to the drawings. Is there a problem with building data measurement? It doesn't matter. Directly raise the whip. No matter how bent a building is, it can be straightened in an instant. Is the foundation of frozen soil difficult to lay? It doesn't matter. With a whip down, the earth automatically tightened directly and humbly, and the foundation was completed instantly. It can be said that Peacock is now a cross-age weapon in construction sites. With her presence, no matter how difficult the building is, it can be completed quickly. Soon. Several people summoned by Kyle came to the palace one by one. As the only woman present, Peacock took the initiative to step forward. The rattlesnake surrounds its waist like a belt with a special pattern. At this moment, the peacock pursed her tender lips and her charming eyes were as silk, exuding a unique charm towards Kyle. "Mr. Kyle, you are finally willing to call me back from the construction site. I'm so sad that I'm so sad when I stay with a group of men covered in sweat all day long tilde. Oh, but I think you're having a lot of fun." Kyle smiled. "Yesterday I heard that you are now the queen of the construction site. With an order, you can even make this group of workers refuse the king's order." This is not Kyle is talking nonsense. Today's construction troops can be said to have become the Peacock's one-man show. Even Dalton sometimes gives Kyle's new order, and these workers must get the permission of Peacock. Only then dare to do it. Who called Peacock her? It's their queen tilde. Where is it tilde? The peacock blinked shyly, then showed a pitiful posture. "I am the one who is it. As long as Captain Kyle's order, I can do anything. Tilde. Ha ha ha, then I'm really looking forward to it." Looking at the proud figure of the peacock, Kyle did show a look of appreciation in his eyes. But soon, he returned to normal. After all, at this time, there was Robin, a female secretary who helped him plan the future of the Drum Kingdom. Yes. At Kyle's strong request, Robin had evolved into Kyle's personal secretary about half a month ago and lived in the captain's room with him. A lonely man and a widow, living in the same room, and Kyle did it intentionally. The inevitable accidental fire broke out, and something happened that could omit 10,000 words. Before knowing Robin's entire life experience, Kyle softly and promised her several times that the person who destroyed O'Hara would pay the price. In this way, Robin finally joined Kyle's pirates sincerely. After being developed, after she mastered Kyle's preferences, she wore gold silk glasses, a small white uniform, a black leather skirt, and a smooth black silk set every day. Then he swayed in front of Kyle. That life is really a joy to make people feel happy. Especially with the ability of flower fruits, Kyle has truly seen what it means to be able to play and what it means to be tricks. If he hadn't been thinking about the future of the pirates in his heart, he would have really wanted to stay in that gentle country and refused to extricate himself. Not Kyle's good female. It's really too tempting for women. This is also the main reason why the pirates stayed in the Magnetic Drum Kingdom for a month. But today, Kyle learned from his mistakes and decided to be the same person he used to be. Taking advantage of the sage time after being tossed by Robin in the pajamas in the morning, the next plan officially began. After teasing each other for a few words with Peacock, Kyle suddenly became serious. Okay, I won't talk much. I'll call you a few of you here today, mainly for one thing. While speaking, Kyle suddenly took out an eternal pointer. This is the eternal pointer of the small garden of the ancient island. Small garden. Quote. Clockdale's eyes flashed in the crowd, obviously recalling something. Kyle, who noticed his expression, immediately smiled and said, "That's right, it's the small garden where the two giant pirate captains are located. Crocodile, you should have some understanding of the situation there. This time you will be led by you to be responsible for the entire mission." Zorro. Kyle's eyes turned. Your mission is to defeat the giant pirates there with Crocodile and invite them to join our pirate group. If they join successfully, it will naturally be a happy thing. But if they don't want to, you will knock them out and then ask Agent to send them back to me. So this mission, Agent, your career is mainly about transportation. Received, Captain Kyle. Agent received the order instantly like a loyal soldier. Kyle nodded and smiled, and continued to add. Of course, you are responsible for transportation, not just those two giant pirates. After turning his eyes, Kyle said to Drake. Drake, your mission is to capture as many powerful ancient dinosaurs as possible on the island. There must be many unexplored potentials in these powerful organisms. Peacock, like Drake, you are mainly responsible for collecting insects, mosquitoes and flies on that island. Don't underestimate the bugs there. As species from ancient times, they are likely to slack off on some viruses or toxicities that ordinary people cannot resist. If you can use it, maybe your first Zerg team can be officially established. No problem, Captain Kyle. Drake and Peacock received the order together. Drake has the ability to grow dinosaur fruits in ancient times, and is born to be intimidated by his weak dinosaur clan. He can capture dinosaurs, which can not only ensure the integrity of living bodies, but also accelerate the time when they are tamed. As for the Peacock, although her character template only gives her the ability to control mosquitoes. But some of the ability of whipping the fruits is that among the worms, there is no existence that she cannot surrender. After taking Kyle's order, Crocodile immediately began to set off. With the help of the Donjikid family, Kyle now has the eternal pointer of more than 80% of the islands in the first half of the Great Route. This world is so big that he can go wherever he wants. After sending off all his friends, Kyle also began to ponder on the throne. The failure of Crocodile has become the old news of the past. The sea has been calm for a long time, and nothing new has appeared. But all of this is just the tranquility before the storm. According to Kyle's inference, in another 2 or 3 months, Blackbeard will defect to the Whitebeard pirates because of the appearance of the dark fruit. In less than a year, a top war will break out, which will affect the world pattern. With a thought moving, Kyle suddenly pulled out the S-level character card that had been sleeping in his backpack for nearly a month, Thor. It seems that it's time to go to the empty island. Kyle murmured alone. Although he joked that he was confused by Robin's beauty. But in fact, Kyle stayed here for a month, not only gave people hope for their lives and lived a good life, but also won over the hearts of the people. It can also make up for the suffering the people here have suffered in the past few decades. It was not like he joked that he did nothing. After about a month of accumulation, he has now become the real king in the minds of the people. Now that the people's hearts are stable, it is time for him to move forward. I've decided. Let's go immediately, go to Hakima to conquer Aniro, and steal Shandora's gold. As a person who says what he says, Kyle immediately took action. He first wrote down the development direction of the Magnetic Drum Kingdom for a period of time in the future. Until noon, he returned to the Tiga without having enough food, and was about to order the little Tiga to set sail immediately and head to a height of 10,000 meters. However, just the moment Kyle opened the captain's room. But his brows suddenly frowned. On his big bed, Robin, wearing transparent purple satin yarn, was lying on the soft bed. "Sir Captain Tilda, you're back, Tilda. Would you like to take a shower first, eat first, or?" The nameless breeze gently caresses the Saluo, rippling with beauty. A charming voice suddenly came into Kyle's ears, instantly igniting the flame in his heart. Kyle was furious in an instant. "Broad day. You actually wear this virtue. How kind of decent is this? Let me educate you well. 10,000 words are omitted here. Night. The moon is bright and the stars are sparse." The Tiga floated under the night sky and continued to climb upwards. Kyle lay at the bow of the boat, looking at the endless universe in the endless sky, with unprecedented calm in his eyes, like a wise man who loves to think. The stars are changing. After a few long stargazing, Kyle suddenly sat up, looked ahead, and sighed leisurely. Women misled me. Chapter 129. 129. Who is the god? The huge Tiga sailed in the ethereal night sky like a lonely traveler, yearning for the stars and moving forward. Kyle didn't plan to waste too much time on this empty island trip. His main energy is still focused on cultivating the kingdom of magnet drums. In Kyle's imagination of the future, he plans to build the kingdom of magnetic drum into a diverse and huge country and cultivate various distinctive talents. In this way, when he draws a character card that is not very special in the future, he can directly use the database of the Drum Kingdom to search for the appropriate crew, saving a lot of effort. Does the Sky Island really exist? A graceful body was wearing a pure white shirt, revealing her fair thighs, and her bare feet stepped on the clean deck of the Tiga, slowly coming behind Kyle. Her slender arms stretched out from behind and hugged Kyle. Certainly. Kyle turned his head intimately, smelling the faint fragrance on Robin's body, feeling relaxed and happy. It was an island that was hit by the rising currents from the seabed hundreds of years ago. Over the hundreds of years, the Sky Island has undergone earth-shaking changes, which will surely satisfy you, the archaeologist. Kyle suddenly turned around, hugged Robin's waist, and controlled her body to approach him. "It seems that I am really under your control." Listening to Kyle's introduction, Robin immediately murmured softly. But Kyle smiled wickedly, put his mouth close to Robin's ears, and whispered in her ears. "That's right. For the rest of your life, don't try to escape from my palm." For a moment, the two looked at each other. The full moon in the night sky also emits a soft glimmer at this time, setting off a quiet atmosphere. Under the illumination of this light, the two of them had their eyes blended and lingered with each other like brushed threads. The beautiful scenery of the time and the fragrance of jade enters the heart. "If you don't do it at this time, then when will you wait?" Kyle suddenly spoke. "Little Tiga." "Ah, Tilda." Little Tiga, who was covering her eyes and observing her fingertips, was suddenly stunned. Immediately he moved to Kyle and Robin in an instant. With Robin's shy expression, Kyle took out a record pointer pointing to the sky from his arms and threw it directly to Tiga. "I'll leave the next voyage to you. Without my permission, you can't enter the captain's room, Tilda." "Ah, Tilda, slow down." Under Robin's panicked and expectant gaze, Kyle bent down and wrapped his other hand around Robin's fair legs. He strided towards the captain's room. In order to accelerate the development of the Drum Kingdom, this time he left all his other partners except his personal secretary Robin in the Drum Kingdom. To a certain extent, this can be regarded as a honeymoon trip after the relationship between them was confirmed. The destination is still a mysterious and romantic sky island. One night 10 days without saying anything. The Tiga, which is only level 4, does not fly too fast. The voyage that Tiga can usually be completed in a few days on the sea will at least double the time it takes to arrive at the sky. Fortunately, Kyle, who has Robin in his hand, doesn't feel bored at all. This day, Kyle, who had just finished his daily work, walked out of the captain's room. Before his breathing could calm down, little Tiga's figure suddenly appeared in front of him. "Captain Kyle, we seem to have arrived at what you call the White Sea." "What?" Kyle's eyes trembled. There was no time to reminisce about the special position just now. He suddenly came to the bar and looked down. "I suddenly found that the Tiga was floating in a white cloud at this time." The rolling clouds slapped the hull of Tiga like waves. "That's right, this should be the White Sea at an altitude of 7,000 meters above sea level. And 3,000 meters up, you can reach the Bye-Bye Sea that carries the empty island." Kyle's eyes were flashing with excitement. "Little Tiga, the target is right in front of you. The last 3,000 meters can be wrested after you arrive. Next, go ahead at full speed." "No problem." The first time I saw the ocean made of clouds, little Tiga was also very excited and full of energy. A violent storm suddenly surged, blowing the Tiga and flying upwards quickly. Although due to manpower and vehicle problems, Kyle has no plans to carry out large-scale development of the air island. However, at this time point, it is only a few months before the plot begins. Anilu should have helped him sort out the gold on the empty island. Next, he can only gain a lot of Bailey by defeating Aniro, the god of severe second-grade illness, and then bring gold back to the Great Road. By that time, the strength and scale of their pirate group will usher in a blowout-like improvement. And he will also go further to the world's strongest position. That was the best time for the Twilight Pirates to be officially launched. In fact, during the past month, although the time of cultivation for friends has been greatly reduced due to work reasons. But Kyle's improvement is still terrifying and incredible. After Alabaston immediately, he gained nearly 200,000 combat power improvement. Nowadays, his combat power has exceeded 40W. This strength, combined with various system skills, even if it is inferior to the Four Emperors, it is at least the level of the Navy Grand Prize. At least it is not worse than the Green Bull who was drunk by Shank's domineeringness. And this is also the main reason why Kyle is confident of conquering Aniro. After all, judging from the performance in the anime, Aniro's thunder and lightning ability after the full burst is no weaker than the performance of the Navy General. And his domineering attitude of seeing and hearing can cover the entire empty island. Within the domineering range of his experience, even a breath could not escape his control. It can be said. This is a character who is more miserable than Clockdale, who is influenced by the protagonist's halo and killed in the plot. Certainly. The lightning ability reaches the level of a general does not mean that Anilu has the combat power at the level of a general. After all, whether a person is strong or not is determined by his shortcomings. Relying on the ability of natural thunder fruit elementalization, he claimed that he was invincible in his body, so he never trained himself. "I don't know how to exercise. My melee ability can be said to be extremely poor." With the premise of knowing the information, even an elite Navy like Lieutenant Colonel Mole could easily defeat him. However, all these shortcomings will be solved after Kyle appears. Because of him, he will provide him with a S-level character card that exceeds the Pirate World level. "Come on, Anilu, Universal Power Bank, get on my warship obediently," Kyle murmured softly. With the existence of Aniro, the future Drum Kingdom will no longer have to worry about energy. Whether it is combat effectiveness or strategic significance, Anilu is a talent he is bound to win. The Tiga advances rapidly. In a blink of an eye, another day passed. Without considering the physical energy consumption of Tiga, Tiga suddenly entered a wonderful space full of clouds. Here, the Tiga's hull suddenly gained an upward buoyancy, holding it up, allowing it to achieve faster acceleration. The strangeness of the hull quickly attracted Kyle's attention. He and Robin hurriedly ran out of the captain's room. Immediately I saw a dreamy sky city appearing in front of the Tiga. Is this the Sky Island? Robin was so excited that he held Kyle's arm, so excited that he was indescribable. Kyle was also deeply moved when he saw this scene. The fantasy place that once only appeared on the screen appeared in front of him, instantly giving him a sense of unreality. But he soon came to his senses because he knew. I came here myself, not really for my honeymoon with Robin. After simply teasing Robin, Case instantly appeared at the bow of the ship. The next second, the surging domineering aura of seeing and hearing suddenly released, and swept across the surroundings with the Tiga as the center. After the combat power has improved, Kyle's mental power has long reached a height that ordinary people in the pirate world cannot reach. In addition, his domineering attitude of seeing and hearing was greatly enhanced. There may be some gap between the heart net of Aniro, but there is no problem covering the entire magnetic drum island. With Analu's strength so strong, his life aura must be very conspicuous. It is not difficult to find him. Soon, Kyle's domineering aura sensed the direction of a powerful aura. Yes, this direction. His eyes flashed, and his gaze instantly shifted to a certain point. Kyle could clearly sense. There was an existence that could make him feel considered a threat. Looking at the entire Sky Island, only Analu is the only one who can do this. If nothing unexpected happens, the direction Kyle perceived should be the location where the only land in the Sky Island, the Kingdom of God. In order not to prevent Robin and Tiga from getting hurt in the next battle, Kyle decided to go to the Kingdom of God alone. After explaining to Robin and little Tiga, he jumped up and came to the high altitude and took the initiative to attack. The powerful light energy condensed two huge pure white dragon wings behind Kyle, driving him and moving forward quickly. At the same time, the country of God. Because Kyle had no intention of hiding his thoughts, the moment his figure appeared in the Kingdom of God, he was discovered by the gods here. Sitting in the palace of the Kingdom of Gods, Aniro, who was emitting a lazy silly, was stunned, and then put down the apple in his hand and burst out with a majestic aura belonging to the superior. Who is breaking into my Kingdom of God without authorization? He was furious and angry loudly. Just now, he felt an extremely special voice suddenly appearing in his heart and rushed towards him quickly. At this time, the voice had arrived at Apayado, the Kingdom of Gods that Analu saw as forbidden. This is undoubtedly a blasphemous act. Are you an ignorant Qinghai native again? Analu's heart was inexplicably throbbing. But soon, his attention was attracted by the figure of the blasphemer. Under his eyes, almost in a moment, a guy who emitted dazzling white light, which was more like a god than him, appeared in front of him out of thin air. Sure enough, after the strength becomes stronger, even the distance that moves instantly, have it also become wider. Quote. The suddenly appeared blasphemer murmured on his own. Analu frowned, shaking his huge earlobes, revealing his arrogant and unruly appearance. Who are you guys? As he spoke, he waved his scepter and suddenly an incandescent light burst out, aiming at Kyle. When Kyle saw the attack condensed in Aniro's hand, he just smiled lightly and said bluntly. Me. In your words, I should be considered a native of Qinghai. Qinghai people. Analu's frown suddenly stretched out. Qinghai people are synonymous with weakness and idiot in the eyes of Analu. Over the years, he has no idea how many people in Qinghai who have not known what are. Subconsciously, Analu regarded Kyle as the Qinghai native, like those before. In an instant, his expression changed, his eyes were empty, and he looked at Kyle with no eyes. Qinghai people, do you know where this place is? Of course I know. Kyle grinned and replied generously. This is the Kingdom of Gods where the gods of Hokage live. I just knew you. Do you know this is the Kingdom of God? Aniro was suddenly stunned, and was about to spread science to Kyle, an ignorant Qinghai man, and was choked back into his stomach. But then, he instantly showed an angry look. Qinghai people, since you know that this is the Kingdom of God, you dare to rashly break in and disturb the God's rest. You are provoking God's majesty. It's simply unforgivable. Accept God's punishment. Eniro shouted loudly. He seemed to really regard himself as a god, and even the emphasis on his speech was so high. The next moment, Kyle will not give any chance to refute. From the pure gold scepter, a huge beam of lightning suddenly gushed out, rushing towards Kyle with lightning power. Hey, you attack with disagreement. You are too rough, you are a god. Kyle chuckled and joked, facing Eniro's attack, he remained calm. Joke. If he even needs to care about this level of attack. Then his combat power of 400,000 is a bit too miserable. The dazzling light of lightning instantly descended on Kyle. There was a buzzing sound on the ground. Under the impact of lightning, it instantly collapsed and a spider web-like crack appeared. In that crack, you can clearly see some charred marks. After a while, the lightning dissipated. But Kyle gently moved his muscles and said calmly. Sure enough, taking the last electrotherapy from time to time is beneficial to your health. It seems that those pyramid schemes are not all lying to people. Kyle smiled. But his relaxed look made Annie look tighter. Impossible. Why are you not hurt at all? He glared at his eyes and asked in disbelief. And Kyle didn't look like he was going to fight at all. He thought for a moment and replied. Well, Tilda, maybe it's because of your attack, it's too weak. What did you say? Faced with this shaky provocation, Eniro was furious in an instant. A terrifying aura rose on his body. The whole sky suddenly became gloomy. A blue lightning flashed from time to time in the clouds above my head. Blasphemy, you have successfully angered the gods. Next, prepare for the supreme trial. God's sanctions. Rumble. A dazzling lightning suddenly exploded in the air. In an instant, a beam of lightning as thick as a waterfall fell from the sky and directly bombarded Kyle's position. Looking at the lightning attack that was enough to instantly sink a high-level naval battleship, Kyle finally showed a look of interest on his face. That's right, Tilda. A guy without potential is not worth my waste of an S-level character card. Then, I'll just play with you. The Secret of Destroying Dragons, The Judgment of Light. Chapter 130 Through This Tiny World. Scream. The dazzling white light suddenly enveloped the whole world, blazing and dazzling. At this moment, two gods seemed to appear in the sky, one in charge of thunder and lightning, and the other in charge of light. Under the roaring divine power, light and light suddenly collided, and they fought in the air without giving in. After a moment, the energy of the two attacks was exhausted at the same time, and the remaining force turned into a wave of air, scattering in the sky. What's the sound? The battle in the sky quickly attracted the attention of the creatures living on this white sea. Union Village. A black man with an ancient mysterious inscription on his face suddenly turned his head and looked at the sky that was light and dark. Then there is the direction of the Holy Land of Payato. Weber, the captain of the Sandia guerrillas, looked in horror at the thunder and lightning impact suppressed by unknown forces in the sky. Anilu, is he fighting someone? He thought for a moment, then immediately stood up, rang the bell of Union Village, and sent out a signal of emergency gathering. Short after a few dozen seconds, a group of Sandia guerrillas dressed in a very distinctive manner and somewhat similar to Indians quickly gathered in front of Weber. Weber, that was. A woman with fair and smooth skin as white as milk suddenly stood up, and asked with a hint of horror on her face. However, just as her voice fell, an energy impact that was more powerful than before suddenly broke out in the distant sky. Under that terrifying power, all the guerrilla members were like ants, watching the power that was completely unaware of. It was also the first time Weber has seen. It turns out that Enilu, who had exploded with all his strength, actually had such terrifying power. But who would be the guy who could fight Enilu evenly? Evenly matched. If Kyle could sense Weber's inner thoughts at this time, he would definitely show his eyes like a fool. Looking at Eniro, who was already panting across the street, he couldn't help but shake his head gently and murmured. Sure enough, the strength of the body is a flaw, Tilda. Although Weber and others only saw energy hedging in the sky twice in Union Village. But in fact, just in those dozens of seconds just now, Kyle and Eniro had no idea how many rounds they had fought. Anilu, who turned into lightning, suddenly hid on an open space. He showed a look of surprise and fear, covering his exposed abdomen. Impossible. Why can you attack me? Anilu asked a soul-like question. He was sure that Kyle had not used any restriction on him at all. But the fist containing huge force still hit him hard. Faced with Aniro's doubts, Kyle answered his question directly without any stinginess. You said this. He stretched out his fist and showed a teasing smile on his face. This is an armed domineering spirit. A common combat technique in Qinghai can enhance the body's defense and attack power. When practicing to a certain extent, you can directly release the domineering spirit to form a ranged attack, or inject it into the enemy. Inside the body, destroy the inside of the enemy's body. As he said that, Kyle also thoughtfully wrapped his arms with a layer of armed domineering aura, showing it to Aniro. He continued to explain like a coach. In addition to this, the armed domineering aura also has the power to restrain the devil fruit. For example, your elementalization. Whoosh. The moment the words fell, Kyle's figure suddenly disappeared from Aniro's vision. Not good. Anilu was shocked. He had been fooled once and immediately began to turn his body into bright lightning, trying to escape to the distance. But in this moment, a palm wrapped in darkness suddenly rested on Aniro's shoulder, buckled his 5 fingers and instantly broke his elemental transformation. It's like this. Kyle smiled softly. The next second, a terrifying force suddenly bombarded Aniro's back, directly bombarding him, the god of the sky, and embedded him into the honest wall of the temple. The wall several meters wide shattered, turned into a piece of powder, and fell to the ground with Aniro. Ahem. In the dust, Aniro coughed out a piece of blood. He looked up at Kyle with a ferocious expression. Who are you? He has always regarded himself as a god and believes that he is the strongest Anilu in the world. At this time, his heart was hit hard. Not only because he was ravaged by Kyle like a toy, he had no ability to resist. More importantly, he always thought it was a powerful ability granted by God. It turned out that in the world under the Sky Island, there was already a way to deal with it. Common combat skills. These big words were engraved in his heart like hot iron. And this is what Kyle did on purpose. For such a middle-aged man who has been in the middle school for a lifetime, he will not be able to get out of his world so easily without giving up any harsh information and completely shattering his worldview. Who am I? Looking at Aniro's embarrassing look, Kyle slowly stepped forward. If you who eat the thunder fruit can be regarded as the god of Hokkien Island, then I should be the god in the eyes of God, right? Step on. The spotless marten boots fell in front of Aniro, not like they were involved in a fierce battle. From beginning to end, Kyle acted so lightly. In fact, he is indeed the case. After several confrontations with Aniro, Kyle didn't even use 1/3 of his own strength. After all, his goal is to conquer Aniro, not kill Aniro. The god in the eyes of God. What an arrogant statement. Anilu struggled to stand up, his eyes flashing with an inexplicable look. Gravel and powder slid off his body. However, even at this point, he still refused to give up his obsession and sneered at Kyle. Hee. I am the only god in this world from beginning to end. Below me, you are all mediocre. Quote. 2 million volts Thor. Scream. The azure blue lightning suddenly shone, like a crack in time and space, filling the entire space of the temple. At this moment, Aniro's eyes were filled with thunder lightning, and his body suddenly expanded rapidly, becoming a thunder giant stepping on the island. Qinghai native, go to die for me. The thunder giant let out a hysterical roar, and the thunder god's gun that penetrated the void in his hand hit Kyle's position. The whole world seems to have become a sea of thunder. You guy, you really don't cry until you see the coffin tilde. Looking at the Thor in the sky, Kyle couldn't help but shake his head. I have to say, the development of the Anilo's opposition thunder fruit is indeed very talented. Combined with the core network of electromagnetic waves, the thunder of more than 200 million volts, and the arc maxim that consumes electricity and fly. To a certain extent, he can be regarded as a genius in all directions. It's a pity that the limitations of the Sky Island limited his development. Since that's the case, let me completely free you from this cage. A sudden incandescent light flashed in Kyle's eyes, and his eyes immediately turned into two dragon pupils. The dragon's wings spread behind it and then expanded rapidly. In the blink of an eye, Kyle's body was covered by a giant dragon emitting pure white light. Boom! The pure white dragon, whose size is bigger than the thunder giant of Anilu, jumped back suddenly. The terrifying anti-repulsion instantly shattered the entire palace. Fortunately, Eniro is used to being arrogant and usually does not allow ordinary people to set foot on this sacred land. The only few maids also fled in panic during the previous battle. Under Kyle's observation of his experiences and colors, they had already reached the strange creatures on the edge of the kingdom of God and fled from the kingdom of God. No need to worry about hurting the innocent, he can also play with Eniro. Rumble. The thunder, like heavenly punishment, suddenly fell to where Kyle had just stayed, and then exploded and turned into endless lightning, covering all directions. Damn ants! Thor, Eniro, who failed to hit the attack, instantly shouted angrily, and looked at the figure of the dragon. But the next moment, he was stunned in place. At this time, Kyle gathered all the magic power from his body and came to the sky, looking down at Eniro from top to bottom. The boiling magic power surrounds it, emitting terrifying power. Kyle showed an excited smile on his face, and manipulated the magic dragon of light and roared. Pierce me through this tiny world. The secret of dragon destroying, the holy breath of the white dragon. So. A slight trembling energy suddenly appeared in this world. In an instant. The world seemed to have been pressed, and all sounds and lights were swallowed into the dragon's mouth. The sky seemed to be dark. Then the white light lit up in admiration, and then it rotated and shone in an instant. At this moment, the space had stacked ripples and fell into a distorted state. Boom. No signs. A holy beam of light that penetrated the rainbow suddenly gushed out of the dragon's mouth and hit the thunder god hard. Under that mighty power, the body of Thor transformed by Eniro continued to shrink, and his feet also stepped towards the depths of the earth. The next moment, a crack that looked like a natural chasm suddenly appeared at the feet of the thunder giant, and thought about the spread of both sides of the island. Impossible. I don't know how many times it said these three words today. Anilu was full of horror. But under the bombardment of the energy beam, he was instantly smashed into the gap in the ground below. The burning energy burned the soil, blasting a huge hole on the ground, and pushing Eniro, which had changed back to normal due to the release force, constantly crashing into the deep ground. Is this a real god? Under the impact of the white light, Eniro's consciousness became increasingly dissipated. But before closing his eyes, he still endured the dazzling light and looked at the figure in the distance. Anilu knew that he had lost. And he lost very thoroughly. The former god and the current clown may be talking about this. The energy beam continues to surge, and the cracks above Apayado are also increasing and bigger. Finally. Under a roaring tremor, the island, which had been divided once more than 400 years ago, broke into several petals again and scattered in all directions. And Eniro's body also fell into the clouds of the White Sea. Done. Get it done. Looking at the masterpiece he created with all his strength, Kyle clapped his palms with satisfaction and knocked down the dust that did not exist. Immediately afterwards, his figure flashed suddenly and came directly to the Bye-Bye Sea, lifting the unconscious Enilu with one hand. The movement was activated again in an instant, returning to the shattered kingdom of God. I have completely shattered the bird cage that imprisoned you. From now on, you should be a tool man for me obediently. Power Bank Enilu. Kyle grinned, regardless of whether Eniro could hear it. After saying that, he took him directly to the direction where the Tiga was located. At the same time, discussing whether to go to the Holy Land of Apayado to find out the truth about Shandia people, they all showed shock and fear at this time. Although I didn't see Apayado, the white light that penetrated the sky and the earthquake that followed. It makes them feel badly premonition. Silence is today's Union Village. In the White Sea. Gonforer, the god who was wandering around the empty island while Tianma suddenly ordered Tianma to stop. He lifted up the metal armor on his face, revealing a pair of shocked muddy eyes, looking in disbelief in Apayato's direction. What happened in the kingdom of God? At this moment, because of the battle between Kyle and Aniro, the entire Sky Island began to become restless. The people hid in their homes and prayed silently to the gods. The guards responsible for helping the gods maintain order also stopped at this time and did not dare to act rashly. What can be expected is, in the near future, Sky Island will definitely fall into chaos due to the fragmentation of Apayato and the disappearance of Aniro. But that has nothing to do with Kyle. This is a war where you can't tell who is right and who is wrong, so let them go lively. This side. After making a big fuss, Kyle took Aniro and teleported directly on the deck of the Tiga. Little Tiga. Kyle suddenly screamed. After seeing Tiga's figure appear, he immediately threw the Enelu in his hand to him. Take him to the crew dormitory to recover. When he wakes up, remember to call me. The energy of the attack just now hit more of the bombardment on the land of Apayato. In fact, there was not much harm that Enelu had suffered. He just wanted to use the ability of the Thunder Fruit to confront Kyle, causing him to quickly lose his strength and fall into a coma. Just take a little rest for an hour or two and you will soon be able to wake up. Leave it to me, Captain. The well-behaved little Tiga took Enelu and immediately took action. But Kyle was lazy and stretched. For the rest of the time, he just needs to wait quietly for Enelu to wake up. As long as he can be allowed to join the pirates, the gold he has plundered over the years will naturally belong to Kyle. Then it's time to think about the buyers of gold. Kyle muttered to himself. Long ago, he had already inquired about the gold market of the Great Way. Although the so-called Golden Town is not really a city created by pure gold. But just the layer of gold on the surface of the city can at least sell for hundreds of Baileys. However, taking so much gold at one time will inevitably cause some unnecessary problems. So in order to maximize the benefits, Kyle decided to find someone who is more reliable and help him deal with gold. Thinking of this, it seemed as if Kyle had seen a large number of Bailey wave to him, silently took out a telephone bug and dialed the number opposite. Hey Tilda, is it Lord Doflamingo? I vomited, and I got back to the sheep on the first day of my stay at home, 39.0. As mentioned. I felt a little weak last night, so I woke up today and pulled the switch directly. Sleep intermittently until 5 o'clock in the afternoon. A body temperature is measured at 39 degrees. Although I didn't feel too uncomfortable, the temperature was so scary that I was going to the hospital for a look. I just want to write a good novel, why is it so difficult? Chapter 131 Thor Anilo. Gold worth tens of billions of Baileys. Kingdom of Dreyrosa, in the central palace. Doflamingo was stunned for a moment, holding the microphone, and didn't know what to say for a moment. The last time he talked with Kyle was because Kyle defeated Clockdale, who had the same identity as him as the Seven Warlords. But just 1 month has passed, and Kyle actually brought him another huge surprise. And did this guy Kyle defeat any country that produces gold? Or he robbed the gold in the sky? Otherwise, how could he suddenly get so much gold? Doflamingo was extremely suspicious. If at the beginning, he allowed them to bear the flag of the Don Gilshode family because he admired Kyle's strength and the ability to cross the windless belt. So early after the end of the Alabaston incident, the relationship between him and Kyle had become a special cooperative relationship tacitly. Doflamingo knew that a guy like Kyle would not be willing to be under others. But he didn't mind using the family's resources in exchange for Kyle's, Master Dover. Because of this, Lord Dover can also bring great reputation and wealth to the Tangjikade family. This is a mutually beneficial transaction. But what Doflamingo didn't expect was that Kyle's ability to cause trouble would be so powerful, and his development speed was astonishingly terrifying. I remember how many baptisms he and the Tangjikade family had just started. Even though each of the members of the family has great strength, they have to avoid the navy. In pursuit, you must also be careful of the chaotic weather of the Great Route. It took decades to see everything we have now. You can look at Kyle. It has only been about a year since the East China Sea made its fortune in the establishment of the pirates. According to the family members who sent record pointers and eternal pointers to Kyle on the Great Route, the current Twilight Pirates seem to have controlled the king of the Magnetic Drum Kingdom through some means and have completely controlled the once world-famous medical power. This is why Doflamingo and Kaido, one of the 4 emperors, recently got on the line, and his career came to another dimension. Otherwise, just hearing this, he would not know what he would be jealous. You tilde. You really brought me another big surprise, Kyle. After recovering from the gods, Doflamingo immediately let out a signature and gloomy laugh at the microphone. After pondering for a moment, he said to Kyle, "If you can ensure the accuracy of gold, a few billion Baileys can help you digest them within the family." Really? On the Tiga, Kyle showed a surprised smile on his face, which was transmitted to Doflamingo through the phone bug. He grinned and said, "If it can be solved through internal channels of the family, it would be really great. In this way, I can save a lot of trouble." In fact, Kyle's surprise was not something he pretended to be. Because just a while ago, he saw news on the World Economic News that Caesar was arrested for causing a large-scale scientific weapon explosion. According to the time node, Caesar escaped during the escort process, and thus reached a cooperation with Doflamingo with the technology of artificial demon fruit. This period of time should be when Doflamingo invested a lot of money. Unexpectedly, he could still eat such a large amount of gold. I really underestimated the capacity of the Tangjikode family tilde, Kyle thought in his heart. But what he didn't know was, the reason why the Tangjikode family still has so much cash balance is all due to the reputation he brought to the Tangjikode family not long ago. And gold is a hard currency. Exchange Bailey for gold, it is undoubtedly the Tangjikode family that makes more profitable. After arguing the time and location of the transaction, Kyle hung up the phone with Doflamingo. After thinking for a while, he still decided not to inform the Warring States period this time and hijack the transport ship of the Tangjikode family halfway. Tens of billions of Baileys are not a trivial matter. This transaction is likely to be Doflamingo himself. For the time being, let this, Lord Dover, taste some sweetness first. Well, it will take an hour or 2 to wait for Enelu to wake up. It's also idle. Go back and have some rest first. Kyle grinned after completing another big thing. The next second, his figure flashed and appeared directly in the captain's room. At this time, Robin, wearing a long skirt of transparent black gauze, was lying beside the desk, sorting out the recent financial statements of the Magnetic Drum Kingdom. As Kyle's personal secretary, Robin's work content is not just about personality. However, just as she focused on helping Kyle analyze the investment direction of the Drum Kingdom. But his arms suddenly wrapped around her delicate and tender waist. "You will soon see the historical text of Sky Island. How do you reward me?" "Ah." Robin glanced coquettishly at Kyle, who was moving his arm upwards, ready to do something bad. A shy red flashed in the violet gem eyes. She gave a whisper. "This is what you promised me a long time ago, tilde. Now I'm coming again for a reward. That's not appropriate, Your Majesty, Kyle tilde. Hee tilde. What you said is not the right one." Kyle let out a smirk, then suddenly picked up Robin and moved directly to the soft big bed. Crackling. Crackling. 2 hours later, Kyle walked out of the captain's room and stepped onto the huge deck of the Tiga. At this time, Enelu, who had already woken up, was silently waiting for his arrival under the guidance of little Tiga. "Yo tilde, I'm awake tilde." Kyle greeted him as if nothing had happened, as if he had known each other for a long time. Enelu's eyes were low, and there was a complex look of struggle and entanglement in his eyes. But after a while, he suddenly sighed and said to Kyle, "Yuan, Qinghai people. I don't deserve to call it a god in the face of your power. From today on, you will be the god of the Sky Island, and I will leave here forever as usual." At this moment, Enelu's tone was extremely bleak, losing his former arrogance and kingly aura, as if he was pulled down from the altar, and completely became immortal. However, in the face of his compromise, Kyle shook his head slightly. Relax, Eniro. There is nothing to be ashamed of losing to me. After all, the person in front of you is a real existence who holds the authority of the gods. Kyle looked mysterious and raised his identity with words. Noodle, the best way to treat patients with deep secondary disease is to be even second than him. Only magic can defeat magic. Broken the bird cage that imprisons Enelu is only the first step. Only by standing in the position of the true god can you truly be convinced by this false god. Otherwise, Enelu would only regard Kyle as a competitor to the position of gods as he is now, rather than a true god, who can make him lower his head. Fortunately, Kyle, who has a system, is easier to hit the second place than anyone else. Because what he said and did, all are true. The thought moves. A pop-up of information about the detection results suddenly fell into Kyle's sight. Open black lens bracket fitness equals 90% close black lens bracket. Sure enough, the Thunder Fruit is born to prepare for the character card Thor. After confirming the fit of Enelu, Kyle suddenly took a step forward, his eyes approaching Enelu's eyes, and said bluntly in the form of command. Enelu, become my subordinate. I will give you the authority that truly belongs to God. Boom. A majestic momentum suddenly gushed out from Kyle's body, and rushed towards Eniro like a surging tsunami. At this moment, Kyle burst out all the energy in his body, condensed it into his own aura, and showed the boundaries they had insurmounted before to Eniro. This is. Feeling the Wea more surging than when she was fighting before, Eniro's expression changed drastically. Faced with this unprecedented aura, he only felt that even his breathing became extremely difficult. The authority of the god. What is that? Subconsciously, Eniro looked at Kyle's eyes and asked a question in his heart. But in an instant. Bang! The whole world was like glass shattering, making a crisp sound. The crack suddenly expanded, revealing an endless and deep darkness. Enelu's eyes flashed, and when he opened his eyes again. But he had already arrived in a strange space. No. Eniro recognizes this place. In order to create the Arc Proverbs, he also systematically learned a lot of physics knowledge. So he knew that this was the boundless universe he had longed for. Just when he was wondering why he suddenly appeared in the universe. A storm that swept across the entire universe was like a prelude to the stage, and suddenly passed by Eniro's body. Next moment. The war begins. Countless space warships appeared out of thin air in the darkness, divided into two factions, and then began to attack each other without warning. Some of these warships are only the size of a normal sailboat, but they can ignore the existence of space and cut the enemy's hull like sharp blades. There are also some warships that make it difficult to see the whole picture at a glance, like a planet, moving the whole body with one blow. Fistfights going on. Seeing such a huge scene in front of him, Enelu was completely confused. He couldn't help but want to retreat. In this battle that swept the universe, he was as small as a bug. He had no ability except praying not to be trampled to death by accident. Just then, Kyle's figure suddenly appeared beside him. Don't panic, what you see now is just a projection of a cosmic war in ancient times. The warm palm suddenly slapped Eniro's back, regaining a little temperature of his cold body affected by the universe. It's you. Looking at Kyle who suddenly appeared, Eniro's expression suddenly became stunned. But then, he immediately asked in surprise. What the hell is going on? Why did I suddenly appear here? I just want you to see the authority of the true God. Look. Kyle suddenly stretched out his hand. Enelu subconsciously looked in the direction he guided. I saw that at this moment. A figure wrapped in blazing thunder suddenly flew out from the lonely universe. His body is not very majestic. But he and the heavy hammer in his hand directly penetrated the huge space warship with one blow. Immediately afterwards, the thunder exploded and the light illuminated the entire universe. The scattered lightning turned into dazzling thunder dragons like life, and rushed towards every enemy warship. In just a moment, the space fleet that originally had the upper hand was completely destroyed. And all of this is because of the arrival of a man. Thor. In an instant, the universe turned into darkness again. And when Eniro opened his eyes again, he had already returned to the Taiga. Opposite him, it was Kyle who led him into the cosmic battlefield. Everything seemed to have no change at all. Certainly. This is obviously a normal phenomenon. After all, the ability of reading allows Kyle to freely control the time in the fantasy. In order to convince this older middle school second disease, he showed all the science fiction movie scenes he had seen as much as possible. It can only be said that human imagination is infinite. The scenes just now are countless times more exciting than those of Hollywood blockbusters Kyle watched in his previous life. This is also the main reason why Eniro was shocked. "Welcome back." Kyle greeted Eniro as if waiting for a long time. But at this time, Eniro was obviously still immersed in the cosmic war just now and could not extricate himself. Ah! He looked shocked, and when he saw Kyle in front of him, he seemed to realize something, and opened his mouth and was about to say something. But Kyle answered actively as if he knew his question in advance. That was just a phantom, but it was something that really happened. The content in the movie has also happened. As you can see, in the universe that we cannot reach, there are creatures that are far beyond our imagination. In the eyes of those guys, you, me, and even everyone on this planet are just a group of low-dimensional creatures. It's just maybe because of my outstanding destiny, or for some other reason, I became the agent of the gods. My mission is to help them find successors in this world. And you, Anilu, your strength and talent perfectly fit the fate of the Thor just now. Now as long as you join my pirates, I can make the decision for Thor and give you his authority and power. Come on, make your choice. Boom. Kyle's body burst out with an extremely terrifying aura again. With the combination of surging blood and vast spiritual power, the momentum and pressure he emitted was infinitely close to the domineering aura of the four emperors. Or, the power he is using now is the domineering spirit. And just as Kyle finished speaking, Enilu felt as if he had returned to the vast universe again. But this time, all he faced was Kyle, who was comparable to the giant in the sky. But the authority of the god. Enilu's eyes suddenly became extremely bright, and there was lightning in his eyes kept jumping. At this moment, he seemed to have realized everything. If it is just a loyalty that can be exchanged for that kind of godlike power, then he doesn't seem to have any reason to continue to be arrogant. Not to mention, it's just a try to know whether you can gain the power of the gods. Faced with Kyle's invitation, Enilu resolutely imitated the priest's manners to him and knelt on one knee at Kyle. The great and supreme agent, Lord, is Insha Eniro, and I am willing to submit to Lord and inherit the destiny of Thor. Very good. Kyle nodded with a smile. Of course, all the words of the god agent were made up by him. Everything is just to make this arrogant god surrender obediently and achieve systematic judgment conditions. Certainly. Kyle is not completely deceiving Eniro. After all, from the perspective of Nami's power of faith that can connect believers all over the world, Zoro can transcend life and death. Each S-level character card will have a seemingly bug-level ability. And Thor is the real god of war who comes from the universe. Kyle was very curious about the power he brought. After confirming that Enilu had truly joined the Twilight Pirates, Kyle immediately clicked on the character card of Thor in his backpack and selected the object to Enilu in front of him. Instantly. The third S-level partner of the Pirates at Dusk has officially arrived. Chapter 132 Gold is mine, and people are mine too. In a trance, Enilu found himself back to the vast and silent universe again. But this time, he became the god holding a war hammer he saw just now in the illusion. Around them, there are countless enemies with different appearances and unknown origins from which planet or universe. The next moment, Enilu felt that his body was completely out of his control, and suddenly let out a roar that shocked the world, cried ghosts and gods, and intimidated the world. Thunder flashed instantly, descending to the entire universe, accompanied by his body, and rushed towards enemies from all directions. In that battle, the universe was filled with blood and wreckage of enemies. And he is enjoying the war. It seems that he was born for war. Enelu has never felt so happy since he obtained the power of the Thunder Fruit and destroyed his hometown that once left him with bad memories. The war lasted for a long time. Enelu just felt that during the battle, his combat consciousness seemed to be more and more in line with Thor himself. Whether it is bare hands fighting or the application of various weapons, he is now ready to go. As the last enemy fell under his warhammer, the grand war across the universe finally came to an end. And Eniro's consciousness began to gradually wake up. Partner. Enelo, Thor. Open black lens bracket qualification, S-close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket level, 1 close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket experience, 0-100 close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket combat power, 40 close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket total qualification, 400 close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket strength qualification, 120 close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket physical qualification, 120 close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket agile qualification, 80 close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket mental qualification, 80 close black lens bracket. After closing the attribute panel in front of him, Kyle just looked at Enero, who slowly opened his eyes. He immediately grinned. Look at your expression, Thor's power should be for you. Quote. Agent. Enelu looked extremely surprised. Although after the character template was loaded, his memory of fighting in the universe had begun to dissipate. But the skills and reactions he cultivated through battle remained in his body forever. Just give Enelu a while and let him train his physical strength and armed domineering spirit. Even if he does not use the power of the character template, he will soon be able to gain combat power at the level of a general. What's more, what he loads now is an S-level character template. This is a guy who has unlimited potential in combat like Zoro. Kyle was undoubtedly very happy to add another general under his command. But he will not forget that there is an even more important wealth in the Sky Island, waiting for him to claim it. After a brief chat with Enero about the character template, Kyle's words suddenly changed and he asked with a smile. By the way, Enelu. I heard your kingdom of gods, Apayado, seems to store a lot of gold. Did you see where that gold is? Gold. Enero was stunned and nodded immediately. Of course, Captain Kyle. Under Kyle's emphasis, he has successfully changed his name to Kyle. But as he spoke, his face suddenly turned red, just like the bold ambitions he had in his childhood were taken out and executed publicly. Enelu's eyes dodged and said shyly. To be honest, Captain Kyle, in fact, before you came to Sky Island, I also yearned for the starry sky and wanted to go to the vast continent on the moon. For this reason, I specially used that batch of gold to create a warship that can be aeronautical. If Captain Kyle needs it, I will melt the gold and bring it to you. Wait a moment. Seeing that Enero was about to turn into lightning and acted decisively, Kyle quickly stopped him. Immediately, a thoughtful look flashed in his eyes. Yes, I just thought about gold before, but why did I forget the characteristics of the Ark Proverbs? Although there are endless magical scientists in this world, not everyone can make spacecraft. The Ark Proverbs created by Enero may be able to make the value of that batch of gold a step further. After all, the value of technology is far beyond these secular substances. I believe Lord Dover must also hope that his family can create a means of transportation that can move in the air. Kyle, who had a bright eye, immediately ordered Enero. Don't move your Ark motto first, collect all the gold on the island of Apayado and bring it to Tiga. Besides, some of those with historical value, alas, forget it. I'll do it with you in person. He suddenly remembered that the golden jewelry on Sky Island had at least 400 years of history. This is already a relatively precious work of art at the level of cultural relics. If it is melted and purified by this guy Enelu, the value will undoubtedly be discounted. Just so, you can move back the historical text of the Sky Island together. After researching for Robin, people from the Tangjicode family helped to get it to the black market to deal with it. Although the world government is strictly supervised, people who are willing to spend a lot of money and take risks are everywhere. Kyle said directly to little Tiga. Tell Robin, I have something to go out, I don't know when I will be back, so I don't have to wait for me to have a meal. After the explanation, Kyle and Aniro instantly turned into two flashes and flew directly towards the direction where Apayado was. Meanwhile, near Apayado. No. Perhaps this place can no longer be called Apayado at this time. Under Kyle's blow, this land that had just been stable for 400 years was completely broken into 5 large pieces again. And under the impact of the Bye-Bye Sea current, like the drift of the mainland plates, the cracks between them became larger and larger, and gradually split into small lands one after another. At this time, after discussion, the Shandia people who finally decided to come over to find out the truth showed a sad look like a mother-in-law. This is impossible. The Holy Land of Payadosha, how did she become like this? Our home was destroyed. The Shandia people suddenly collapsed to the ground as if they had lost their dreams. As the leader of the guerrillas, Weber, who had been working hard to regain Apayado all his life, even opened his fingers slightly and trembled like convulsions. Suddenly, a sound of horse hooves came from the distance of the sky. The Shandia people moved their eyes subconsciously. Suddenly, I saw a sky knight wearing silver metal armor and riding a sky horse rushing towards their location. But the horse under this knight's crotch is a little special. The pink body, the weird horse's head, and spots all over the body. Riding on such a horse cannot make people feel handsome at all. It's gone for. Weber, who had not yet completely collapsed, immediately recognized the identity of the person. He was driven out of the divine realm by Enelu, a generation of gods on the Sky Island, gone for. After hearing Weber's voice, the members of the guerrillas suddenly became tense and faced Gone 4 with weapons in hand. The war between the Sandia and the Sky Island people has been entangled for more than 400 years. There is no other possibility for the meeting between them except for fighting. But there was a sudden sound of horses coming from the sky. Gone 4 tightened the reins, signaling that he had no malice, and shouted to Weber and others from a high altitude. Sandia people, I'm not here to fight. Among the gods of all generations, Gone 4 during his reign had actually been working hard to alleviate the hatred between the Shandia people and the Hokkien people. But before his efforts could see the results, the rising Enelu drove him off the altar. Perhaps Gone 4 himself exudes a peaceful atmosphere, and Weber finally did not show too much hostility towards him and allowed him to slowly land next to the Sandians. What the hell is going on? Because he was already scared by Apayado's appearance when he was in the air, Gone 4, who had landed on the ground, immediately asked. But Weber shook his head. I want to ask you this question. As he said that, he suddenly sighed and turned to look at his guerrilla companions around him. He didn't want to say anything to Gone further, nor did he want him to see the fragile side of the Sandia. Clearing his throat, Weber immediately said. Okay, soldiers. Get your emotions clean. No matter what happened in the Holy Land of Payadori, we must witness it with our own eyes. Now, follow me into the Holy Land. Yes. Under the leadership of Weber, the guerrillas, who were professional soldiers, immediately set off to prepare to land on the island. But today they seemed to be unsuitable for landing on the island. Suddenly, a violent wind blew violently over their heads. The forbidden land of the gods ahead. Mortals stop. At some point, 4 slightly embarrassed figures suddenly appeared on the land in front of Weber and others. It is the 4 priests who broke free from the broken kingdom of God. Because they were not sure what happened to Enelu and the kingdom of God, they dared not have any idea of violating Anelu's orders. After Shinwang noticed that someone appeared near the kingdom of God, he immediately came to stay at his post and fulfilled his loyalty and responsibilities. 4 priests. Looking at the sudden obstacle, Weber and others were also nervous. Weber scolded angrily. You group of Anelu's lackeys. Haven't you seen the battle just now? Your master may die somewhere. Do you still have to work hard for him? Bastard, you dare to be so disrespectful to Lord Enelu. One of the priests was furious in an instant and suddenly pulled out the huge longsword behind them. For a moment, the two sides were at odds and the atmosphere was extremely tense. And at this moment, a voice that made everyone present change his expression suddenly appeared in everyone's ears. "Nigga, who did you say died?" "It's a Nero." The faces of the gorillas and Gon 4 instantly became extremely ugly. On the contrary, the four priests immediately showed a look of surprise. "Mr. Enelu." The four of them quickly knelt on one knee. Next moment, a lightning suddenly flashed in front of everyone, and then quickly gathered into the appearance of a Nero. "Sandia, are you again?" Enelu looked at the gorillas in front of him unhappily. He had long been impatient for these guys who were like mice. "Now that I am about to leave the Sky Island, I will solve these troublesome guys." With a flash of thought, Nero directly gathered tens of millions of volts at his fingertips, preparing to kill the people in front of him. The azure lightning scattered a dangerous aura, dazzling and dazzling. Not good. Seeing Enelu's move, Gon 4 immediately shouted, saying that he was about to raise his shield and help the gorillas block the attack. But even if they don't die, they will still have to lose their skin if they suffer this attack at such a close distance. However, the appearance of a figure interrupted Enelu's terrifying blow. "Slow down, Ani Road." Kyle, who noticed the situation below, suddenly teleported to Nero's side, and then under everyone's frightened eyes, stretched out his palm, as if he was suppressing a spark of Mars, and pushed Nero's attack back. "Captain Kyle." Enelu showed a puzzled look, and then suddenly realized and quickly explained. "These guys are Shandia from the Sky Island. They like to do damage everywhere when they are fine. If they leave it alone, I'm afraid they will destroy the gold on the island." This is not his report. After all, the Shandia people's goal from beginning to end is to hide in the Golden Town under the Land of God. But as he heard Nero's explanation, Kyle smiled slightly, first looked at Gon 4's face, looked at each other, and then turned his eyes to Weber. "It's okay, I know their business." As he said that, he suddenly took a step forward, his dark eyes deep and shining. "Sandia, Weber, is that right?" Based on his memory, Kyle directly called Weber's name. "Who are you?" Weber's face was nervous. Although he didn't know who Kyle was, he could also guess a little from Nero's attitude towards him. "I am the captain of the Twilight Pirates, from Qinghai." Kyle smiled slightly and introduced himself directly. Immediately, he suddenly glanced over all the guerrilla members present and stayed on the only female warrior, Reiki, for a little longer. Don't get me wrong. He was not attracted by the white and smooth skin like milk. It was really among a group of black people that I suddenly saw a white woman. This combination made him feel very awkward. But, looking at the wings behind the people of Shandia, Kyle thought secretly. Since you are going to build a diverse and huge kingdom, should you learn from the ant? What about making the race of the Drum Kingdom richer? The group of homeless Shandia people in front of me seemed to be a good introduction. There are many anime characters with wings, and they may be able to be used at any time. The thoughts in his heart were certain, and the smile on his face suddenly became more intimate. Before Weber could continue to ask questions, Kyle directly dominated. I know you want to regain Apayado's purpose, Sandia. 400 years ago, your ancestors lived on Gaia Island in Qinghai, but due to the sudden huge rising current, most of the islands were directly impacted to the Bye-Bye Sea above a height of 10,000 meters. And then because of his defeat in the war, your ancestors lost control of Apayado, which is the half of the island of Gaia. Since then, you have lived in seclusion in the Bye-Bye Sea for generations, working hard to regain the land of your ancestors. I said, right. Ah. Weber was stunned for a moment. In fact, he only knew that he wanted to fight, but he rarely thought about what he was fighting for. Although I don't know where Gaia Island is, it is definitely no problem to compete with the Sky Islanders for control of the island. Thinking of this, he nodded subconsciously. But Kyle, who was affirmed by Weber, suddenly sneered. Poochie. He laughed without any concealment, and then glanced over all the mountain people present with a slightly playful look. With their astonished expressions, Kyle slowly shook his head. What a sad life. Since birth, I have been locked in the label of hatred. For 400 years, you have even forgotten what your ancestors wanted to retake Apayado in the first place. You are just fighting for the sake of fighting, hatred for hatred. But I don't know that what you killed from the beginning was the same clan who had the same ancestors as you. Mr. Weber, and everyone in Shandia, I wonder if you would like to listen to me, an outsider, to teach you a history lesson. Weber and others don't understand why. But Kyle said bluntly. Since you are silent, I will regard you as agreeing. As he spoke, his eyes suddenly rotated, and a bloody red color flashed suddenly. And the next second, all guerrilla members, including Weber, came to another world in an instant. This is a barren continent. Where is this? Weber and others were instantly panicked. But the scene in front of them suddenly changed. The scene, like a movie shot, suddenly narrowed. At this moment, time seemed to be doubled, but they could clearly understand it. A huge technological kingdom suddenly appeared in their sight. Countless people with wings like them have created one robot after another with life consciousness to help them build a country. However, the good times did not last long. Because of the barren land of the moon, the living organisms living here soon encountered the problem of insufficient resources. There was no way, these winged people had to give up those mechanical lives and use their unique technology to come to Blue Star, which is the planet where Kyle and others were. Part of them camped in the Bye-Bye Sea, and part of them fell on the island directly below the Bye-Bye Sea. Another small number of people choose to travel around the world and have a broader understanding of the world. In this way, I have experienced countless years of baptism, because there is no specific way of recording and the abundant resources that make people lazy. Over time, they were no longer willing to inherit the technology from the moon, and later people began to gradually forget the deeds and lessons of their ancestors. They returned to the primitive. 800 years ago, the world was in turmoil. A mysterious man brought the world history text to Gaia Island and asked their ancestors to protect this historical text. Their ancestors agreed and hid the historical text. Until more than 400 years ago, a guy named Norland came to Gaia Island and made a deep friendship with the great warrior Kalgra. As a result, an unexpected occurrence completely cut off the friendship. The half of the island of Gaia that flew into the sky was also occupied by the Sky Islanders who had coveted the land for a long time. What happened next is not a secret. The failed Shandia lived in seclusion in Yunshi village, and then kept making the children an outstanding warrior, prepare for regaining the land. Until Weber and his friends were born, the illusion ended completely. Before Weber and others could get rid of the shock of history, their eyes suddenly lit up and returned to the real world. That was just now. At this moment, he didn't care that Kyle might be the strongest man who defeated Aniro, and directly asked anxiously. That's your history. Kyle answered without hesitation. Although only the latter part is adapted from the anime plot, it is more realistic, and the previous part is full of fantasy created by Kyle based on intelligence. But it doesn't matter. Kyle is a staunch supporter of the concept of history is written by the winner. His attitude towards history has always been a reference, but he cannot believe it in full. When necessary, he is not impossible to become one of the writers. Our historical. Weber and the guerrillas suddenly looked dismal. They were watered by hatred and goals since childhood, and after they learned about their enemies and had the same ancestor as them, their brains were a little unavoidable. The purpose of their battle was to protect the glory of their ancestors. But now, for this glory, they hurt and kill with another group of children of their ancestors. Then what is the meaning of their existence? Seeing that the members of the guerrillas showed confusion one after another, a smile flashed in Kyle's eyes. The time is almost done. He muttered secretly in his heart. Life has no meaning. It's just that there is no meaning. Because next, I will give you the meaning of life. Join my country. Shandia people. Chapter 133. The mission is done. The gentle breeze blew on the white sea of clouds, rolling up layers of thin waves. The Sandia guerrillas stood in a daze, at a loss. After learning about the history of their own clan, their eyes were filled with confusion. Especially when we learned that the holy land of their clan, Apayado, had been completely destroyed and it was difficult to restore. Their lives seem to have lost their meaning in an instant. This is normal. After all, it's not anyone. Even though he suddenly endured such a large amount of information, he was still indifferent. And this is exactly what Kyle wants to see. Without giving Shandia people any chance to refute, Kyle suddenly chuckled and spoke in Lingley's tone. To some extent, everything you have done in the past few hundred years is indeed stupid. But there is no way. After all, this narrow sky island limits your vision. Sandia people, do you want to make a deal with me? Trade. Weber suddenly looked up and looked at the unknown smile on Kyle's face, and couldn't help but feel moved. What kind of transaction is it? He asked carefully. In just a few minutes of Kyle's appearance, he had already established a mysterious and powerful image in the minds of the people of Shandia. It is precisely for this reason that Weber and others should listen to every word Kyle said very seriously. It's very simple. A bright light flashed in Kyle Gujing Bubo's eyes. Take your tribe and become my people, and I can be the master to help you protect the holy land protected by your ancestors. By the way, if possible, I will select some suitable talents among your tribe members to train them. No matter what, it is the existence that was able to rely on technology to rule the entire moon. Your potential should not be the only one. Weber never expected that Kyle would give such an invitation to his entire clan at this time. His dark face immediately showed a hesitant look. But after looking at the once arrogant and godlike Aniro, now he is like a loyal horseman, standing respectfully behind Kyle. While Kyle talks with him, he doesn't even dare to breathe. Back. Weber knew that this was definitely a huge opportunity for them, Shandia people. But let them give up the glory of the great warriors and become other people's subordinates. Mr. Captain, can you give us a few days to go back to the tribe and discuss with the great elder? Certainly. Kyle nodded with a smile. He knew that Weber alone could not represent the will of the Shandia people. So even if time will dilute the shock brought to them by the illusion, I can only agree to Weber's request. However, he believed that after seeing the situation of Apayado, the Sandia people would make a correct judgment. A group of guerrilla members came and went in a hurry. Walking on Fengbait's skateboard shoes, he rushed towards Union Village one by one. At the same time, after solving the problem of the Shandia people, Kyle turned his attention to the four priests behind Aniro. Are they your subordinates? Yes, Captain Kyle. Anilu answered immediately. Well, Kyle nodded calmly, when the matter on Sky Island is finished, let them follow you and go back to Qinghai with me. After all, it is a special race with wings. It is not harmful to have more stolen descending to Earth. The key is that these four guys are loyal to Anilu and have a suitable character card in the future, so there is no need to if you want to talk to Kyle, you can load the character template directly. Okay, Captain Kyle. Anilu respected as always, but when he stood up and looked back at the four priests, his expression suddenly returned to his arrogant appearance, and he was powerful without anger. You four, why don't you thank you now? The four priests who had no idea what was going on were looking at each other. But even their gods were very respectful to Kyle. They quickly knelt on the ground with learning and gratitude to Kyle. Okay. Seeing that the four of them almost knocked down a layer of the land in front of them, Kyle waved his hand repeatedly and ordered. You four are here for the time being, don't let others get close to Apayado. After he finished speaking, he turned his gaze to Gonfor and said with a smile on his face. You are Gonfor, a god on Sky Island, right? Yes, it's me. Gonfor answered carefully. Although he had stayed on the highest throne for a while, in front of the young man Kyle, his aura was unconsciously weaker. Kyle smiled. It just so happens I have some plans for the future empty island. If you have time, you can wait here with the four priests for a while, and we will discuss it together at that time. He naturally would not let go of Sky Island, a treasure land that was neither occupied by the four emperors nor within the eyes of the world government. But now, it takes nearly half a month for the Tiga to come to the empty island. Before there is no stable transportation tool, the development of the empty island can only be the text in the plan. So Kyle planned to let Gonfor manage the empty island first. When will he draw the right props, he will find a way to develop this strange island. When he heard Kyle's words, a strange look suddenly flashed in Gonfor's chaotic eyes. Obviously, he also heard the hidden information in Kyle's words. Gonfor hesitated for a moment, but nodded respectfully. I will protect a Pyato here with the 4 priests. Although he didn't know what Kyle's purpose was, even Eniro had to listen to him obediently, so he seemed to be able to follow the other party's wishes at the moment. After explaining everything, Kyle, who was eager to collect gold, flew directly into the sky with Enelu and flew into the interior of a Pyato. This flight took 1 day and 1 night. The morning dewdrops were crystal clear and dripped from a height of dozens of meters, hitting Gonfor's metal helmet, making a crisp sound. Dang tilde. Gonfor, who was already drowsy, suddenly woke up. But the next moment, he suddenly realized that what was awakening him was not the sound of dew falling. It is a huge bell that is extremely thick and profound. Ding tilde. Ding tilde. Ding tilde. As if some strange switch was turned on, as the first bell rang, the entire Sky Island, the entire Bye-Bye Sea and even the Gaia Island below the Bye-Bye Sea all heard the continuous ringing of eternal bells. That's. Gonfor immediately stood up. He had been a god for a while and felt something in his heart. That may be the goal that the Shandia people have worked hard for over 400 years, the bell of the lamp of the Cantora. At the same time, Golden City Shangdora know at this time, Shangdora can no longer match the 4 words, Golden City. Because the gold here has been refined by Eniro, creating a huge arc motto. And the only remaining gold is now all plundered by Kyle and Eniro in 1 day. At this time, Kyle and Eniro were standing somewhere in the ruins of Shandora. Good guy, is this the legendary historical text? Looking at the huge stones in front of me with dense words that I couldn't understand, Kyle's eyes shone with golden light. It seems that because of the previous battle, the golden bell, which was originally brought to the sky by a huge plant, fell back to Shandorane again. But what makes Kyle so excited is not this stone that represents the heavy history, but the golden bell, the lamp of Cantora that suppresses this historical text. What a big deal, you can actually make such a thing with such pure gold. The ancestors of the Shandia people should have mastered the amazing gold refining technology. I really don't know why they who have mastered such technology will return to the primitive tribe. Kyle felt puzzled. But he is not a historian. These questions are doomed to be unable to find answers by himself. He only knows. Completed lossless golden clock will definitely be more valuable than the damaged version of the golden clock. A golden light flashed in his eyes. Kyle took action instantly. Several white lightsabers flew into the air, cutting off all the vines wrapped around the golden bell, revealing the beauty of gold. Immediately he bent down and said to Eniro beside him, "Let's get a little further, Amy Road." Next moment, a sudden tremor came from the ground. The golden base, which had been embedded tightly into the ground, suddenly loosened under Kyle's symmetrical arms. In the blink of an eye, kung fu. A hill-like historical text and the valuable golden bell were easily lifted up by Kyle. The shaking of the base made the giant bell, which had been silent for no reason, make another loud and thick buzzing sound, resounding throughout the sky. Damn, I forgot this. A huge voice trembled in Kyle's ears, and he frowned speechlessly. Perhaps for the Shandia people, this is a long-cherished wish that they have been unable to fulfill for hundreds of years. But at this moment, Kyle only felt it was noisy. Go and pick up some vines and fix the bell hammer inside. Okay, Captain Kyle. Anilu, who received the order, acted instantly, and even used elementalization to speed up the movement. He quickly pulled a huge vine and stuffed it into the bell. Well, that's about the same. Kyle held the historical text and the golden bell with one hand. After confirming that there would be no sound again, he nodded with satisfaction. Bye-bye, in the conference room of Union Village. Great Elder, it's already a day past, it's time to make a decision. Weber gently patted the table and vented his impatient mood. He also knew that the migration of the clan was not a trivial matter. But if the other party regrets it and does not intend to accommodate them, the Shandia people, Those who stayed on the empty island and completely lost the holy land of Pyato had no meaning. Hundreds of years of war and sacrifice ended up just a piece of shattered land. I believe that no matter who Shandia is, it will not be acceptable to such a result. More importantly, since seeing the glorious history of the ancestors of the Sky Island people in the illusion, Weber has always had an idea in his mind. That is to lead the Shandia people and recast the glory of their ancestors. But this ancestor will no longer be the primitive warrior 400 years ago, but the real ancestor of the Sky Island people who had established a technology kingdom on the moon countless years ago. But his idea encountered difficulties in the first step. Because their great elder has not decided yet whether to leave Beibaihai and join Kyle's command. And at this moment, a bright and long bell suddenly floated over Union Village and fell clearly in everyone's ears. This is the great elder, who was originally frowning and in a tangle, suddenly opened his eyes, and his turbid eyes seemed to be purified and washed by the bell, and gradually became clear and moist. This iced lamp of Kantora. Someone lit the lamp of Kamara. It was the great warrior Kalgara who is back. The old elder suddenly stood up excitedly and looked in the direction where the bell sounded. But at this moment, Weber next to him suddenly sighed and said with a complicated expression, "No, great elder, it's not the great warrior Kalgara is back." His lips trembled slightly, and he finally said, "If I guess correctly, the bell sound should be created by the pirate I mentioned. And his purpose should be the essence of the golden bell, gold." "What did you say?" The elder was stunned and looked at Weber in surprise. But since seeing the illusion of the changes of the Sky Island people, Weber seems to have had many new insights. He suddenly looked up and looked straight at the elder with a firm look. "Perhaps we were wrong from the beginning. For 400 years, the Sandia people have fallen on the road to following the holy land of Pyato without fear of sacrifice. But in the end, we are getting further and further away from achieving this goal. Perhaps, we should not choose to rely on hatred from the beginning to continue race and civilization. We should not place everything on the Kamara lamp, which cannot bring any help." Speaking of this, Weber's tone became deeper again. "I know, what that pirate saw me may not be real. But from that illusion, I felt more and more. The only thing that can truly continue and continue to be powerful is knowledge. What can be inherited and only improve, knowledge. If we, Shandia, started to use shellfish from the sky, began to develop more powerful technologies and weapons since 400 years ago. Maybe we have already ruled the entire Sky Island now." Weber took a step forward, and said in an extremely sincere and decisive tone, "Great Elder, it's time for us to make a change. This is a rare opportunity for the Shandia people." Under Weber's enthusiastic words, Shandia's great elder choked up for a moment. After a while, he suddenly sighed. "I hope you were right, Weber." That night, brilliant stars filled the sky. A group of Shandia people were sad, expectant, curious, or nostalgic, and carried their bags in different directions, boarding the Tiga and the Ark proverbs respectively. Kyle looked at Gonfor in front of him and nodded calmly. "Then next, I'll leave the matter to you. Please rest assured, Lord Kyle." Gonfor responded seriously. Compared with this morning, there was less suspicion and more sincerity in his eyes at this time. That's because, just this afternoon, Kyle had successfully convinced Gonfor to join his pirates. And he also used a D-level character card on Gonfor. The use of this character card is not intended to obtain the reward of combat effectiveness. Just want to gain Gonfor's absolute loyalty, so that he can develop the shellfish market on the empty island during this period, as he said. Two huge warships crossed the misty sea of clouds and fell down along the momentum of the empty island. The sudden sense of weightlessness made the Shandia people hiding in the cabin tighten their hearts. But in the next second, however, the two warships hovered in the air at the same time, and then slowly landed at a very uniform speed. Kyle, who had harvested immeasurable gold, stood at the bow of the Tiga, looking at the boundless sea below, with a smile on his lips. Although he was a little second class, he still couldn't help but spread his arms in the wind and shouted in his heart. Qinghai, your emperor. Hear you back. Chapter 134 The Harvest of the Small Garden. Riding on the rising airflow, the Tiga and the Arc proverbs played a speed down in an extremely dangerous altitude like riding a slide. It took Kyle and the others more than 10 days to set off from the kingdom of magnetic drums to arriving at Beibeihai. But it only takes them 3 days to return to the magnetic drum kingdom from Sky Island. This is because little Tiga wanted to take care of the speed of the Arc proverbs, and did not move forward at full speed and rushed too fast. 2 huge warships came to Magdal Island one after another. It fell from the sky and landed on a magnetic drum mountain in the magnetic drum kingdom. With Kyle's advance explanation, Bardo had been here and used his barrier fruit ability to clear a large area of open space in the center of the mountain like a bulldozer. However, after the construction of Bato was completed, it seemed that it had another heavy snow here. At this time, the top of the entire mountain was once again covered with a white coat. Thousands of Shandia people walked out of the 2 warships one after another and stepped on the thick snow. With Kyle's reminder, they were not scared by the snowy winter island. They all wrapped themselves tightly, stood in the snow that they had never seen before, and looked at this world full of base in surprise. Even at this time, Enelu was also confused and kept watching around. A curious baby. For those born in the sky, this place can indeed be regarded as a brand new world. Wow, Sister Laki, look. There are all baths under the snow. A little girl with a thick hood ran around the ground excitedly, then lay in the snow. Regardless of the cold, she pulled open the snow layer and held up a handful of cold frozen soil. But the smile on her face was enough to make the ice and snow warm. Laki's slender eyelashes trembled slightly, and a moving expression appeared in her eyes. She squatted down, gently patted the little girl's head, and smiled. From today on, Elsa and I can live in this world where all of bath. Really? The smile on the little girl's face instantly became even brighter, and her big eyes shook with crystal tears. Quote. Kyle, who happened to hear this conversation, couldn't help but stop for a moment. Isa. Kyle's eyes suddenly focused on the little girl. If he remembers correctly, among the Shandia people in the anime, there seems to be a little girl who is born with super domineering experiences and domineeringness. And her name seems to be Aisha. So, is it her? As if he could sense the gaze, Elsa, who was still happy, suddenly turned around. After seeing the stranger Kyle, she quickly stood up straight as if she was frightened, and said stammeringly. Sorry, Lord Kyle, I didn't intend to take bath away. As she said that, she quickly squatted down and carefully put the frozen soil in her hand back to its original place. Ha 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 tilde. Looking at her frightened look, Kyle couldn't help laughing. It's really a kid. A little bit of soil will make you excited like this. If all the girls on Earth were as easy to pass as you, I wouldn't have been single for more than 20 years. He said jokingly to Elsa. Kyle is still optimistic about this Aisha, who has a super talent for seeing and hearing, and has plans to include her in the pirates. After all, her talent is really a bit scary. Without any training of the domineering spirit, you can be almost the same as the ability of the Anelu combined with the thunder fruit. Before conquering any road, no one in the entire Twilight Pirates could monitor an entire island at all times. If there is a suitable character card, he wouldn't mind training the little girl in front of him. When the Drum Kingdom will be open to the public in the future, Elsa will be the humanoid monitor of this island. Mr. Kyle noticed Kyle's arrival. Rocky, who was standing up quickly, looking panicked. Son. Kyle waved her hand, signaling her not to be nervous. Immediately he looked at Elsa again. Your name is Aisha, right? This is the winter island of Qinghai. Everything is precious here, but only shui and bath. No matter how much you want to take, there is no problem. Really? After hearing Kyle's words, Elsa's eyes immediately shone, exactly the same as Nami who saw money. Certainly. Kyle smiled and nodded. I will introduce 2 people to you in a few days, and I will guarantee that I will surprise you. Yeah, Elsa nodded vigorously in response, as if she was afraid that Kyle would regret it. But Kyle smiled secretly in his heart. Just seeing a little frozen soil can make you so excited. If you see Clockdale and Akin, don't you still regard them as gods? When it comes to Cao Cao will arrive. Just as Kyle was thinking so. But Robin suddenly walked over with a phone bug wearing plush clothes. Captain Kyle, there is a Clockdale phone call. Oh. Kyle was stunned for 2 seconds, and then immediately answered the phone. The face of the phone worm instantly turned into a gloomy square face, and then said, Captain Kyle, our mission has been completed and we will arrive at the port of Magnetic Gu Island soon. So fast. Kyle was slightly surprised. The next moment, his face suddenly became happy and he said with a smile. It just so happened that I've finished processing here. Then we'll gather at the palace later. Okay, Captain Kyle. The phone hangs up. Kyle turned his gaze to Elsa again. Your surprise is here, little Aisha. Do you want to go and have a look with me? Ah, this. Elsa blinked expectantly and fearfully, and slowly moved her eyes to Lucky. When Kel saw her thoughts, he immediately smiled. Of course, your sister Lucky can also go there with you. Very good. Hearing this, Elsa immediately jumped up happily. Mr. Kyle, you are such a good person. Quote. Okay, good people are good people, come with me. Oh, by the way. Kyle suddenly turned around and shouted. Enelu, Weber, you two, get on the Tiga and go to the palace with me. The power of lightning in Enelu is currently in the Drum Kingdom of Steam era, and it has no effect for the time being. It happened to be asked to follow the Tiga and practice hard for a few days. As for Weber, after the Great Elder of Shandia agreed to relocate the clan, he directly handed over all Shandia people to Weber's hands. Nowadays, he has become the new patriarch of the Shandia people. Since you want to settle in the Magnetic Drum Kingdom, you naturally have to take him to know all the officials in the Magnetic Drum Kingdom. The huge Tiga set off soon, leaving behind the rest of the Sandia people and the messy luggage. But it doesn't matter. The peacock is just back. Kyle sent her over and asked her to get some temporary residences for the Shandia people first, and then asked Drake to heat up the ground. There is still no problem in dealing with it temporarily for a few days, and it will take a long time to wait until the construction team comes over. Flying on the island naturally doesn't take much time. In less than 10 minutes, the Tiga began to land and entered the boat parking lot at the top of the palace city. Except for Aniro, who was left in the training room, Kyle took the rest of the people into the palace. After a while, the dusty Clockdale and his group also stepped on the moon steps and flew directly into the gate of the palace city from the sky. Captain Kyle. At the call of Clockdale, Kyle and his men hurriedly walked out. As soon as he left the gate, Kyle saw a bald creature that was as fat as a cobby beast who had eaten for 3 days and 3 nights. His eyes were instantly focused. Is this a Jinn? It seems like I'm holding it, I'm breathing for a long time. Because he was too obese, Ajin's voice became muffled and could not be heard clearly. But when Kyle saw this, he immediately showed a gratified smile on his face. I won't say anything else. Just looking at Ajin's body shape, he knew that Clockdale's career would definitely gain a lot. He hurriedly said, you release the 2 giants first, and then the rest of the creatures will return to the Tiga to listen to the arrangements of the little Tiga. Howling, I'm breathing for a long time. The fat Ajin nodded. Then he turned around and suddenly opened a huge hole in his stomach under the shocked gaze of Weber and the other 2. Next second, the mud, like a waterfall, was squirting wildly. Along with the mud, there are 2 huge figures that look like ridges. Pung, pung. 2 giant warriors with a height of more than 20 meters alone suddenly smashed in front of the palace city. The loud voice caused the staff near the palace city to look over involuntarily. Then they were frightened by the 2 huge figures and their legs trembled. Not bad, it's them. Looking at the 2 giant warriors lying on the ground in a coma, Kyle immediately smiled with satisfaction. He first lost weight a little bit. Ajin nodded and signaled him to quickly solve other things in the swamp space. Then he said to Robin, call Ms. Gerva from the medical academy and tell her that we have 2 giant patients here who have suffered some skin trauma, and asked her to bring someone over for treatment. After saying that, Kyle couldn't help but smile and muttered. I don't know if Gerva has lived for so long and has any experience in treating the giants. Then, he arranged for Peacock and Drake to go to the Magdu mountain where the Shandia people were to help them build a temporary residence. Although both of them had just finished their mission, they happened to catch up, so they could only work hard for a while. The remaining Zoro, I heard that a new member came to the pirates, and he was unexpectedly powerful. His competitive spirit immediately rose up and he took the initiative to tell Kyle that he would go to the training room to discuss with his new partners. Kyle naturally would not refuse. But in order to prevent Zoro from going to the wrong place, he still asked Robin to work hard and personally bring Zoro back to Tiga. No way. Even if there is only one road, Zoro may get lost at the fork in his life. The power of the top road devil is so terrible. Chapter 135 Selling Medicine to the Four Emperors Group. With one arrangement, only Kyle, Lao Sha, and 3 new Shandia from the Sky Island were left in front of the gate of the palace. The sand crocodile first raised his eyebrows and glanced at the shocked Webbers and the other 2. After confirming that they were not new members of the Twilight Pirates, he directly chose to ignore the 3 people and turned his eyes to the 2 giants who were lying on the ground again. He asked Kyle with great interest. Captain, are you really sure to conquer these 2 war machines just bringing them back to the kingdom of magnet drums? These 2 guys are not easy to get along with Tilda. The sand crocodile's tone was filled with a little expectation. But I couldn't help but recall the scene of fighting with these 2 giants in the small garden. If he hadn't just received the awakening power given by Kyle, he wouldn't have defeated these 2 old guys from the last century so easily. Kyle, who heard Clockdale's feelings, chuckled. Ha 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 Tilda. I can handle you, the sand crocodile. Do you think this is a problem for just 2 giant warriors? This. Lao Sha's expression paused, and a look of blush appeared on his dim face. The 2 chatted every day. The Weber and the other 2 who had just arrived on the ground from the Sky Island were completely scared by the scene in front of them and dared not speak. Not long after, a huge and gorgeous sled sedan galloped along the cableway unique to the Drum Kingdom and reached Kyle. Hung. The door of the sedan chair was kicked open by a slender long leg. Gerva, who is nearly 140 years old, slowly walked out of the sedan chair with a bottle of 56 degrees water of life. Behind him, a team of doctors wearing cherry blossom gowns and holding various medical equipment. Boy Kyle, you really want to make trouble for me Tilda. Looking at Dongli and Bloki lying in front of the palace, Gerva felt no surprise or shock at all. However, the doctor team behind him and Chopper, who had changed back to the shape of a child, were stunned. Kyle smiled and said indifferently. There is no way, the pirates have stayed on Magdu Island for long enough at dusk. Those guys who can't sit still have long been tired of the ordinary life here. I can only find a way to find some suitable gatekeepers for this country so as to free up the combat power of the Twilight Pirates. Are you a gatekeeper? Are these 2 guys? It's really a arrogant idea Tilda. Looking at the 2 giants lying on the ground, Gerva suddenly grinned. In her eyes, a mysterious stream of light flashed away, but she said nothing. He waved his hand and ordered the team of doctors behind him to start the action. Soon. Dozens of doctors began to train well and set off on the bodies of the 2 giants. Even a ruler is needed to measure and check the size of the wound to determine how many medicines are appropriate to use. I don't know that posture, but I thought I was repairing some large building. Gerva was not involved in this treatment at all. After all, Brokey and the others suffered only some skin trauma, and there was no challenge except for the increase in the treatment difficulty due to their body shape. She took Chopper directly to Kyle. What you told me last time is almost complete. Gerva suddenly said. Oh. Hearing this, Kyle raised his eyebrows and his dark eyes turned to the little Chopper who was groping in his backpack behind him. Soon, a bottle of red potion that had disappeared was taken out by Chopper. Gerva took the red potion from Chopper's hand and raised it to the sky. The faint sunlight shines through the mysterious red liquid, illuminating it like a ruby, beautiful and charming. At this moment, even Gerva's face couldn't help but show an expression of surprise. You're right. The things in this bottle can indeed be regarded as a kind of polluted medicine. Although it cannot solve various viruses and lesions in the human body, it has the power of regaining all injuries in the body. Quote, if this medicine can be mass-produced on a large scale, the doctor's surgical methods can be more bold, and it will definitely greatly improve the world's medical standards. Where did you get this kind of potion that seems to be from the hands of the gods? Ha 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 tilde, that's my secret. Listening to Gerva's surprise, Kyle just smiled faintly, without any surprise. Products from the system must be a high-quality product. If this red potion does not even have this ability, it will not be worthy of this level C. Certainly. Kyle gave the red potion to Gerva for testing, not knowing this. He took the red potion handed over by Gerva and asked. So, what I asked you to pay attention to before. Is it a problem to treat hidden injuries that have been deposited for many years? Gerva put her hands on her hips, waved her other hand domineeringly, and replied with great authority. No problem at all. This potion has magical power. As long as it is an abnormal phenomenon in the human body, it has the ability to heal it. The difference is just how much it consumes. That's why I said tilde, this is really a godlike work. I'll feel relieved if you say this. A glimmer flashed in Kyle's eyes, and he waved his hand and took back the remaining red potion back into the system backpack. In this way, he can find a way to borrow the power of the red potion to get in touch with the Whitebeard pirates. If you have the chance, you can even cut off the dark fruit in advance. The thought in his heart flashed, Kyle's eyes turned and he looked at the little Chopper beside Gerva again. At this time, Chopper's aura was thicker than when they first met a month ago, and the antlers on his head became thicker than before. And all of this is the A-level character card Moose Beast that Kyle used for him. Although I have to follow Gerva to work hard on various research and medical school chores, I have almost no time to go to the practice room to level up. But even so, the power from the digital world still subtly influences his development. After all, the power of the Moose Beast inherited by Chopper has a precious space-based move, Giant Horn Slash. This move must be released through Deer Antlers. It can ignore any distance, split the space, and directly reach the surface of the enemy's body, causing huge real damage to the enemy. Of course, Chopper's combat effectiveness is still slightly worse now. Mainly because of the new task that Kyle gave him. Without Kyle's question, Chopper, who noticed his sight, immediately stood up straight and took the initiative to report. Report to Captain Kyle. Mr. Bellamy and I have completed the test of the Blue Wave Ball. Now, Mr. Bellamy can successfully maintain the monster form for more than 3 minutes. But based on my speculations and Mr. Bellamy, the reason why he was able to control the power of monster form so quickly may be related to the increase in his soul after becoming the god of death, and it does not have scientific authority. Sure enough, can even Bellamy enter the monster form? Hearing Chopper's report, Kyle's eyes flashed again. Although it has been expected, the fact that the Blue Wave Ball is also suitable for other animal abilities still shocked him. And what is more important is, in this way, he can sell Blue Wave Balls to other animal-type abilities to make profits. As for sales. Joke. With the underground king of the Tang Jicade family, will he be the one who needs to consider sales issues? Not to mention, there is also a channel for Doflamingo to directly contact the Beast Pirates. If those abilities of the 100 Beasts Pirates each had a bag of Blue Wave Balls, then their combat effectiveness is more than doubled. Kyle's brain became excited in an instant. At this moment, he seemed to have seen Kaido carrying a box of Bailey, crying and begging him to give him another one. There was red potion in front for Whitebeard, and there were Blue Wave Balls sold to Kaido. He is really getting more and more torture now when he sells medicine to the Four Emperors group. Kyle instantly slapped his palms and said excitedly. Very good, Chopper, you really brought me a huge surprise. It seems that I have to consider casting a huge statue for you in the Kingdom of Magnetic Drums to show your greatness. From tomorrow, you should not go to medical university. I'll ask Dalton and others to help you find a place to build a Blue Wave Ball factory. If you have any requirements for the production line, you can tell Valba all the way to synthesize the corresponding mechanical parts for you. In 3 days, I hope to see this factory run smoothly. As Vapor's strength improves, his development of the ability of the Tuntun fruit has become more and more outrageous. As long as he is given enough resources, he can even use half an hour to rub out a complete gun production line for you. Of course, all this is also due to the tutoring of Vapor by Hei Yan and Sunset during this period, which makes him have a deeper control over mechanics. It can be said that the strength of the Tuan fruit depends entirely on how much knowledge is stored in Vapor's mind. Whether it is chemistry, materials, mechanics or even biology. As long as he masters these knowledge, then his belly is the laboratory with the strongest stability and highest success rate in the world. It would be great if she could trick Blin from the ant pirates, or her fruit ability. At that time, we will directly extract some professors, knowledge and memory and inject them into Vapor's mind, allowing him to ascend to heaven in one step, saving time for re-education. The loss is that the character card has absolute loyalty. Under Kyle's order, even Vapor, who only knows how to eat, can still listen to the class. Otherwise, it would be really troublesome to use the ability of the stoop fruit. However, when it comes to mechanics, Kyle's thinking can't help but diverge again. If we can recruit Frankie, the weapon master of the Seven Waters capital, and let him work together with Vapor to develop. I believe that it won't be long before his weapons factory can create a peerless war machine like Gundam. And it's the kind that's driven by coke. Damn it! It is selling medicine, developing new weapons, and going to the Seven Water capital to earn extra money and attract people, selling tons of gold and finding Moonlight Molia to test the power of the living water. After resting for a month with Robin, I didn't expect that so many things would accumulate. It seems that he can't immerse himself in beauty anymore. Kyle tilde. You have to stand up. Chapter 136 Auction 1 month later. The treatment of the two giants continued until the evening of that day. Kyle also left early because of the problem of organizing the Sandiaman and Blue Wave Ball factory. Only Clockdale was left to guard here to prevent the two giants from suddenly waking up and causing trouble. Here, after completing some details with Dalton, Kyle returned to the Tiga again. Although I have decided to settle the two giants, I will set off immediately and head to the Seven Waters capital. But before leaving the Magnetic Drum Palace, he still had a lot of preparations to be completed. The first thing to bear is the treatment of the Golden Bell. Hayes, let's put it here, this angle is just right. On the deck of the Tiga, under the command of Kyle, the little Tiga set up a video phone bug. Kyle called Doflamingo, who was far away in the New World again. Not long after, the phone worm's expression suddenly became gloomy. Hey Kyle. Doflamingo's voice was obviously confused. After all, it was only a few days before he and Kyle completed the last call. It's me, Lord Dover. Kyle kept in a relaxed and pleasant tone as always. Then he smiled and said, May I ask Lord Dover, do you have an image receiving device there? I have a little thing that you may be interested in, and I want to show you. Little things. Hearing this, Doflamingo frowned and his expression became even more curious. What tricks does this kid Kyle do? After muttering in his heart, considering Kyle's good ability to cause trouble, he immediately waved his hand to Torapal beside him, asking him to prepare a device that can receive image information. Wait a minute, I'll ask someone to prepare. Soon, a huge projection device was set up in the palace of Dreyrosa. At Kyle's signal, Doflamingo connected the projection phone bug signal with Kyle's phone bug. And the next second. But Doflamingo's expression changed suddenly. He stood up suddenly, his eyes directly over the golden gold, and looked at the black boulder hidden inside the golden bell. This is historical text. That's right Mr. Dover knows this thing. Kyle grinned, and then a mysterious stream of light flashed through his deep eyes. He suddenly lowered his voice, as if he was talking about something secret, and said, And based on my inference, the content recorded in this historical text is very likely to indicate the location of Poseidon, one of the three ancient weapons. Can you understand the historical text? Doflamingo's expression changed again, and his eyes instantly became sharp. But Kyle smiled but said nothing about this question, giving him a mysterious blank space. He can't understand the historical text, but his girlfriend Robin can. Pung 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 pung. In the palace, a violent heartbeat suddenly sounded. Although Kyle said nothing, Doflamingo seemed to have known the truth. You. In an instant, he suddenly stood up and laughed loudly. Interesting. It's getting more and more interesting. It seems that you still have many secrets that I don't know. Swish. The pink cloak suddenly shook, and a strong aura emerged from the thin air on Doflamingo. He stared at the phone bug in front of him and said, "So what do you want to get if you show me these things?" "I want to sell this historical text." Kyle answered without hesitation. "Selling historical text? You are really yours." Doflamingo's eyes flashed, and he said in a low tone, "If you just want to exchange for some Bailey, I can make the decision and accept this historical text for 2 billion Baileys. And if you are willing to sell the content of this historical text, I can bid 5 billion Bailey." 5 billion Bailey. It's really an undeniable price. Kyle's eyes froze, and the smile on his face immediately became extremely sincere. He slapped his hand and said to the phone worm, "Trade, Lord Dover. Well, I'll contact you after I've prepared Bailey." Doflamingo nodded, as if he was too excited inside, and the veins on his face couldn't help but start to beat. He tried his best to calm his heart and immediately wanted to hang up the phone. But Kyle quickly interrupted his movements. "Wait a minute, Lord Dover." "Huh, what's wrong?" Doflamingo's arm stopped in the air, but he only heard the phone bug in front of him continue to say, "My affairs have not been finished yet. In the projected picture, Kyle's figure suddenly appeared, reaching out to show the golden bell in front of him. "You saw it too, Lord Dover. This historical text is embedded in the interior of this golden bell. In other words, this golden clock is at least an antique left over from 800 years ago. Its collection value must be more remarkable than simply selling gold. If possible, I hope to borrow the family's auction house to help this golden bell make good news and then auction it for a good price." Golden bell. After hearing Kyle's words, Doflamingo's eyes began to look around the golden bell, then frowned, revealing an unhappy look. "What does it mean? Don't you want to sell me this gold?" "Of course not." Kyle chuckled and shook his head. "Your madam and I are trading more than just this. Of course, there are indeed some problems with that batch of gold, which is what I will talk about next." Why do you feel like you are a little brother, Kyle? Find yourself solving everything. However, thinking that he did take a lot of benefits from Kyle, Doflamingo took a deep breath and then said slowly, "Let me send me a message about the golden bell, and I'll have someone publish it in the newspaper. Delivery it to auction house number 1 in the Shampoo Islands within 1 month, and someone will connect with you at that time. Okay, now you can say, what's wrong with the batch of gold you mentioned?" Doflamingo instantly arranged everything and looked at Kyle on the screen again. Kyle smiled and said, "It's really a trouble for Lord Dover. As for another batch of gold." He suddenly looked into the sky in the distance, and then a smile flashed in his eyes. It's back." As he said that, Kyle suddenly turned the camera of the video phone bug in a direction and pointed to the sky in the distance. And there, a huge warship was floating in the void, flying quickly towards the position of the palace. In the cabin of this warship, there is a huge golden relief. "This is what I'm talking about, Lord Dover," Kyle introduced. "This ship flying in the air is called the Ark Proverbs. All the structures inside it are made of gold. Inside the hull, there is a magical power system that allows the hull to navigate in the air through electricity. I wonder if Lord Dover is interested in such a warship." In the sky, several huge oars extended out of the cabin, roving the air, causing the Ark to keep moving forward. And looking at this huge ship sailing in the air. At this moment, even Toripol, who was standing beside Doflamingo, showed an excited look. A warship that can be aeronautical. This strategic significance is too important. More importantly, once they get this warship, they can decipher the technology inside the warship and create more warships that can be aeronautical. However, just as Doflamingo and Toripol were thinking this way, Kyle continued. Of course, the engineer who made this arc proverb has now joined my pirates. If Lord Dover needs it, we can also provide this technology. As long as the price is right. Kyle grinned, his expression clearly filled with philosophical expression. But at this moment, Doflamingo looked at it as the most beautiful smile in the world. Kyle, how many more surprises do you want to bring me? His voice was hoarse and he expressed his sigh in his heart. But Kyle smiled very seriously. If it's just today, then there's the last one. Besides. Doflamingo was shocked, but stopped talking and gave Kyle enough time. Kyle nodded and took out a blue wave ball he had prepared from his arms. That's right, Lord Dover. This is a magical drug developed by one of my subordinates. It can control the life wavelength of animal-type abilities, so that animals with only 3 different forms will be those with abilities have increased to 7 types, greatly increasing their combat capabilities. Quote. Although it lasts only 3 minutes, as long as each blue wave ball is separated by 6 hours, there will be no side effects. Besides, if you take 3 blue wave balls at the same time in a very short time, the abilities in the animal-type abilities can begin to rush and turn into a monster with amazing destructive power. If a person with a weak willpower is unconscious in the form of a violent run, he will lose consciousness, but as a last trick in desperate situations, it is definitely much more useful than waiting to die. Kyle showed a mysterious smile. I heard that Lord Dover seems to have had some contact with one of the 4 emperors, beast pirates recently. As far as I know, most of the crew members under Kaido are animal-type abilities. I hope Lord Dover can help me set up a thread and sell this drug to Kaido. Kyle. On the other end of the phone, Doflamingo suddenly sighed. Where are you? You got so many magical subordinates. Hee, this is a secret. Under the extremely envious gaze of Doflamingo, the phone call was finally completely hung up. Kyle stood there, sorted out the content of the call just now, and then he immediately smiled. Sure enough, robbery is the fastest way to make money. Now, I have to wait for the Shampoo Islands auction in a month. He murmured to the huge golden bell in front of him. At this moment, the phone bug that had just calmed down rang again. Kyle was stunned for a moment, and then immediately picked it up. Clockdale's voice came from the other end of the phone bug. Captain Kyle, those 2 big guys have woken up. See if I beat them out first, or are you here now? In front of the palace of the magnetic drum kingdom. The snowy ground suddenly let out a violent cry. The next moment, the huge sand curtain wall suddenly rose, like a roaring tsunami, smashing the 2 giants who had just stood up to the ground again. Hey, if you 2 make trouble here, I will be scolded. In the sky, Clockdale was holding a slowly burning cigar, and the dark cloak behind him fluttered in the wind. Damn it! Dongli and Bloki, who had just woken up and had not fully recovered, were pressed tightly into the snow by 2 huge sandy palms, unable to move at all. After struggling for a while, the 2 of them could only fall to the ground, unable to be furious. Clockdale, what do you want to do if you brought us 2 here? I asked him to do this. A cheerful voice suddenly fell from the sky. The next moment, Kyle, who was waving the wings of light, slowly landed between the 2 giants. Looking at the giant sand hand on them, he smiled slightly and waved his hand to signal to Clockdale. When Kyle arrived, Clockdale knew that he was no longer a problem here. A large amount of fine sand flew into the sky in an instant and disappeared. Dongli and Broki also supported themselves to sit up halfway, staring at Kyle with bright eyes. You are the Captain. Clockdale's mouth. That's right. Kyle admitted with a smile and immediately said. I'm sorry to meet you guys in this way. But please believe me, I came with sincerity. Is this your sincerity? The 2 giants looked at each other's injuries and immediately let out a light hum. But the other party was a guy who could make Clockdale, who defeated them, surrender, and they didn't dare to be too presumptuous. Kyle smiled, without comment, and said straight to the point. In fact, I invite two of you here this time mainly because I hope that the two can become the captains of this country's defense guards and protect this island from being invaded by other pirates. What did you say? Dongli and Brokey immediately widened their eyes, unable to believe that the guy in front of him could be so shameless. People beat us down and then kidnapped us. The first thing I said when I woke up was to let us help you do things. Are you thinking about nothing? Although the two giants did not say too straightforwardly, their expressions already explained everything. But Kyle was prepared. Facing the glare of the two, he smiled and continued. Of course, I won't let the two of you work in vain. Let's do it. 3 years. I only need two of you to protect this place for 3 years. Then I can do one thing for both of you. For example, save the giants Casey and Omoy who were deceived by the world government. Casey and Omoy. Hearing these two nostalgic names, Dongli and Brokey's eyes suddenly widened. How do you know the two of them? Of course I know. Kyle smiled, because now those two silly giants think you are being detained by the world government. Now we are working for the world government for free to save you too. What? Are you saying true? Those two idiots. They actually believe the world government's nonsense. It's really a shame to our giant pirate group. Follow yourself. Dongli and Blokey, who knew very well by the crew of the pirates, heard this and did not even have any doubts and directly believed what Kyle said. Then the two looked at each other. Then he nodded to Kyle. If things are really as you said, and you can save them and bring them to us. Not to mention 3 years, or 10 years of doors, we've shown you all. In front of the giants with a lifespan of at least 300 years old, Dongli and Brokey, who were only 160 years old, did not take their lifespan seriously. Otherwise, they would not have been young, and were full of energy at the age of 60, and they would have made an appointment with a fight that lasted for 100 years in anger. No problem, happy cooperation. Kyle, who thought he would have had some extra verbal talk, was also a little surprised, but he didn't expect the negotiations to go so smoothly. Sure enough, talking to such a simple-minded guy is a waste of time. In fact, the giant tribe is a race that respects the strong very much. If Clockville hadn't always looked arrogant and very ungrateful, the fact that he could defeat the two giants alone was enough to make Dongli and Brokey work for him for free. Now Kyle has added another condition to save his own baby, so they naturally went down the road and agreed. At this point, the two giants have stabilized in the magnetic drum kingdom. As for the so-called 3-year agreement. Joke. How could Kyle, who was inspiring to build the kingdom of magnetic drums into a diversified country, easily let these two giants go? As giants, Dongli and Brokey are extremely mobility. In almost 10 minutes, they can span the entire magnetic drum island. It's a pity that Kyle really doesn't have a character card suitable for them now, otherwise he would just press these two guys to the present moment. But it doesn't matter, it's still early, he can wait slowly. With the two guys Dongli and Brokey who exploded with all their strength and could even emit attack power at the level of the 4 emperors, Kyle was completely relieved to leave Magnetic Drum Island. 3 days later. With the official start of production of the Blue Wave Ball Factory. The huge Tiga was also a companion carrying a ship. It slowly rose into the sky with the power of a hurricane and flew handsomely towards the direction of the Seven Waters capital. The deal of the Ark Proverbs, Doflamingo will have to prepare for Bailey for a while. The auction of the Golden Bell will take at least 1 month later. Nowadays, what can make Kyle see money and cash immediately? Only Mr. Bingberg, the mayor of the Seven Water capital, surrounded by CP9 groups. Chapter 137, Zombie of the Seven Waters. After learning to control the wind, the Tiga's speed once again ushered in a huge breakthrough. It took Kyle and others only half a month to successfully arrive at the Seven Waters capital after a trip across a quarter of a great route. The huge pillar of the sky stands in the center of the city, seizing the fortune of the world, revealing the city's strong construction level. From the highest level of the cylinder, clear spring water continues to surge, along the established route, landing in every corner of the city. The capital of Seven Waters. This is a classic water city. In this city, countless excellent ships have been created and galloped on this sea. It's finally here. Looking at the outline of the city in front of him, Kyle stretched out his waist vigorously, with a faint smile on his face. Little Tiga, go call everyone out. I've been in seclusion for so long, and it's time to come out to see the wind. Huge ships fell from the sky. Under the exclamation of the people at the port, it fell steadily on the sea surface without causing any sensation or waves. A ship falling from the sky. Looking at the huge hull of Tiga, the originally busy people immediately stopped their work in shock and watched the sudden ship without blinking. But at this moment, another scream suddenly rang out. Hey, look at me. That seems to be a flag of the pirates in the evening. What? The Pirates of Dusk. I remember their captain seemed to be White Dragon Kyle with a bounty of 150 million Bailey. For a moment, the entire port boiled in an instant because of the arrival of the Tiga. But strangely, they all knew that Kyle was a big pirate with a bounty of over 100 million yuan, but none of them showed a look of fear on their faces. Especially a few guys dressed as shirtless and like boatmen, staring at the Tiga, their eyes shining brightly. What a perfect ship. The guys who can create such a ship have extraordinary skills. There is such a powerful shipbuilding workshop above the sea. Why have we never heard of it before? The capital of Seven Waters is a world-famous shipbuilding city. There are countless pirates entering and leaving this city every day. It is not rare to see a bounty of over 100 million yuan. Therefore, the arrival of the pirates at dusk only made everyone a little nervous, but there was no question of fear. But that's it. The Tiga's fall from the sky still attracted the attention of many people. Able to fly ships in the sky are unprecedented and unseen. In this way, under the astonishing eyes of everyone, a slender wooden staircase extended from above the Tiga and extended to the port of the seven-water capital. Soon, under the leadership of Kyle, a group of amazing pirates slowly walked down the Tiga. This time they traveled, because they did not plan to return to Magnetic Drum Island in a short time. So except for Valbo, who was the king and material maker, who was still staying in the kingdom, everyone else followed. Under this period of development, even Bellamy and Sashes, the weakest in the entire pirate group, had the level of pirates above 100 million. It can be said that except for Robin, who has not yet obtained the character card, any other person who can be pulled out is a Sea Overlord level. Keb, go and ask how to go to the mayor's office. We are still rushing to the Shambodian Islands to participate in the auction, but we don't have time to stay here for too long. Kyle directly issued an order to Kebi, who looked quite friendly in the team. As he said. Next, they will go to the Devil's Triangle within half a month, and then rush to the Shambodia Islands to attend the Golden Bell auction. Time is very urgent. Today, it is also because we are going to settle in the capital of Kashui, so it is rare for everyone to come out and have some breath. Yes, Captain Kyle. Kirby instantly took the order and turned around and was about to leave the team. But at this moment, a tall black shadow suddenly stopped him. At the same time, there were also a group of figures holding various weapons. Oh. Kyle and others suddenly stopped, their faces calm, and there was a hint of playfulness in their eyes. Several people, is there anything wrong? His eyes glanced lightly and looked at the people in front of him. About 100 people looked like. Among the crowd, a man wearing a gray vest with a narrow scar on his face and holding a double knife suddenly stood up, arrogant and ferocious. Boy, you're the White Dragon Kyle who offers a bounty of 150 million Baileys. That's right, it's me. Kyle answered unscrupulously. At this time, the abnormal movements at the port also attracted the attention of others. Hey, no, someone dares to stop the Twilight Pirates. Who are they? Shish, don't talk, there's a good show right away. That guy is the Wild Wolf with a bounty of 9 million yuan. I heard that they sank another naval warship last week, and the Navy seemed to be about to increase their bounty amount. Looking at their appearance, we are going to fight with the Twilight Pirates here. Hee, I like watching pirates fight the most. This bunch of trash can kill one of them. A group of people quickly gathered around and wrapped the battlefield into a circle. But Wollifer shook the swords in his hand, with a cruel smile on his face. Boy, have you heard the voices of people around you? As long as you can cut off your head, my bounty can go further, and it will be over 100 million. Oh yell. So you are going to challenge me? Kyle's eyes flashed suddenly, and his expression became interesting in an instant. Bounty of 9,000 W Bailey. It seems that before meeting the iceberg, you can make a small profit again. That's right. Walliver nodded. However, in the next second, before he could make any harsh words, a dazzling lightning suddenly penetrated his chest like a spear. 10 million volts electric gun. Thorny. An unparalleled electric current burst out suddenly, surging wildly around Waliv's body. In the blink of an eye, he turned into a charred corpse. Eniro, who had no talent in naming, retracted the black smoke like snap, his eyes cold, and looked at Walliver's subordinates. A bunch of garbage dares to disturb the great Captain Kyle. You must die so hard. Boom. A huge ball of lightning suddenly appeared from Eniro's finger. With his arm swing, the blue lightning ball instantly landed among the pirates. Before these pirates could react to what happened, death had already come to each of them. Instantly. A heart-wrenching screams and wailings began to sound throughout the port. Just a few seconds later, everything returned to peace again. Kyle, who originally wanted to play with these pirates, shook his head helplessly. You're going to leave a living, really? As he said that, he sighed softly again. Oh, forget it, since you have already taken action, then let's fight quickly. Keb, use the Flying Thunder God to find some pirate ships of this group of pirates. There are shipyards everywhere here, and find ways to replace their ships with Bailey, and check if there is anything valuable on the ship, and bring them back to the Tiga. Yes, Captain Kyle. Kebby nodded and took the order. Kyle continued to say to everyone. Well, Robin and I can go there with the mayor. Analu, please use Shin.com to find the location of the pirate in this city, and then contact it with the phone bug and send it to everyone. Since you've come, just stop doing it and help the Seven Water Capital clear the pirates. Quote. Of course, don't forget to deal with their pirate ships and get back valuables. No problem, Captain Kyle. With a command, the pirates in the evening immediately performed their duties and scattered. Only one charred corpse was left, and a group of passers-by who were shocked. What's going on? Did you all see it? The guy from the Twilight Pirates used only one move and killed all the Wild Wolf gangs with a bounty of 9,000 W Bailey. Thesis: this really something that the pirates with only 150 million Bailey's bounty can do? No, this is not the most terrifying. I wonder if you have noticed that among the crowd just now, there was a person who looked very similar to the defeated Seven Warriors. See? Do you think there is a possibility Kyle took him under his command after defeating Clockdale? If this is the case, it would be a bit scary, right? No, they seem to be looking for Mayor Iceberg. Send someone to protect Mayor Iceberg. At this moment, the Seven Water Capital, which had always been unable to strike, was completely in panic. They are not afraid of pirates with a bounty of over 100 million. But a subordinate has such powerful pirate group. The power they hide is really hard to find. The riots at the port soon infected the entire Seven Water Capital like a tsunami. Of course, the more important reason is, under Kyle's order, the members of the Twilight Pirates had officially taken action in the city. Carrera Shipyard, Dock Number 1. A group of pirates who had repaired the ship but did not intend to pay were confronted by the shipbuilder here. But at this moment, there was a loud noise in the sky. In an instant, a terrifying thunder appeared out of thin air and fell on everyone in this group of pirates. The pirates who were still aggressive just now instantly turned into a pile of coke. The next second, lightning slowly condensed and landed on the ship that had just been repaired by the pirates. Analu walked out of the lightning and stood on the bar and shouted at a group of unknown guys. Hey, Qinghai people below, where are you in charge? I want to sell this ship to you. Similar scenes appear everywhere in the Seven Water Capital. The difference is that some pirates were sucked away by the yellow sand, some were swallowed by mud, and some were directly sealed with a knife on the street. This day is an ultimate nightmare day for the pirates who came to the Seven Water Capital. And they will sleep forever with this nightmare. On the other side, Kyle took Robin and the United States, walking in the town of the Seven-Water capital. Originally, he planned to take Robin to have some fun in the Seven Waters capital. For this reason, Robin even dressed up specially. The black hair is tied into a playful ponytail, the blue and white striped hip skirt makes the figure look exquisite and stylish, and the white stockings wrap the tender feet, extending all the way to the knees, revealing the absolute white area. It's a pity. Now that the pirates in the evening have started to take action, he is really embarrassed to be flirting with Robin alone. After inquiring with passers-by, they soon learned where the Mayor Binkshan's office was located. Kyle hugged Robin directly, and his skin was tightly fit. Next second, the two of them disappeared on the street in an instant. When they appeared again, they had already arrived at the gate of Carrera's headquarters. Who is it? The security guard at the door noticed the sudden appearance and quickly took out the gun on his body. However, monthly reading. After a small illusion, all the bodyguards immediately returned to normal and they stood up calmly. Let's go. After chatting with the mayor, maybe I can buy you some new sets of clothes tilde. HMPH tilde I think you want to buy me new stockings tilde. Robin, who had already controlled Kyle's hobby, snorted, but he still took Kyle's arm and walked into the Carrera company with him. With the power of Udo, the two of them received no obstacles along the way and arrived at the mayor's office very easily. At this time, in the mayor's office, Mayor Binkshan was sitting at his desk, talking to someone. What did you say? The people from the pirates in the Seven Waters capital started a massacre. Kill pirates everywhere and then sell their pirate ships to us. This FUD is going on. Binkshan subconsciously glanced at the secretary dressed in a simple outfit beside him, his face full of confusion. But at this moment, his office door was suddenly knocked. Mr. Mayor, can you talk? Binkshan frowned and shouted directly to the direction of the door. I'm very busy now, so let's talk about it later. But the voice outside the question said, okay, then I'm in. What are you coming in? Binkshan raised his head angrily, trying to teach this ignorant subordinate a lesson. But in an instant, his voice came to an abrupt end. You are Kyle. The face of the iceberg darkened, and a hint of fear emanated from his eyes. Who made you break in? Guards. Where are the guards? Stop shouting, Mr. Iceberg, they can't hear you now. Kyle smiled slightly and said lightly. What did you say? What happened to you to them? Binkshan looked shocked, and his palm instantly pulled out of the drawer and pressed it on a musket. But Kyle just smiled. Don't worry, they are all fine. I just don't want anyone to disturb my conversation with Mr. Iceberg next. I have nothing to talk about with the pirates. Califar, take the guests away. Iceberg, who was determined to drive the pirates out, expressed his refusal to communicate with Kyle. Tisk tisk tisk. Kyle smacked his tongue, and then he showed a playful smile. So, Mr. Iceberg would rather believe in the CP9 agent around you who was planning to you than believe in me, a pirate who came with kindness. Chapter 138 3 billion transaction, plan to conquer CP9. What are you talking about? Kyle finished speaking and the atmosphere in the entire conference room suddenly dropped to freezing point. The face of the iceberg faded. The word CP9 was like a sharp sword, piercing into his chest hard. Because his master, Tom, the world's #1 shipbuilder, died at the hands of CP9. Who are you? Why do you know CP9? Iceberg's expression immediately became heavy and he asked Kyle. But Kyle smiled softly. Don't be nervous, Mr. Iceberg. As you can see, I'm just a little pirate who happens to know some secrets. For example, you have been stuck around you by the senior agents of CP9. I'm right, Khalifa. Khalifa, who was already in fear, was caught by Kyle, and his mind became heavier in an instant. But as a senior agent, her sturdiness still made her not show any of her legs, and her slender fingers were put together, pushing her glasses on her face. I don't know what you're talking about. As usual, she said to Binkshan as a secretary. Mr. Iceberg, it seems that the company headquarters has been controlled by pirates, so we should escape from here as soon as possible. While speaking, she kicked the wind out directly, instantly shattering the window behind the iceberg. However, Kyle grinned at this. "Are you so afraid of confronting me? Miss Khalifa, a senior agent of CP9. Do you want to find a companion to provide support when you leave here in such a hurry?" Lucci, Kaku, Bruno. Step on. Khalifa's footsteps stopped. She turned around slowly, but her face was extremely gloomy and cold, which was completely different from Wen Jing's secretary before. Parates, did you know this information? At this moment, Khalifa felt extremely panicked. As an agent, intelligence work has always been their strength and the basic basis for their survival. But now, a pirate suddenly emerged can accurately pronounce the names of CP9 members lurking in the Seven Waters capital one by one. This made her doubt. Traitors appeared within CP9, a secret agency directly under the world government. Khalifa, you. Looking at Khalifa, who suddenly changed his face, Bingshan's face finally couldn't stand it anymore, showing an incredible look, and his hands trembled. But at this time, Khalifa's attention was not on him at all. From the time Kyle was able to recognize her identity and read the names of Lucy and others in turn, their mission had already failed. Now more important is to find out the traitors inside CP9. Her fingers suddenly stretched out, as if she had been practicing for countless hours day and night, and were extremely hard. Oh Yell, took a gun. Looking at the offensive that Khalifa secretly prepared, Kyle smiled again, not seeing it at all. With his current combat power, Lucy is just a toy between his fingers, let alone a small Carly method. How is it, Mr. Iceberg? I just said you have CP9 agents around you, right? Kyle showed a smile on his promise, looking at the iceberg that was completely confused. The broken windows blew cold winds in. Standing in the cold wind, the iceberg looked at the mysterious pirate that suddenly appeared, and then at the senior agent lurking beside him. At this moment, he even had the desire to die. But after moving his heart quickly, he finally moved his steps closer to Kyle, and immediately asked him. Kyle, please take me out of here. After things are completed, I will thank you very much. The iceberg placed all hope on Kyle. However, facing his request, Kyle shook his head gently. Forget it, Mr. Iceberg, I came to you this time, but I actually wanted to make a deal with you. Trade, we can talk about that kind of thing slowly after leaving here. Bingshan looked nervous, and his eyes glanced at Khalifa on the side from time to time, his anxiousness was already overflowing. At this time, he now wants to find his own boatman and protect himself. It just made him feel strange he had obviously been sleeping with Kyle for so long, but Khalifa did not take any action at all for some reason. Ha 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 tilde. At this moment, a hearty laugh suddenly came into the ears of the iceberg. Kyle shrugged and slowly stepped to Bingberg's desk, looking at him. Don't worry, Mr. Iceberg. No one can disturb us until our deal is completed. As he said that, Kyle suddenly snapped his fingers. Several arms suddenly stretched out from the floor beside Khalifa's feet, wrapping her tightly. This what's going on? Looking at the senior agent of the CP9, he surrendered without resistance, which made him feel confused again. But Kyle smiled, while exporting his mental power and maintaining the illusion of reading, he smiled at the iceberg. Okay, now we can talk about the serious business, Mr. Iceberg. Bing Shen choked his throat, but his heart finally felt a little calmer. He took a deep breath suddenly, then looked at Kyle and said. So Kyle, who are you? What do you want from me? Money. I need money. In an instant, Kyle's eyes suddenly became extremely clear, leaving only the most primitive greed of the creature. 3 billion Bailey. I will help you solve the CP9 of the Seven Water Capital, and ensure that they will not disturb you again. 3 billion Bailey. The expression of the iceberg changed slightly. This is definitely not a small amount, but if Kyle can really help him solve the CP9, then this money will definitely be the most profitable business he has done in recent years. After thinking about it, Bingshan immediately asked in a deep voice. 3 billion Bailey, I can accept it. Just how do you prove that I can trust you? Now Khalifa has heard the conversation between you and me. Even if you kill her, CP9 will not give up sending people to the Seven Waters capital. Of course I have my means. Kyle chuckled, and then suddenly snapped his fingers in front of the iceberg. Bang! Khalifa, who had originally had a dull look, suddenly opened his eyes. She first glanced at her arms that bound her body, and then looked at Kyle again, with a complicated expression. Just what was going on? Under the puzzling gaze of Iceberg, Khalifa suddenly asked. That's your future. Kyle smiled and came to Khalifa. Immediately, he snapped his fingers again, and Robin, who was guarding the door, immediately put down his arm and released the constraints on Khalifa. Just now, Kyle directly used the moon reading illusion to show the future of CP9s to Khalifa in the movie mode. Of course, the plots that should have belonged to the Straw Hat Pirates were all replaced by the current Twilight Pirates. The story is probably that Rob Lucy recognized Nicole Robin, who was wandering on the street, and then used Bruno's ability to successfully kidnap Robin. In a rage, Kyle led the pirates in the dusk to the Judicial Island. Under the power of several major generals on the ship, he directly knocked down all the agents of the Judicial Island, including CP9, with a destructive force. Seeing this, Spandam, the chief of CP9, was shocked and quickly launched a demon-killing order, allowing the naval warships to surround the entire Judicial Island, but still could not stop Kyle and others from rescued Robin and left. In the end, in order to cover up his failure, Spandam pushed all the blame on the members of CP9, so that they were labeled as traitors, and were chased by the Navy and agents everywhere. And this is everything Khalifa saw in the illusion. That's your future. Kyle came to Khalifa and emphasized again. My ability allows me to randomly observe what will happen in the world in the future. And this is also the reason why I came here to the Seven Water capital. Khalifar, after seeing such a future, will you continue to work for the world government? Looking at the blonde beauty in front of her, Kyle asked her soul. Khalifa hesitated in an instant. Although she had been emphasizing in her heart, everything she saw just now was probably the fantasy created by the pirate in front of her. But in the illusion, the geographical environment, combat power configuration, the combat style of CP9 agents, and their idiot-like Chief Spandam. All of this is so real, and it is really impossible for Khalifa to believe it. Hee. It seemed as if he felt Khalifa's shake. Kyle immediately grinned. The agents of CP9 are all genius agents who have grown up in CP training institutions since childhood. Their loyalty to the world government can be said to be engraved into their core. If it were other agents, perhaps even if they knew that the world government would betray them, they would still choose to stand on the side of the world government. The Kokari method is different. Because Khalifa is a woman. No matter how hard-hearted she becomes during the agent training, she becomes, no matter how cold and ruthless she becomes. But he still retained a hint of similarity to the agents who were also CP9. Companion close black lens bracket general emotions. In the illusion just now, Cell deliberately increased the dosage of this point, allowing the CP9 people to die one by one in front of her under the Navy's encirclement. Now, Khalifa, who has just experienced the death of his companion, is the most fragile moment in his inner wall. Kyle's eyes flashed and he continued to bewitch. Khalifar, you have wasted the most precious period of your life on this task that is doomed to fail. Are you sure you still bet on the second half of your life, and the second half of your companions, on the waste chief? Stop lying on yourself. You have paid off this favor with many years of work. It's time for you to find your own life. Come and join the Twilight Pirates. Keltu was revealed and invited directly. This will be a new beginning of your life. Join Dusk. Khalifa became confused in an instant. But in her consciousness, the scene of the world government sending troops to kill them suddenly flashed again, and Spandam's ugly face that was worthy of beating appeared. If all that is left to us in the future is betrayal and death, it may be a good idea to be an enemy of the world government. Recalling the terrifying power of the pirates at dusk in the picture, Khalifa instantly awakened. Okay, I agree to join your pirate group. Ha 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 tilde. That's right. Kyle's eyes flashed, and Robin's eyes exuding a dangerous aura, took Carlyfe's hand and helped her up. At the same time, he instantly chose a character card, Mizuno Ninja, in his mind and loaded it against Carlyfe. Although this D-level character card is really a bit sorry for the identity of the senior agent of Khalifa. But there is no way. In order to ensure the safety of Carlyfe 100%, he can only do this. Instantly. Carlyfe, who had just been touched by Kyle, only felt a warm current suddenly appear from Kyle's fingertips, traveling all over her body along the parts of their skin. In just a few seconds, she immediately mastered a magical power called chakra and obtained several not-so-strong water escape ninjutsu. This is your meeting gift to join the dusk. Kyle let go of Carlyfe's delicate little hands, then quickly spread his hands to show his innocence to Robin. Immediately afterwards, he looked at the iceberg again and smiled brightly. So Mr. Iceberg, a CP9 agent around you has become my person. I wonder if this can prove that I have the ability to help you solve the problem. No, what a mess. Bingshan looked confused and didn't understand the situation on the field at all. He began to doubt whether his little secretary colluded with the pirates and acted in a scene with him just to cheat some money out of his pocket. But in the end, Bingjong still did not dare to put his hopes in his guesses. What's more, he doesn't need to annoy Kyle in front of him for the sake of 3 billion Bailey. After hesitating for a moment, he opened the safe under his desk directly in front of Kyle, and then took out a checkbook. Swish 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 swish. As the sound of the pen tip rubbing across the paper sounded, the iceberg suddenly tore off the written check and handed it to Kyle. Mr. Kyle, this is a check of 3 billion Bailey. You can cash it out at the Bank of the Seven Water Capital or any official bank in the other world. As for the rest, I'll ask you. Check. This is a novelty. Kyle took the iceberg's check, looked it carefully, and then smiled and said, Don't worry, as long as this piece of paper can really be exchanged for 3 billion Baileys, your business will be covered by me. By the way, I can also help you find a suitable takeover for Pluto's design drawings. Absolutely satisfy you. Iceberg's eyes trembled. It can be the next second. However, Kyle's figure had already flashed to Robin's side, and then he put a handful of her waist on Carlyfe and suddenly disappeared into the mayor's office after he left wait for me to come back. He really knows about Pluto's design drawings. Ice God looked at Kyle's position before leaving, his eyes reluctant to move, but he was full of doubts about Kyle's identity. Subconsciously, he looked at Carlyfe next to him. However, this little secretary who had longed for him in the past seemed to have completely changed his body, and glanced at him with contempt. Don't look at me with such disgusting eyes. I'm no longer your secretary. Be careful, I will sue you for sexual harassment. The iceberg was about to cry but no tears. Am I traveling through time? Obviously half an hour ago, the world was not like this. On the other side. However, Kyle took Robin and moved to the largest bank in the Seven Waters capital in an instant. When he took out the check written by Bingshan, he and Robin were immediately listed as guests of honor by the bank manager and invited to a gorgeous lounge to wait for the bank to prepare cash. It's not that Kyle is so anxious, it's true it is his current hand that does not have a character card suitable for Lucy and others. If it was Carlyfe and Bruno, it would be fine if you used a D-level character card. After all, their strength is just careless and can only make do. Cruci and Kaku, one of them has the potential of a general and the other has the potential of a royal deputy. Kyle was really unwilling to give them a D-level character card casually. That's why he went straight to the bank without stopping, took out 3 billion Baileys, and first threw 30 rounds. If the right character card can appear, everyone will be happy. If not, then I could only use the D-level character card to barely feel sorry for Lucci and Kaku. Chapter 139 Fake Genius and Real Genius. I have to say that the identity of P in this VIP is easy to use. In just less than an hour, boxes of Bailey were ready. Even because Kyle used the exclusive check of Mayor Iceberg, even the other party erased the money and handling fees for Bailey's box. Dignified Mr. Kyle, the Bailey you want is ready. Do you need us to send someone to load you in the car? The bank manager showed a flattering smile and asked Kyle in the VIP room. 3 billion Bailey's cash, just piled together, is as high as a hill. In order to allow the bank's VIPs to enjoy the right service, the bank has also added free transportation projects. However, looking at the stacks of black metal boxes in front of him, Kyle waved to the bank manager. No need, let's deal with it ourselves next. Okay, then I won't disturb you. The bank manager, who was very good at observing his words and looked at him, saw what Kyle meant, quickly stepped back, and arched his body to leave the VIP room. But Kyle came directly to the box containing Bailey. I saw him stretch out his palm and press it on the box, but his consciousness sinks into the system in his mind. 3 billion Baileys can draw 30 legendary gasoline machines. According to the system's shipment probability, at least 2 A-level prizes should be available. Give some force, the gasket machine. Legendary 10 consecutive draws, you'll go. After praying silently in his heart for a moment, Kyle immediately started the first round of lottery. Only at this time can he, a firm atheist, believe that the goddess of luck is a real existence. In an instant, a series of system prompt messages flashed in front of his eyes. Congratulations on obtaining the C-level prop experience book. Close black lens bracket. Congratulations on obtaining the C-level prop red potion. Close black lens bracket. Congratulations on getting the A-level prop elf egg. Close black lens bracket. Congratulations on getting the A-level prop character card, Inuyasha. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket, close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket, close black lens bracket. Shipment. And it's an A-level character card. Looking at the flashing prompt message, Kyle immediately smiled in surprise. Although I thought that Bailey should be able to get a good prize of 3 billion, in the first round of 10 consecutive games, I actually released an A-level character card, which was really unexpected. And it turned out to be Inuyasha. This seems to be the first time I have drawn the protagonist, right? Clicking on the backpack interface, Kyle immediately looked at the brand new character card. The above picture shows a canine half-demon wearing a red robe and grinning. It's just that male portraits, everyone who understands them understands them. The system did not match it with too much computing power, and Kyle just glanced at it lightly. Although he is a canine half-demon, judging from this posture, the degree of fit with Rob Lucy should not be too low. Sure enough, the character card of the martial arts faction is easy to solve. Kyle smiled slightly. This is also the main reason why he believes that 3 billion Bailey can handle Lucy and Kaku. In their fighting style, as long as they are melee-style character cards, the degree of fit will not be too low. After confirming Lucy's character card, Kyle's eyes turned again and looked at another A-level prop. Open black lens bracket elf egg close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket category, pets close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket level, a close black lens bracket. Introduction. The mysterious elf egg from the Pokémon world can hatch powerful Pokémon with a potential of A level. Remaining incubation time, 1524 days. Close black lens bracket. It's actually an elf egg that can produce Pokémon. Does this thing be available in the system's prize pool? Kyle looked at the elf egg in his backpack, which was about the size of an ostrich egg in his backpack. The consciousness moves. He immediately took the elf egg out of his backpack, and a heavy feeling came from his hands. Is this the elf egg? Under the powerful mental power, Kyle could feel that there was a very weak vitality jumping in this elf egg. Be conscious tilde. Did you give Pokémon a character card, just give an elf egg? The development time of Pokémon seems to be quite fast, and it can be systematically rated as A-level potential, which is another great combat power. After carefully looking at the elf egg, I couldn't see what Pokémon was. Kyle chose to put it back into a safe system backpack. Anyway, he can meet this little guy after waiting for another 25 days. During this period, let it rest quietly. The eyes turned, Kyle back to the gag interface again. Now that Lucci's character card has been completed, the rest is enough to draw a suitable character card for the card library. If possible, Kyle hopes that the system can give you some strength and another A-level character card. After all, although Lucy is known as the strongest agent of CP9 in 800 years. But obviously, after eating the demon fruit for only 2 years, it was developed into the awakened Kaku, and its potential was absolutely no worse than Lucy. A false genius, who has eaten the devil fruit for more than 10 years, can do nothing except transform into a body. A true genius, after 2 years of eating the devil fruit, was surrounded by flame clouds and successfully awakened. So, whether you can give this genius a good destination depends on you, system. Kyle thought and pressed the 10 draws button again. Another large pop-up message flashed by. But unfortunately, although the 10th company also had good luck in producing 2 A-level props, they were just 2 awakening stones. It can be seen. This awakening stone should be the guaranteed prop in the A-level prize pool. If it were on weekdays, Kyle would definitely be very happy to be able to draw the awakening stone. After all, this thing can greatly enhance the combat effectiveness of his partners, and he lacks a lot now. But in the current situation, the awakening stone is not his urgent need. Don't do it, system. Even if I get a B-level character card, I will accept it tilde. Be good tilde, I've drawn the character card this time. I'll introduce you to the mother system next door. The 10 consecutive draws that bet on fate, let's go. With Kyle's idea, the last 1 billion Bailey disappeared instantly. The next moment, another system prompt message flashed. A look of joy appeared on Kyle's face again. This time, although 9 C-level prizes were released in one breath. But the last tip directly made his lottery be successful. Congratulations on obtaining the A-level prop character card, Bangu. Close black lens bracket. Master of the flowing water rock broken fist, Bangu. Looking at the powerful elderly man with silver hair and Kongwu on the front painting, Kyle immediately breathed a sigh of relief. Although I am an elderly person, I remember Kaku's catchphrase, which seems to always call himself, I'm a man, and they are all powerful people in the physical skill school. I think the degree of fit should not be too low. After knowing it, Kyle immediately looked at the last character card. This is a C-level character card that came out with Bangu. Character card, Cow Warrior. Just a glance at the portrait, Kyle immediately recognized it. This is the main supporting role in Adventures of Jackie Chan, the cow warrior who never takes off his mask. His portrait is a strong man full of muscles wearing a red mask of shame. On the mask, there is also a strange talisman inlaid. Obviously, the power given to the partner by this character card should be derived from the cow talisman on the alphabet. It seems that Bruno's character card has been completed. It's good, you can save a D-level universal character card. Then next, I'm trying to find a way to trick these CP9s into the team at dusk. Time is tight and the task is heavy. After checking the other C-level prizes and confirming that there was nothing to cherish, Kyle immediately turned off the system in his mind and immediately looked at the location of the mayor's office. A figure flashed. In the blink of an eye, he returned to the mayor's office again. At this time, Bingsheng was processing the files on the desktop with a confused look on his face. As the head of a city, he has a lot of work every day and is too busy to do it. More importantly, after being exposed, Khalifa, who was hard-working and extremely capable of working, began to become indifferent after being exposed, and had no intention of helping him with work. At this moment, Bingsheng felt a sense of desolation in his heart. But the next second, Kyle's figure suddenly appeared in front of him. Mr. Kyle. Seeing Kyle's figure, the cold Khalifa immediately restrained himself, revealing his quiet secretary. She has been loaded with character templates, and now she has become a loyal believer of Kyle. Kyle nodded and then smiled at her. I'm ready here, and next, you can call Lucy and the others here. As for orders, Lord Kyle. Khalifa responded respectfully to Kyle in a submissive attitude that he had never seen before in the iceberg. At this moment, she was completely shocked by the extra power system in her mind. Although it is just a D-level character card, as a ninja with a collective name, its own power system is still very complete. Today, Khalifa has learned a complete set of basic ninjutsu from the hidden village of Mist. With Kyle's order, Khalifa suddenly took out a small telephone bug from the sky in front of his chest. Then she directly called out a series of secret codes in front of Kyle. This is a special way of contact between CP9 agents. The general content is, Khalifa has discovered Nicole Robin and asked others to gather quickly. In this way, as long as Lucci and others see the message of the code, they will immediately rush to the mayor of Bingshan. Although Caillou can also choose a more secure way to defeat them one by one. But there is no way, time is limited. In order to go to Molia to plunder before participating in the Golden Bell auction, he must fight quickly. Time passes slowly. In a blink of an eye, a magical ripple suddenly appeared in the center of the iceberg office. The next moment, a door of air suddenly opened, revealing a strong man who had his hair combed into a cow's horn. It is the CP9 senior agent who has the ability to have the fruit of the sect, Bruno. As soon as the door of air was opened, Bruno's brow frowned instantly. As a senior agent, he keenly noticed that something seemed wrong at the scene. But before he could speak, a huge force suddenly grabbed his collar. "Come out." Kyle, who used his instant move, suddenly came to Bruno and pulled it out of the alien space with one hand. With his powerful force that he could not resist at all. "Who is it?" Bruno was shocked. But before he could react, Kyle's eyes flashed with scarlet color again. Instantly, Bruno was sent directly to Ueju's fantasy space and began to experience the fantasy that Khalifa had experienced not long ago. After a while, with Khalifa's support, Bruno finally lowered his horned head. With a character card of the Bull Warrior being given, this senior agent was finally included in his command. After conquering Bruno, the first thing Kyle did was to summon the thief who had not used for a long time, and let him cooperate and contribute the fruits of the sect. As a magical fruit that can open up different spaces, the power of the fruits in the door is really a waste in Bruno's hands. Certainly. Kyle wouldn't ask him for a devil fruit ability in vain. After conquering Lucy and Kaku, after everything was settled, he gave Bruno the Niu fruit stored by the thief to Dalton. For him, a purely physical skills powerhouse, it is indeed more suitable for the animal system. Looking at Khalifa and Bruno standing behind her, a satisfied look flashed in Kyle's dark eyes. "I wish Lucy and Kaku could go so smoothly," he whispered softly. "It's a pity that even though I haven't seen these two senior agents yet, Kyle knows. The two of them are not as easy to fool as Khalifa and Bruno." Fortunately, he had already conquered Khalifa and the other two. Even if he directly knocked Lucy and took them away, he would not attract the attention of the world government in a short period of time. In this way, he has completed the transaction with the iceberg. As for being a human being, the most important thing is to be honest. Since I have collected so much money from others, I naturally have to help Iceberg solve the problem of CP9. Time passes by minute. Soon, two more figures wearing strange costumes and covering their faces fell from the sky, and just followed the window that Khalifa had broken before and entered the office of the iceberg. As soon as they landed, Lucy and Kaku immediately frowned. Lucci said dissatisfied. "What's wrong with you two? Why didn't you pretend to be in any disguise? Also, where is Nicole Robin mentioned in your intelligence?" They have not yet discovered the whereabouts of Pluto's design drawings, so even after arresting Nicole Robin, they still have to continue to lurk in the Seven Waters capital. How can they reveal their identities in advance? However, in the face of Luki's questioning, Khalifa, who had always obeyed his orders, shook his head gently and smiled helplessly. "That doesn't matter anymore, Lucy. Our mission has failed." "Failed? What are you talking about?" Lucci was about to take a step forward. But at this moment, however, a ripple suddenly appeared in the space in front of him. Looking at the familiar scene in front of him, Luki and Kaku suddenly changed their expressions, showing a look of surprise and suspicion. In an instant, a space door that was several times larger than that when Bruno was used slowly opened. Kyle, Robin and Mr. Iceberg, who were hiding behind the door, walked out of the different space one after another. Hello, Rob, Lucy, Kaku. I will introduce myself. I am Kyle, the captain of the Twilight Pirates. At the same time, he is also the new chief of Carlifa and Bruno. What? Lucy and Kaku frowned. But the next second, the scenery in front of them changed rapidly. For these two guys, the conventional means of conquering must have no effect. To this end, Kyle specially prepared a brand new routine for them. Chapter 140 Inuyasha and Banko. The world is like broken glass, revealing endless cracks in the void. In the blink of an eye, Lucy and Kaku suddenly appeared in a noisy open space. The two recognized this place in an instant. Because this is their hometown, Judicial Island. But at this moment, it was in chaos, with ruins everywhere and ruins everywhere. This what's going on? Lucy and Kakuzi frowned and looked at the scene around them in confusion. But soon, their picture changed again. I saw a huge warship flying in the air emerge from the sky and suddenly emerge from the clouds, flying over the heads of the two people at high speed. When the huge warship arrived above the Judicial Island, several surging figures flew out from the warship like lightning. Immediately afterwards, before the guards of the Judicial Island responded, the wild sand in the sky was like a huge wave that buried the vestibule of the Judicial Island directly. And all this is just the beginning. The sand fell to the ground. The next second, thunder riots over the Judicial Island, and lightning shines. In an instant, the entire ruling office became a forbidden area for life that gave birth to lightning. Countless lives turned into a pile of coke in the violent thunder and lightning. Immediately, a slash that had lasted forever broke through the foundation of the Judicial Island with an unparalleled force. The hesitation bridge connecting the door of justice was also crushed into powder by one person. In just a few minutes, the Judicial Island, one of the three major forces under the world government, was like hell on earth. The building that once made countless criminals frightened was also destroyed by the terrifying power of several people. In the picture, Lucci saw that he and others were easily defeated like ants, without any power to fight back. This what the hell is going on? Kaku's eyes were dull and he was completely confused. This is one of your futures. At this moment, Kyle's figure suddenly appeared in front of Lucy and Kaku, smiling. Or a future. Lucci frowned. After learning that the other party had known his identity, he also took off his disguise. That's right. Kyle nodded comfortably, stretched out his hand and the picture ahead turned again. Because he had already had the experience of the previous two times, this time he became extra skillful. In the picture, Spandam soon appeared to shift all the blame to Lucy and others. Then countless Navy and agents began to hunt Lucy and others in a devastating manner. But this time, Kyle did not let any CP9 agent die in front of Lucy. Because such a plot does not conform to Lucy's inner arrogance and it is difficult to resonate with it. He would never admit that he watched his companion die in front of him. Not to mention, at this time, he might not have admitted that Carlifa and others would be his companions. The story in the picture continues. After a year-long pursuit, there was finally a chance that Lucy and others captured a fleet of colonels at the Navy headquarters. And taking this as an opportunity, he had a conversation with the world government. That's all. They returned to the world government again and cleared the suspicion. They had extraordinary potential. After getting rid of the idiot Spandam, they were quickly appreciated by their superiors. After 2 years of experience, they were inspoken to the world's strongest spy agency and directly belonged to the Tianlong people. The organization, CP0. However, next, a scene that shocked Lucky and Kaku appeared. When they successfully came to CP0 and began to report to their superiors. Suddenly, they discovered that their commander was the pirate in front of him, White Dragon Kyle. This what's going on? Lucy and Kaku widened their eyes and looked at everything in front of them in disbelief. The two quickly turned their eyes and focused them on Kyle. Kyle, who was stared at by the two of them, grinned. Didn't I say it? This is your future. His expression was calm, but there were stars shining in his deep eyes. Kyle stood up slightly and rushed towards Lucy and the others. I'll introduce myself, and I'll call it Kyle. The current identity is the captain of the Twilight Pirates and a member of the Don Gilshode family. And my other identity is the nephew of Navy General Kizaru, and he is also a direct agent under the command of Navy Marshal Warring States. Kyle directly exposed his identity. In front of the two cunning guys Lucy and Kaku, he chose another different path to conquer. That is the main focus of sincerity. The nephew of the Admiral. The direct agent of the Marshal of the Navy. Sure enough, after listening to Kyle's self-introduction, Lucy and Kakuchi showed a look of shock. That's right. At this time, Kyle suddenly took a step forward. In the same way, the Marinfando he remembers appears in the picture. That was the scene when he was invited to become an agent in the Warring States after traveling through time. In the office that belongs to the highest authority of the Navy, every movement, every look, and every breath of the three people is so clear and visible. Soon, the screen ended. In the moon reading space, this time only Kyle and the other three were left. Kyle smiled. But Luki and Kaku were shocked and at a loss. Kyle continued. As you see, my fruit ability can allow me to see some pictures from the future and create this spiritual space that I wantonly control. Wait, you said those scenes just now were the future. Kaku suddenly interrupted and asked. Why do you have to fight against the judicial island in the future? Well, there is nothing we can do about this. Kyle he shrugged and explained calmly. In the future, we don't know the other party's identity, so you forced Nicole Robin from my side. In order to ensure that my mission can be completed smoothly, I have made a big fuss in the Justice Island and snatched back Nicole Robin is definitely the best choice for me. After all, I can use a mere judicial island and tens of thousands of miscellaneous lives to exchange for the realization of my pirate identity, so that I can get close to the four Emperor's pirates. This deal is still very cost-effective. Kaku was silent for a moment. That's right. Only the top agents can do this, feeling of being extremely cold-blooded, not taking human lives seriously, and doing whatever they want to complete the task. For example, Rob Lucy next to him had a precedent for killing all 800 soldiers in order not to let the enemy take soldiers hostages. At this moment, Kaku had already believed Kyle's statement. But at this time, Lucci asked again in a deep voice. So, what do you want to do if you find us in advance? It's very simple. Kyle's eyes froze. I want you to join the Twilight Pirates and become my subordinates. He put his hands in his pockets and said confidently. I guess you saw it too. In the future, I will join CP0 and become your chief. And there is only one possibility that such a thing will happen. That is, the world government has killed one of the four Emperor's pirates through me. Instead of letting you spend the rest of your life under the trash of Spandam, it is better to intercept you talented guys from now on. I will make sense from the world government. Don't worry, I already know where the Pluto design drawings you have been lurking for 4 years. Now, it depends on whether you want to wait for betrayal by that idiot Spandam, or take the team in advance and come to my pirate group to help me do things. What? You have found the design drawings of Pluto? Hearing Kyle's words, Lucy and Kaku were shocked again. But immediately, the two of them seemed not that strange when they thought of Kyle's magical fruit ability. Kyle smiled without saying a word, and a mysterious stream of light flashed in his eyes. So, what is the answer between you two? Oh, by the way he suddenly reminded. Although we are all working for the world government, since you already know my identity, if you don't want to do it with me, then I have to let you shut your mouth forever. The murderous intent soared into the sky suddenly rose, and under the power of the illusion, he looked like a giant glutinous beast with huge fangs. Are you sure we have any choices? Looking at the posture in front of him, Lucy and Kaku immediately looked at each other, and then saw the helplessness in each other's eyes. After all, from the future in the picture, the other party does have the ability to kill both of them. The two of them made a decision in their hearts and said seriously. If all you said is true, we are willing to join you. Anyway, I will follow Kyle to CP0 in the future. This wave of the two of them can only be considered as early moves. As for whether Kyle lied to them, to be honest, they really have no doubt about this lie that can be broken at once. Even if they find out that Kyle is lying later, they can report Kyle's affairs to the organization, right? However, what these two senior agents don't know is that what Kyle uses is exactly their psychology at that moment. As long as you get on my boat, it will not be that easy to leave. After confirming that the two were planning to join his pirate group, Kyle immediately thought about it and directly assigned 2 character cards with the fit index to Lucy and the other 2. Instantly, a strange force suddenly gushed out from the bodies of the 2. And they were also successfully brought into the cognitive world of 2 A-level character cards. Partner, Rob Lucy, Inuyasha. Open black lens bracket qualification, a close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket level, 1 close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket experience, 0/100 close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket combat power, 36 close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket total qualification, 360 close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket strength qualification, 100 close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket physical qualification, 90 close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket agile qualification, 100 close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket mental qualification, 70 close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket partner, Kaku Bangu close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket qualification, a close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket level, 1 close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket experience, 0/100 close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket combat power, 36 close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket total qualification, 360 close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket strength qualification, 110 close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket physical qualification, 70 close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket agile qualification, 90 close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket mental qualification, 90 close black lens bracket. Is the total qualifications all 360? This should be the highest qualification panel in the A-level character card, right? Looking at the partner interface between Lucy and Kaku, Kyle had an indescribable beauty in his heart. The potential of these two guys can be said to be in the pirate world, only the group of people second to Luffy and Zoro. With the assistance of the top A-level character card, I believe that it will take not long before 2 combat powers on his ship, second only to the Navy generals. I wonder if the Marshal of the Warring States period and his second uncle would be scared to the point where the pirates in the Twilight are now configured. But don't rush to show it. Although my strength has reached the top level in the world with the accumulation of the number of partners. But among the partners, the strongest Clockdale and Ainalu are just the Emperor's deputy level, and everything still needs to be discussed in the long run. Kyle deeply understands that high-end combat power can only make him the overlord of one side. If you want to be truly free and easy in this world, you don't even have to take the Tianlong people seriously. He also needs to have a powerful force that is strong enough to make the world tremble. With a systematic existence, it was just a matter of time before he wanted to achieve this goal. A few minutes later, Lucy and Kaku opened their eyes together. At this moment, Lucci's aura became extremely strange, and a purple yellow light flowed through his eyes. In comparison, Kaku's aura is much calmer, and even based on his momentum alone gives people the illusion of seeing steel. After Kyle briefly introduced them to their newly acquired power, he suddenly withdrew his mental power that maintained the Yudu space. In a blink of an eye, the 3 of them returned to the office of Iceberg again. At this moment, Iceberg's office was completely occupied by the Dusk Pirates. After a little exchange and explaining some follow-up work, Kyle suddenly sat down on the boss's chair of the Iceberg. The next moment, his eyes instantly focused on Kaku and Khalifa, with a calm smile on his face. Kaku, Khalifa, you two have not eaten the devil fruit yet, right? That's right, Captain Kyle. Kaku and Khalifa nodded, with a hint of curiosity in their eyes. But Kyle suddenly stretched out his right hand and summoned the thief's extreme intention. He smiled and said, "It just so happens that I have 2 good devil fruit abilities here, and maybe it's just right for you." While speaking, he quickly opened the thief's G page, selected 2 pages with good numbers, and then his eyes narrowed, endured the severe pain, and suddenly tore off the 2 pages of paper. After taking a few deep breaths and calming the pain in his mind, Kyle handed 2 pages to Kaku and Khalifa. "Eat them and you can become the devil fruit abilities. Eat a piece of paper." The 2 of them showed a look of surprise and suspicion. But with absolute loyalty, they still chose to believe Kyle. The 2 of them immediately took the pages of the book recording the explosive fruit and the imitation fruit, and then ate them without hesitation. In an instant, a powerful force that seemed to be innate suddenly appeared inside the bodies of the 2. "This is..." The 2 of them immediately showed shock and felt the magical power in their bodies. Kyle, who looked at the 2 of them, also smiled slightly and began to think in his mind. With Khalifa, the ability to imitate fruits, even if Lucy and Kaku temporarily leave the 7-water capital, there will probably be no trouble. After all, it was also a senior agent who had received cruel training since childhood and crawled out of hell. It was no problem to ask Khalifa to temporarily disguise his 2 companions. In this way, Kyle can also bring Lucy and Kaku to A-level partners back to Tiga and work hard to upgrade in the training room. Strive to become a general-level combat power as soon as possible. The potential of the explosion fruit is already quite good. With this genius Kaku, he is definitely many times stronger than the giraffe fruit on the original timeline. After solving the CP9 on the 7-water capital island, Kyle immediately stretched. While enjoying Robin's close-fitting massage, he asked Khalifa to bring the iceberg back to the mayor's office. "Mr. Iceberg, I have completely solved the CP9 on the island. In this way, the transaction between us will be completely completed. You have no problem, are you?" Kyle, who was sitting on the mayor's chair, asked with a light smile on his face and the restless iceberg standing in front of him. No problem." The at a loss iceberg nodded. Everything happened so suddenly that he knew that he hadn't figured out what was going on now. But Kyle smiled slightly and turned to the conversation. "Very good, then since the transaction is over. It's time for us to talk about the subsequent cooperation issues." "Cooperate?" The iceberg showed a look of astonishment. But Kyle went straight to the point. "That's about the design drawing of Pluto, one of the ancient weapons." Assignment question. Chapter 141 The 20th Blade, Estes. Iceberg's body suddenly stiffened. Although he wanted to refute a few words hard, he didn't know the design drawings of Pluto at all. But facing Kyle's eyes that seemed to have insight into everything, he choked up his throat and then suddenly sighed. When he raised his head again, his eyes were extremely firm. "Although I don't know how you learned about Pluto's design, something is. But I'm sorry, but I won't make any compromises in this matter. Pluto's design is of great importance, and this is handed to him by his master Tom. It was impossible for him to give him up easily. Even if it will cost you a life." However, in the face of Iceberg's decisive rejection, Kyle grinned. "Don't get me wrong, Mr. Iceberg, I'm not trying to steal you, or Frankie's design drawings." Kyle's words made the iceberg's pupils tremble again. But then, he continued in a kind tone. "As I said in my words, I just want to take the lead and find a suitable master for you to give this design. After all, this thing remains in your hands and is useless, isn't it?" The iceberg was silent for a moment. But considering Kyle's mystery, he finally decided to listen to Kyle's thoughts first. "Who will the right owner you mentioned?" "Revolutionary Army." "Huh, what did you say?" Iceberg's expression was stunned at first, and then suddenly became weird. After all, hearing this name from a pirate really made him, the mayor of the 7-water city under the world government, feel a little shocked. But in a blink of an eye, his eyes began to shine more and more. In fact, Bingshan also knew that with his and his junior brother's ability, it was almost impossible to protect this Pluto design drawing. This design drawing is a time bomb in their hands. If that group of people are really as rumored fighting to save the people, It seems like a good idea to hand over the design drawings to the Revolutionary Army. Iceberg immediately made a decision. Mr. Kyle, can you know the people from the GM Army? It's not a question of knowing each other. Kyle smiled indifferently. But I can bring you a thread and build a bridge. This design drawing is just a pile of useless waste paper in your hands, but when it comes to those guys, it is of great significance to their follow-up work. Good. Bingberg nodded immediately. I believe in you, Mr. Kyle. If you can really contact the GM Army, I am willing to provide Pluto's design drawings for free. Bingberg had already recognized Robin's identity, so he knew very well that Kyle was really capable of bringing this legendary ancient warship back to the world. A wise decision. Kyle looked at the iceberg with approval. But then he stood up, nodded at him and said, "Then this matter is decided. After I contact the people over there, I will bring people to the Seven Water Capital to find you. Welcome to you again." Iceberg solemnly held his hand and Kyle together, and an inexplicable divine light flashed in his eyes. After refusing the invitation to spend dinner with Iceberg, Kyle took Robin to take a good walk around the snack street in the Seven Water Capital. The whole day was exhausted by him. But at the same time, the harvest of this day also made Kyle very satisfied. Night. With 2 new crew members, Kyle returned to the Tiga. At this time, everyone at dusk had been waiting here for a long time. Captain Kyle. After seeing Kyle's figure, Aniro, a little fan, immediately stepped forward and said respectfully to Kyle, "You have assigned us our tasks and we have completed them. Look. These are what we have today." Anilu turned sideways. Behind him, there were Bailey Hills that had been neatly arranged. Obviously, Kyle's hobby has been well known to everyone in the Twilight Pirates. Wow tilde. Looking at the piles of cash bills, a golden light suddenly flashed in Kyle's eyes. With his long experience, just a single shot, he knew that these banknotes were at least 2 billion Baileys. At this time, Clockdale, who was standing beside him, stepped forward to report. "We've counted it, Captain Kyle. There are a total of 2.15 billion Baileys here. Of 800 million of Baileys are the bounty gains of the pirates. The rest is the income from plundering and selling their pirate ships." Not bad, not bad. Kyle grinned and nodded to everyone, with a look of praise in his eyes. "Take all these Baileys to the captain's room later. By the way, these 2 are Lucy and Kaku, and they are my newly recruited crew members. You can get to know each other. It's getting late, so I'll hold a welcome banquet for the new crew tonight. Tomorrow morning, you will take them both to get familiar with the structure of the Tiga." "No problem, Captain Kyle." Everyone nodded and agreed. Not long after, a pleasant welcome ceremony was held on the ship of the Tiga. Lucy, who is new to the arrival of the newcomer, obviously is not suitable for this happy atmosphere. However, Kaku, a guy who always talks about the word, old man, soon became familiar with Zoro and others. It was another happy night. Kyle, who left the field early and returned to the captain's room, took off his coat from behind and handed it over to Robin next to him. Then he sat on his captain's chair without stopping. "I didn't expect that I could earn 5 billion Baileys in one day. It seems that it's quite happy to be a hero on the sea occasionally." Kyle, who filled all 2 billion Baileys into the system, laughed happily. Consciousness also entered the system instantly. After hesitating a little between the 2 choices of Gauge and Doc, Kyle still clicked on the gauntlet system. Although he really wants to upgrade the Tiga to improve the effect of the training room. But just upgrading the Tiga requires a total of 2 billion Baileys. It takes another 500 million Bailey to upgrade the training room from level 4 to level 5. There are not so many Baileys in his hands now. Moreover, the 3 billion Bailey in the morning allowed Kyle to directly draw 2 A-level character cards that meet his psychological expectations. Today may be his lucky day. Since that's the case, let's have another round of lottery. With a thought moving, Kyle immediately clicked on the 10 draws button. Instantly. A series of prompt messages flashed one by one. The first thing to bear is the familiar big experience books, red potions and shallow beats. But soon, a purple glow appeared in Kyle's sight. Congratulations on obtaining the A-level prop character card, Balagang Ruzenbang. Close black lens bracket. Another A-level character card. Although based on text information alone, Kyle didn't know which anime character he was. But if you can be systematically evaluated as A-level, it will definitely not be a fuel-efficient lamp. But a character card is not finished. Just as Kyle's attention was focused on this character card, the last prompt message burst out again with purple light. Congratulations on getting the A-level prop Garas Gourd. Close black lens bracket. Garas scored. Good guy. Is this an exclusive weapon for Clockdale directly? Without rushing to have the second 10th party, Kyle opened the backpack interface with a thought. After quickly pulling down, he suddenly saw two new purple props. Kyle first looked at the A-level character card that he cherished more. Click on the card. A skeleton wearing a purple cloak, exuding a breath of death all over his body, and a golden crown suddenly appeared in his sight. This is. Looking at the familiar scene in front of him, Kyle frowned slightly and began to think about the identity of this anime character. Balagang, what a familiar name. Suddenly, a lightning-like lightning appeared in Kyle's mind. He suddenly pounded his palm. I remembered it. Isn't this guy the 20th blade that follows Aizen's side in the Death God? I remember this guy was once the king of the virtual circle. After confirming the identity of the character card, Kyle immediately became excited. Because at this time, he had already figured out the ownership of this character card. Who else can be more suitable for this character card than Brook, who is full of skeletons? Kyle originally had the intention to conquer Brook. Now that he has this character stuck, he will not let this old senior in the pirate world go. Balagang's ability is to corrupt everything in the world and make the enemy age quickly. In this way, will all the guys who are enemies of Brook be assimilated into a dry bone by him? This strange ability can probably make many people frightened. Thinking of the fighting style of the new crew in the future, Kyle immediately smiled badly. The next moment, his eyes turned and he looked at another A-level prop. Open black lens bracket Garas Gourd close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket category, weapons close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket level, a close black lens bracket. Introduction. A special prop created by Chakra is filled with special spiritual gravel during the period. It can actively resist external attacks and assimilate the ground, making the site permanently turn into a desert. Close black lens bracket. Weapons that can change the terrain. This thing seems useless tilde. After reading the prop information, Kyle immediately showed a look of disgust. After all, desert areas are not suitable for human survival at all. In other words, this seemingly powerful ability is actually only suitable for allowing Clockdale to play at home every time. And all the power that cannot be devoted to production and construction is useless for Kyle. But no matter what, 2 A-level props, 1 character card, and 1 exclusive weapon. This can be considered a good start. Clicking on the glitter interface again, Kyle did not hesitate at all and directly clicked the 10 consecutive draws button. Another series of information popped up. Perhaps, today Kyle is really favored by the goddess of luck. Because in the flash of information, 2 purple rays representing A-level lights appeared. And it also contains a B-level prop. A-level character card Estes. A-level Awakening Stone. Level B Polygo Ball. There is no need to say more about the Pokemon and the Awakening Stone. These are all regular customers. Now Kyle has returned to 4 Awakening Stones in his hands. Although it was the turn of Zoro to awaken according to seniority. But unfortunately, the S-level character has undergone his first awakening. 5 Awakening Stones are required to be consumed. And because I plan to test the effect of the magic card, Living Water drawn before. So Kyle plans to awaken Desaya, who can use card props, first to increase the dual power in her body. So Zoro's awakening can only be ranked after the Golden Bell trading. As for the B-level Pokemon, there is nothing to say about this. After tonight, another Kung Fu manatee who can squirt water will be added to the Tiga. After crossing the Awakening Stone and the Pokémon, Kyle focused his attention on character card, Estes. A figure sitting firmly on the frozen throne and wearing a tight white uniform was clearly reflected in Kyle's eyes. The long blue hair on the shawl was like an iceberg behind him, exuding a cold air. The too tight uniform gathered the sin-like waves on the chest at the top. The white boots and the close-fitting miniskirt complement each other, making the absolute area of the rich charm extra tempting. Suck tilde. Looking at the Binglin figure who was showing an evil smile to him on the front painting, Kyle immediately smiled with satisfaction. It's you, System tilde. Kyle recognized her identity as soon as she saw the portrait in front of her. The Queen of Killing from the world of Killing Chitong, Estes. Originally, a genius-hunting girl from a certain tribe, she could fight against powerful dangerous species alone when she was very young. After returning from hunting, I found that the entire clan was slaughtered by alien races. Since then, Estes has embarked on a path of no return full of blood and death. And with his strong will, he drank the demon god appearance of the Ice Emperor, the demonic serum, and mastered powerful combat capabilities. As the orphan's characteristics. After passing through Estes's deeds in his mind, an idea suddenly popped up in Kyle's mind. I wonder, can this character card fit Robin? Although the fighting style is completely different, Robin's figure and beauty, as well as the painful experiences of her childhood. It has some similarities with Estes's deeds. Based on the principle of trying it out without missing pieces of meat, Kyle immediately took action. Immediately afterwards, a message that surprised him popped up in front of him. Open black lens bracket fitness equals 62% close black lens bracket. Can be loaded. Kyle was delighted. On this boat, except for Little Tiga and the Kung Fu Manatee, Robin is the only one left, and no character template has been obtained. Although he also explained to Robin that this thing depends on time and opportunity. But as my own pillow, it is somewhat unreasonable that I can't really integrate into this team. Now this Estes solves Kyle's urgent need. Robin tilde come here tilde. Kyle, sitting on the captain's chair, suddenly smiled and called out to Robin, who was lying on the table not far away, recording something. Tilde. Robin, who was working, slowly looked up, and the black-rimmed glasses on her face gave her an extra quiet temperament, innocent and beautiful. What's wrong, my captain? Hearing Kyle's call, Robin stood up in confusion and walked towards Kyle. But Kyle smiled. Good thing. Come here, I'll show you a big baby tilde. What baby? Robin's little mouth opened slightly. Before she could finish her words, she suddenly stood there. At the same time, the past of Estes flashed quickly in her mind. About half a minute later, Robin's eyes slowly returned to awake. A blue ice crystal color shines in his eyes. This is. She instantly showed surprise. She has been following Kyle for a while and naturally understands that this is the power of fantasy given to the crew members, the power of fantasy. Now, she has finally gained the power of her own fantasy. Kyle asked with a smile. How about it? Do you still like this gift? Like tilde. Robin replied in a sweet voice. She was a little excited and came directly to Kyle's side, then sat on Kyle's lap and rubbed it back and forth a few times. Robin's eyes were blurred and his face showed a shy rosy. The captain gave the little woman such a precious gift, and the little woman had no choice but to promise her tilde. Hee, what you want is your words. Kyle, who could not suppress the fire, picked up Robin's soft body and walked towards the captain's big bed in the captain's room with big strides. This night is destined to be a sleepless night. And Kyle has experienced it for the first time. What is the happiness of the two heavens of ice and fire? Just based on this point alone, he was very convinced that his character card was not given in vain. Chapter 142 Come and be my son, husband, minister tilde. No words all night. The Tiga, which soared in the sky, moved towards the wind and under the control of the little Tiga, quickly headed towards the Devil's Triangle zone. However, everything the pirates at dusk did in the Seven Waters capital was quickly passed to the Navy headquarters and major forces under the transmission of layers of urgent secret orders. Navy Headquarters, Marinfando. This bastard Cap. He stole my ferry again. The Warring States period, who had just brewed a pot of hot tea, opened the drawer, but only saw a picture of Cap picking his nose. Grim face paper. He was suddenly furious. But at this moment, a Navy soldier suddenly came to the door of the Marshal's office with a document. Master Marshal, there is emergency information coming from the Seven Water capital. The capital of the Seven Waters. The annoyed Warring States expression suddenly changed. He immediately called the soldiers outside the door and then took over an urgent encrypted information. I saw above the information, it was written. On December 24, 1520, Hyuanli left the Kingdom of Alabama and disappeared for a period of time. The pirates appeared in the Seven Water capital and wiped out all other pirates in the Seven Water capital. During this period, someone saw the figure suspected to be the former Seven Warriors Clockdale appearing in the ranks of the pirates at dusk. In addition, according to the observer's description, the Twilight Pirates are very likely to have a natural type thunder fruit. This matter is of great importance, so report it urgently. Close black lens bracket. Dundee Kyle. Looking at the accelerated information in front of him, the Warring States period frowned immediately. He waved his hand and retreated from the Navy that submitted the information. After he went out, the frown of the Warring States period instantly relaxed, and then he showed a look of marvel. This guy Kyle actually did it. The Warring States period had known about Kyle's detention of Clockdale. But what surprised him was that Kyle was able to conquer the sand crocodile that had once wielded one side on the sea and surrendered to him. And the Thunder Fruit ability, Kyle's subordinates, are becoming more and more mysterious. And he actually wiped out more than 20 pirate groups in one go. This kid's workload every day is almost up to the performance of a lieutenant general in half a year. I am worthy of being the genius agent I like. After whispering boasted, the Warring States period, which was smiling happily, opened the next page of the information again. Later, the information about more than 20 pirates who were killed in the Seven Water capital was clearly loaded. But after reading this information, a look of thought appeared in the Warring States period. Now the reputation of the pirates at dusk has been made. Just the banner of the Don Gilshode family, it is obvious that the light on Kyle and others can no longer be blocked. Okay. With Kyle's intelligence, he should have expected this day long ago. Since that's the case, I will follow his plan and help him confirm his identity as a pirate. Under the intention of the Warring States period, although the Navy raised Kyle's reward after the Alabaston incident, it had never launched any encirclement and suppression plans. And he didn't mention any words to other members of the Twilight Pirates, as if there was only Kyle, the strong man in the entire pirates. But in fact, this is actually a hidden protection of Kyle in the Warring States period. On weekdays, he can help Kyle to reduce the popularity by using Doflamingo's identity as the Seven Warriors. But now under the command of the pirates at dusk, there are two more natural fruit abilities. One is the first Seven Warriors, and the other is the Thunder Fruit ability that is known as one of the strongest natural systems. If the Navy is no longer indifferent, it would be a bit unreasonable. Just who should I send to pursue Kyle? The Warring States period tapped the table with his fingers, but many generals from the Navy headquarters echoed in his mind. With the power Kyle has shown now, if he wants to successfully defeat his pirates, he must at least send an entire naval fleet. But it would be unworthy to deploy so much manpower and material resources for a person who is destined to be impossible to be captured. It is best to be able to use as little naval resources as possible and not let the outside world gossip. Suddenly, a lazy yellow light flashed through the minds of the Warring States period. Yes, Isn't that guy still there? I haven't seen my nephew for a year, so I just took this opportunity to create a chance for them to reunite. Thoughts flashed. The Marshal of Warring States period quickly picked up the naval internal telephone bug on the table, dialed a number, and said with a smile. Kizaru, I'll give you a mission. Dreyrosa. Doflamingo arched his body and sat on the throne made of expensive red velvet, but his expression on his face was extremely moved. That guy Clockdale actually joined the Twilight Pirates. Although facts have proved that Kyle's strength is higher than Clockdale, defeating is one thing, conquering is another. Looking at the latest information in his hand, Doflamingo couldn't help but recall the scene when he was rejected by Clockdale many years ago. So in your opinion, is that little kid's potential better than mine? A fierce light suddenly flashed over Doflamingo's red sunglasses, but it hid quickly. It's really interesting. Stop it. Stop it. Let this sea be completely confused. You ha 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 ha. In an instant. The gloomy laughter drifted throughout the palace of Dreyrosa. A few days later, the New World. More than 20 pirates with bounty disappeared in the Seven Waters capital on the same day and at the same place, and joined the former Seven Warriors Seas under the enemy's command. This pair of the sea that had been quiet for a long time is already a rare big news. In a rare sunny sea, the huge Moby-Dick gallops on the vast ocean, like a proud giant whale, wandering freely. Gulalalala. A burst of heroic and hearty laughter suddenly came from the deck of the battleship. Looking at the white beard in the latest newspaper, there was an arrogant smile on his face. This little guy named Kyle can actually subdue the sand crocodile. Young people today are becoming more and more interesting. Marco Tilda. The white beard suddenly shouted. What's wrong, Dad? The pineapple head, who was waiting on the side, jumped off the ship's bar, waved his hand and retreated two beautiful nurses in leopard stockings, and came to the white beard. I saw the white beard pointing at the newspaper in his hand and laughing and saying, "Look at this pirate group in the evening. If they come to the New World, remember to take me to meet them. Such an interesting little guy, I must let him be my son." I understand, Dad. Marco nodded without surprise. After all, this is nothing new to them. Every time an interesting newcomer appears on the sea, my father wants to take the other party as his son. Just then, an explosion suddenly rang around the Moby-Dick. Boom! The water column soaring into the sky fell like rain, raining on the deck of the Moby-Dick. At some point, several ships had appeared around the Moby-Dick and surrounded it. At this time, a one-eyed pirate suddenly appeared from the ship, exuding a fierce aura like a beast. Whitebeard. Today, Captain Nall, I will take off your head on your neck. Nall, the captain of the pirates who led the fleet to surround the Moby-Dick, shouted loudly. On the other hand, on the Moby-Dick, it was quiet and peaceful at this time. Even the two female leopard print nurses were still staying by the white beard and carefully dealt with the patients for them. Marco buckled his ears impatiently. Really, this is the third pirate group this month. Why are these guys so anxious to reincarnate? Gulalalala tilde. There's no way. Who told me that all the pirates in the world want your father in my head? He, then they really set the wrong goal. A man wearing a chef dressed in a chef's outfit suddenly walked out. This time, let me deal with these ungrateful guys for my dad. Then I'll leave it to you, Saki. Marco nodded, not fighting for trouble. Tilde. Saki grinned, then raised his arms and shouted. Fourth team, follow me. The huge Moby-Dick instantly started and rushed towards the fleet ahead. Immediately afterwards, a group of pirates led by Saki jumped off the warship and fought against the enemy. A few hours later, the entire sea was in a mess, with corpses and broken ships everywhere. The waves surged, bringing a scarlet blood color. At this moment, a crew member of the fourth team suddenly picked up a wooden box and opened it to take a look. It was a purple devil fruit with strange patterns. The pirates of the fourth team immediately shouted excitedly. Boss Saki, I found a strange devil fruit. New World, Cake Island. The huge ant lay on her side on her big bed, leaving a river-like saliva at the corner of her mouth. While eating the huge donuts on the plate beside her, she listened to her children's newspapers for her readers today. Mama. Kyle from this pirate group at dusk is quite beautiful. Go and send someone to catch him. I'm going to hold a tea party and get married to this Kyle. New World, over Wano Country, Ghost Path. Gudong tilde. As a gourd of the strong wine fell, Kaido suddenly made a refreshing sound. Immediately he picked up the newspaper next to him. This little devil is the guy Doflamingo said to be able to create blue wave balls. Wo Luo. If such a guy can come to the 100 Beasts Pirates, then my new Ghost Island plan will be able to move forward again. With the exposure of two powerful elemental abilities under the pirates in the dusk, the whole world's eyes were focused on Kyle. And at this time. But Kyle held up his new bounty and a mysterious smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. It seems that the Warring States Marshal finally couldn't withstand the pressure tilde. But it's really spectacular that I added so many rewards to us all at once. Kyle spread out a reward order as if holding a playing card. White Dragon Kyle, Captain of the Pirates at Dusk, Bounty, 350 million Baileys. Sand Crocodile Clockdale, the former 7 Warlords, Bounty, 300 million Bailey. Thor Ainolo, the strongest natural thunder fruit ability, Bounty, 200 million Bailey. The above are the 3 people who currently offer a reward of over 100 million yuan in Dusk Pirates. In addition to this in the 7 Water Capital incident, 7 people received brand new rewards and resounding titles. Blood Axe Monka, Holy Sword Zarin, Ghost Akin, Tyrannosaurus Drake, Summoner Zaya, Shemale Vonkre, fucking the Insect Master Peacock. Although I don't know how many paparazzi the Navy has raised in the world. But in the Battle of 7 Waters, the 7 members of the Dusk who had defeated the captain of the enemy pirates themselves all received a reward order with their handsome photos of their battles printed on them. The amount of the bounty ranges from 2500W to 8000W. It seems that they all depend on the bounty of the pirates they defeated. Others may also have photos of the battle taken, but because they have no clear record, they have not been offered a reward by the Navy. However, even so, the fact that a pirate group has 3 members with a bounty of over 100 million is enough to spread Kyle's name throughout the first half of the Great Route. Apart from the Devil Triangle area that cannot receive any information. In this way, it seems a bit difficult to do business safely in the future tilde. However, the increase in fame can also make future partners more convinced. Anyway, there are pros and cons. After putting away everyone's reward order, Kyle's lips raised slightly and murmured softly. Anyway, his current strength is no less than the level of a Navy general. Even if a strong man like his second uncle comes over, he can burst out with terrifying power and hard steel on the front. With the power of killing and serious one-punch even the 4 Emperor's pirates, he dares to touch it now. The current Twilight Pirates are completely in a state of fried fish in the first half of this Great Route. No matter how high the bounty is, it will have no effect on him. And luckily, the big fish in this fish pond is plump and juicy and is very worthy of fried. When the Golden Bell is auctioned, you can almost go to the New World and trade the Ark Proverbs with Doflamingo. With tens of billions of Pele's, my captain's level can be upgraded to at least level 8 or even level 9. Just 4 emperors, hee hee. Looking at the vast sea in the distance, Kyle was secretly thinking about it happily. And at this moment, little Tiga's figure suddenly floated to him. Captain Kyle, a large area of dark purple fog appeared in the water ahead, as if it was the Devil's Triangle you were expecting. Oh, finally arrived. Kyle's eyes lit up and his momentum suddenly rose. Okay, little Tiga, go back to the sea. Then open the hurricane barrier, and open a passage directly in this Devil Triangle. We don't have much time to waste in this fog. As for orders, Captain Kyle. The Tiga, who received the order, landed slowly, returned to the sea again, and continued sailing. A continuous rotation of wind suddenly rose, protecting the hull. Instantly. The fog in front of the Tiga ran wildly like a beast that encountered a prehistoric beast. The huge warship entered the legendary devilish land directly in fearless direction. Chapter 143 Yo-ru-ru-ru-ru-ru tilde. The clear sky suddenly became gloomy, with strong winds mixed with heavy rains, instantly baptizing over the Tiga. Without Nami, the human body weather forecast, Kyle and the others could not predict the change of weather at all. In just a few seconds, the Tiga seemed to have entered another dimension, surrounded by opportunities, waiting for the darkness that devoured everything. The weather on this great route is really amazing. Kyle, standing at the bow of the boat, smiled slightly, looked at the heavy rain blocked by the hurricane barrier, and sighed. In fact, There has always been a guess in his heart. That is the changing climate and natural environment of the Great Root, which is likely to be related to the awakening of the natural system's abilities. Animal awakened people will inspire special consciousness hidden in the devil fruit, thus making the capable person closer to the essence of animal power of the devil fruit. After awakening, the superhuman abilities will change the surrounding environment and distribute the power of the devil fruit to the surroundings. So will the awakened ones who are natural fruits have some similarities with these two. For example, awaken the essence of natural power inside the devil fruit, and then spread it around, affecting the surrounding environment. But because of the characteristics of the natural system, the essence of those external forces will not be controlled by people like the Superman system, thus becoming a permanent geological change. Although this is just a guess, from the original anime, after the battle between Akainu and Aokiji, Pankasad, who became the Ice and Fire Island, it is very likely that this is the awakening of the natural ability person. Unfortunately, even though Clockdale and Ainolo had reached a sufficient level of development of fruit abilities, there was still no sign of awakening. But if the truth is true, the changing climate and special geographical environment in the Great Root can be explained by a scientific approach. If that's the case, can these thick fogs in front of you also be the legacy left by a powerful fog fruit abilities to the world? Looking at the thick fog ahead that blocked the view, Kyle silently guessed in his heart, but a calm smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. This kind of journey of adventure and decryption is the real pirate. I really want to see the so-called huge kingdom with my own eyes. I just don't know if there are any props in the system that can make people travel through time and space. Kyle, who had both expectations for the future and yearning for the past, suddenly stepped forward and stepped on the front end of the Tiga. The future must be left to the future self. Now, Kyle's goal is to find Brooke, who has been wandering in this thick fog for decades, as soon as possible, and the terrifying three-masted sailboat with a large number of dead corpses and monsters. Although I did not encounter the special flowing pot used by Molia to fish, it was not difficult for the Tiga at this time to find a known target in a fixed area. For others, the extremely huge Devil's Triangle area can be searched in 2 days. Little Tiga. The storm opens the way. Let this sea area see your awesomeness. As for your order, Captain. Little Tiga stood up straight and saluted seriously. Next moment, the raging storm suddenly swept across, like a violent tsunami, instantly dispelling the thick fog that had been entrenched in the sky for a few years. Facts have proved that the power of Little Tiga will indeed change with the increase in the number and strength of the Tiga members. It's just a thick fog, but it can't stop his current storm. In this way, the Tiga began to explore the thick fog in a completely unusual way. At the same time, not far from the location of the Tiga, an old ship that was already in disgrace. An elegant skeleton was sitting alone on the edge of the ship, watching the rippling water waves below while enjoying the rare afternoon tea. Today's wind is so noisy. Feeling the breeze blowing across his face, Brooke raised his pure white porcelain cup and sighed comfortably at the sunshine he saw. But in an instant, his skeleton face suddenly showed a look of confusion, stretched out his bones, 5 fingers, and pressed his top hat that was shaking under the wind. Hey no. This is the Devil's Triangle area, how could there be such a strong sense of wind? Could it be? A soul light suddenly flashed in Brooke's empty eyes. He suddenly remembered something, his agile figure flashed quickly, and he began to control the worn rudder and rushed towards the direction where the wind sounded. As the wind pressure around him became stronger and stronger, the soul fire in Brooke's eyes became more and more vigorous. In his perception, the only thing that could make such a loud noise in this Devil Triangle area was that he could lose his shadow and unable to leave the terrifying 3-masted sailboat pirate group here. Watching the storm blowing the ship, preventing it from moving forward any further. Brooke once again showed a decisive expression. I have to consider whether this will be the only opportunity I have in my life. He lifted the purple sword in his hand and solemnly tidied up his collar, jumping into the sea without hesitation, like a soldier rushing to the battlefield. As a capable person, he should have been afraid of the sea water, but he was like a flexible swordfish running freely on the water surface. On the other side. Under the call of little Tiga, Aniro, who was leveling in the training room, suddenly turned into a bolt of lightning and came to Kyle. "Captain Kyle, are you looking for me?" At some point, Aniro, who had become a muscular man, inspired his strong pectoralis and asked Kyle. Kyle nodded with a smile, then pointed to the thick fog in front of him. "Try to see if you are a domineering person in your experience and experience. Can you still use it normally here? Seeing, hearing, and feeling. Heart net." Aniro nodded and responded, then closed his eyes immediately, followed Kyle's instructions, focused on his mind, and investigated the inside of the thick fog. Soon, he opened his eyes, then frowned slightly, and said in shame. "Sorry, Captain Kyle. This thick fog seems to have the ability to block the transmission of electromagnetic waves. My domineering attitude can only cover 2/3 of the original." 2/3. That's enough. Hearing Aniro's answer, Kyle's face immediately showed a look of surprise. Anilu's current strength is not a little bit better than when he was on the Sky Island. His domineering attitude towards seeing and hearing naturally also achieved corresponding improvements. Even if it is blocked by thick fog, only 2/3 of the exploration range is enough to cover an entire island. He said with a smile. "Anilu, I may have to trouble you in the next 2 days. We need to find signs of life activities in this thick foggy sea. Now, only your ability is the best for this job." Anilu, who has a special sense of experience and domineering spirit, is completely a humanoid radar. "No need at this time, and when will you wait?" "You are so kind, Captain Kyle." Anilu immediately responded respectfully, and then he looked extremely serious on his face. "Leave everything to me." As he spoke, he suddenly released his powerful domineering aura of seeing and hearing. But this domineering spirit had just lasted for a second, and an expression of surprise appeared on Aniro's face. Tilda. He pondered in surprise and then immediately looked at Caillou said. "Captain Kyle, there is a strange creature approaching us about a few kilometers away from us. Just. What's strange is that I could clearly hear his breathing, but I couldn't feel his heartbeat. Really. Unexpectedly, the harvest would come so suddenly." Kyle's eyes flashed instantly and he said with a smile. "That's nothing strange. Because the guy I'm looking for is exactly what you said." Kel immediately ordered little Tiga and said. "Little Tiga, change the course. Maybe, we are going to welcome another new partner." "No problem, Captain Kyle." Little Tiga screamed excitedly, and in the direction pointed by Aniro, instantly turned the bow of the ship, and controlled the Tiga to attack Brook like a shell with a fire. This is a two-way journey from fate. At the terrifying speed of the Tiga, Kyle saw Brook in the distance. He immediately asked little Tiga to control the strength of the storm. "But don't blow their new partners away, Tilda." "Huh, is it a pirate ship?" At the same time, Brook, who was looking for the terrifying three-masted sailboat, looked stunned. With sharp eyes, he immediately saw Kyle standing at the bow of the ship, and was waving to him at this moment. And at this moment, the wind that originally blew Brook's face went out instantly. It turned into a wind ladder, blew Brook to approach the Tiga. Can't it be the wind pressure I felt before was created by this pirate group? For a moment, his mood was very complicated. He was disappointed that no trace of the terrifying three-masted sailboat was found. But for him, who hadn't spoken to a living person for many years, I saw someone wave to him. That kind of inner excitement is simply a feeling that cannot be described in words. Is he asking me to get on the boat? Looking at Kyle's gesture, Brook's eyes suddenly became a little wet. With the help of the wind pressure behind him, he stepped hard and his light body jumped high in an instant, and went directly to the deck of the Tiga. Yo roo 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 Tilda. I really didn't expect to meet a living person in this sea area. Today is so lucky. Yo roo 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 Tilda. Brook, who was excited, made several exclusive laughs that could make people happy. Kyle, who was standing at the bow of the boat, immediately showed a joyful smile on his face. Very good. Seeing Brook means that his goal in the terrifying three-masted sailboat has been half completed. I'm not mistaken, I really have a bone-shaped frame running on the sea. Kyle came to Brooke. Although he had known about his experience for a long time, he still surprised him when he saw a skeleton without muscle support walking in front of him. "Hello, my name is Kyle, and I am the captain of this storm battleship." "Is the storm battleship?" Looking at the hull that still emits a mysterious light even in this darkness, Brooke immediately nodded in agreement. "This is indeed a great ship, Tilda." While speaking, he took off his hat on his head and introduced to Kyle gentlemanly. "Hello, Mr. Kyle, I'm Brooke, I'm so happy to meet you." "Yo ha 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 Tilda. Sorry, I haven't talked to anyone for too long, so my emotions fluctuated." "Have you talked to someone for too long?" Kyle pretended to show a puzzled look. And Brooke, as he said, immediately introduced his own experience to the rare listener as if he turned on the switch. From the ability of the yellow spring fruit, to the demise of the Rumba pirates, to his lonely past of wandering in this devil triangle for 50 years. It seems that in order to protect Kyle's safety, he did not mention the fact that the shadow was plundered by Moonlight Molia. However, this is the opportunity for Kyle to conquer Brooke. How could he miss this topic? After listening to Brooke's introduction, he immediately sighed. "It's really a bumpy fate, Tilda." "But Brooke." Kyle's expression suddenly turned, and his eyes showed a playful look, looking at Brooke's feet. "It seems that you are a little different from us, Tilda." "Ah." Brooke blinked and looked at his feet in Kyle's eyes. I immediately realized it and looked a little serious. "Did you mean I have no shadow?" "That's because my shadow was taken away by a powerful man. It's Moonlight Molia," Kyle said lightly. Brooke was suddenly stunned, but unexpectedly Kyle would answer the questions quickly. He nodded in surprise. "That's right, it's the King of Seven Warriors, Moonlight Moria. It seems that Mr. Kyle did his homework before coming to this sea area, Tilda." "Yo ha 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 Tilda." Brooke once again laughed optimistically, and the previous frustration and seriousness disappeared in an instant. It was precisely because of this open-minded spirit that he was able to live in this claustrophobic environment for 50 years. However, at this time, but he raised his head again and looked at Brooke with a smile. "Hey, Brooke. Do you want to make a deal with me?" "Huh?" Brooke showed a puzzled look again. But Kyle continued. "I'll help you grab the shadow back, and then beat Moria up and vent your anger. And you will become my subordinate, and from then on, walk in this sea in the name of dusk." This. Brooke's eyes widened in an instant. Although he no longer has glasses. "Mr. Kyle, are you're kidding? Moonlight Moliata, but the king of the navy is recognized by the Seven Warriors." "Oh, so what?" Kyle grinned and then snapped his fingers suddenly. Instantly. A piece of yellow sand suddenly flew out of the cabin, and quickly condensed beside Kyle into a clockdle with a huge gourd on his back. Kyle smiled calmly. "It's just the Seven Warriors, see. We are not without Tilda." Chapter 144, Aging and Death. This is. The knowledgeable Brooke was shocked at first and immediately recognized that this was a natural fruit abilities. In this sea, nature is equivalent to powerful power. But when he raised his head and looked at Clockdale seriously, he was shocked to find out. This person is very consistent with the image of a wanted warrant in his memory. Although the Devil's Triangle is in a closed place, Brooke still has some understanding of the situation outside the world over the past 50 years by plundering some supplies from waste ships. He recognized it instantly. This is one of the 7 warlords of the King, Sand Crocodile. Is this Clockdale's pirate ship? But just now Mr. Kyle was still saying that he was the captain of this ship. Brooke was suspicious. But after seeing Clockdale appear, he just put his pose with a gloomy face, and had no intention of leading the way to speak. He was suddenly confused again. "Sorry Mr. Kyle, I still don't understand." After learning that he was likely to board another ship of the 7 warlords, Brooke's tone suddenly became lighter and he became a little cautious. But Kyle smiled calmly. "There's nothing to understand, Brooke. You have just stayed in this thick fog for a long time and closed a lot of news." Bang! A crisp snap of fingers came out. Little Tiga immediately held a newspaper in his hand and teleported to Kyle's side, which scared Brooke again. Look at it. This is today's news. Kyle grinned, picked up the newspaper and a stack of reward orders and handed it to Brooke. Brooke looked puzzled, but he still took the newspaper and began to read it carefully. A layer of shock appeared on the pale skeleton's face. Especially when he saw the reward order from Kyle and others, the expression on his face became even more indescribable. But soon, the open-mindedness learned from loneliness once again affected him. Brooke smiled again. Yo-ho-a-ho-a-ho-o. Mr. Kyle's strength is really powerful and surprising. So do you have to consider the previous transaction? Kyle asked with a smile. A faint green soul flame suddenly flashed out of Brooke's black hole-like eye sockets. He suddenly lowered his voice. It is a blessing to be appreciated by powerful pirates like Mr. Kyle. Pong. Brooke suddenly knelt on one knee and stood the sort of crutch on the deck with one hand. Brooke, the abilities of the yellow spring fruit, is willing to join Mr. Kyle and become a sharp sword in his hand. Only. His tone paused again, and hesitantly looked up at Kyle. But Kyle seemed to have known what he was going to say for a long time, and said directly. You want to say your companion, Whale Rab, isn't it? Just in the conversation with Brooke, Kyle had already guided him to tell the story of the Rumba pirates and Rab. He smiled confidently on his face and said softly. You can rest assured. If I'm not mistaken, the Whale Rab you are thinking about should still be waiting for you at the entrance of the Great Way. After finishing our work here, we can return to Great Root and help you find the Whale Rab. So, that's really a thank you, Captain Kyle. Hearing Kyle's promise, Brooke changed his words instantly, and tears lingered in his eyes. At the same time. But Kyle was opening the system in his mind and clicking on Balagang Ruzenbang's character card. To be honest, because in the original timeline, Brooke joined the Straw Hat Pirates after Luffy defeated Moria. He thought that he could join the Twilight Pirates sincerely after helping Brooke regain his shadow. But looking at the words "loadable" below the character card, a stream of surprise flashed in Kyle's eyes. Immediately, without hesitation, loaded this A-level character card on Brooke. Instantly. The soul flame in Brooke's skull suddenly jumped. And his consciousness also traveled to unknown. The virtual circle that happened so many years ago began to experience everything from birth to death in Balagang. After a moment, Brooke, who gained new power, suddenly opened his eyes, and the soul flame in his mind became vigorous out of thin air. He looked at his hands blankly and felt the power of emptiness flowing between the bones. Before he awakened, he did not yet master the power of the god of death, but just an ordinary king's emptiness standing at the top of the virtual circle. That's it. Is this my power? A breath of aging and death suddenly came out of Brooke's body. Although it is still very weak, its potential is something that no one dares to underestimate. The ability to control time and life is the most unsolvable force in the world. Even Clockdale and Enelu, who had been watching the show on the deck, subconsciously became solemn after seeing the unique aura of death on Brooke. This power can pose a threat to me. The two of them had a terrible idea in their minds. As if they had a heart-to-heart relationship, the two subconsciously looked at each other, and saw the shock and gratitude in each other's eyes. Fine. Such a guy will be their partner. Partner, Brooke Balagang Ruzenbang. Open black lens bracket qualification, a close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket level, 1 close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket experience, 0-100 close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket combat power, 36 close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket total qualification, 360 close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket strength qualification, 90 close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket physical qualification, 90 close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket agile qualification, 80 close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket mental qualification, 100 close black lens bracket. It's worthy of being a character who has mastered the power of aging and death. Another top A-level character card tilde. After watching Brooke's partner interface, Kyle immediately nodded with satisfaction. Immediately afterwards, he directly found the big experience book in the backpack interface. AC level experience book. Each book can add 10,000 experience points to your partner. With the dozens of experience books in Kyle's backpack now, it can almost go from zero to existence, instantly building a naval elite lieutenant general level combat power. But he didn't do that. Because of the combat effectiveness of an elite naval general, it is really helpless to the Twilight Pirates. So in addition to using a big experience book for Nami and Daisuke, 2 migrant workers every 3 days to keep up with their partner's progress. Kyle has never used them. But today, he had the idea and plan to come up with some big experience books to improve Brook's level. Not because Kyle is biased. But if it goes well, Brook may become an opportunity for him to conquer the Moria pirates. Yes. From the beginning, Kyle fell in love with everything about the Moria pirates. Their people, their fruits, including their territory. Such a huge island was transformed by Molia into a haunted house, full of resentment. What's even more annoying is, his haunted house has no commercial value. How could Kyle watch such a waste of resources? It just so happens that the Drum Kingdom is now full of waste. In any case, the terrifying 3-masted sailboat is now in Kyle's eyes. At that time, we will drive this island near the Magnetic Drum Kingdom and act as a satellite island in the Magnetic Drum Kingdom. Then, all the cemeteries were removed and all of them were converted into fields to solve the problem that Winter Island could not be planted normally. As for Molia, his shadow fruit is actually a good thing. Those zombies who are not tired at all and do not understand pain are simply the best labor force in the world. At that time, let the genius surgeon Hogubik develop some specific zombies according to the different types of jobs, which greatly improves production efficiency. Although Abusarum, who has invisible fruit, has low potential and poor combat power. But for his inexplicable death in the later period, if he is willing to hand over the invisible fruit obediently, Kyle is willing to give him a chance to survive and let him act as a supervisor to supervise the progress of the soldiers' work. Anyway, his wish is to become the king of the cemetery. This can also fulfill his life dream. As for Perona, I won't say anything else. Just because she is a rare gothic lowly beauty in the pirate world. Just her wall-walking notebook has been read by Kyle for so many years. She is destined to receive some special treatment. Certainly. All the above premises are to make Molia and his gang surrender obediently and be willing to join his command. And Kyle's hands did not have a character card that could be directly applicable to Molia and others. So he planned to use Brook and Clockdale, whom Molia and others had some impression of him, as bait. It proves that he does have the possibility of giving people strong strength. A thought moved. Instantly. 30 great experience books disappeared into Kyle's backpack. Brook, who was originally immersed in the combination of soul power and virtual power, instantly widened his eyes. Immediately afterwards, his body suddenly released an extremely terrifying force. Even Kyle couldn't help but take a few steps back when he saw this. Within 1 second, Brook's level came directly level 60, reaching the level of a lieutenant general in the army. This strength can be compared with Moria, who is not suitable for the shadow gathering place. In order to avoid Brook's sudden surge in power, Kyle directly asked Little Tiga to take him to the training room in the cabin to adapt to his new abilities. And then, the Tiga, who had been staying for a while, set sail again. Under the command of Anilu, he began to search for the carpet-like search in the Devil Triangle. With his huge coverage of sight and color, Anilu discovered their target in just 1 day. The terrifying 3-masted sailboat, the exclusive pirate ship of the King of 7 Warriors, is known as the largest pirate ship in the world. The ship is only made of a medium-sized island, surrounded by huge outer walls made of huge stone bricks. At the top of the island, an unimaginable sail hung. The above is a beautiful skull with flame onion heads belonging to the Moria pirates. Finally found you. Looking at the door in front of him with a weird shape and a big mouth, Kyle gently stroked his chin, and a hint of excitement appeared in his eyes. Another check in place. He turned around and looked at the people behind him. Clockdale, Anilu, Desaya, and Brook, who has just joined the Twilight Pirates. Because the strength gap is too great, Kyle did not choose to attack this island with great fanfare. After all, Clockdale and Aniro alone can completely push this island. A group of 5 people went directly past the gate that looked like a huge mouth in the abyss and fell into the interior of the terrifying 3-masted sailboat. Surrounded by gloomy and terrifying dense forests. With the help of the faint light, through the layers of branches, you can vaguely see several crooked tombstones. The entire island was filled with a gloomy and terrifying aura. However, this underworld environment has no effect on Kyle and others. Because of their strength, they are their greatest confidence. After landing, Aniro's eyes closed instantly, emitting a large amount of electrical signals. After a little sense of the domineering aura of seeing and hearing, he immediately stretched out his arm and pointed it to one side. Captain Kyle, there is a guy with a strong breath of life over there, and it should be the Moria you were looking for. What a convenient ability tilde. Seeing Aniro, who almost possesses God's perspective, Kyle immediately praised. But he waved his hand. Don't rush to trouble that guy. Compared with Molia, let's test the power of the living water first. Zaya, go to the grave over there and see, there may be the dead body you want inside. Desaya licked her lips excitedly. Leave it to me, Captain Kyle. She knew clearly that today might be the best opportunity to improve her combat effectiveness. She must grasp it firmly. Several people walked quickly and instantly came to the front of a tombstone. It was as if there was some kind of sensing. When Kyle's foot stepped on the soft soil, an arm suddenly grabbed Kyle's ankle from deep in the soil. I died so miserably tilde. A claustrophobic sound came from the soil. The next second, a scary and dry face suddenly appeared from under the tombstone, and then staggered his arms towards Kyle. Give me back my life tilde, give me back my life tilde. The zombies who debuted were very hard to show their horror. After his emotions were in place, he even pulled his head down and lifted it into the air. However, no one who had already understood the situation here paid attention to his performance. Kyle nodded slightly and signaled. Go, Desaya. Try the power of the living water first. Effect your order. Desaya responded, and then immediately pulled a card out of the deck slot. Come out, Hawk. A white light suddenly appeared. A woman with a convex figure appeared in front of Desaya instantly, and immediately stunned the zombie who wanted to scare Kyle and others. But after the hawk appeared, she jumped up, raised her sharp eagle claws, and clasped her arms to the zombie. Hey, 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 what are you going to do? The zombies became panicked in an instant. But Desaya took a step forward and looked at the controlled zombie with a smirk at the corner of her mouth. Join my deck, Mr. Zombie. Magic card, life water. Bang. A green card was suddenly shot by her on the dual plate. Immediately, a golden vase that seemed to come from the tomb of the ancient Egyptian pharaoh appeared out of thin air, and then slowly tilted, pouring all the liquid onto the zombie. A dazzling white light suddenly appeared on the zombie who was still struggling. When the light fell, the zombie's figure disappeared completely. On the ground, only an orange monster card was left. Open black lens bracket monster card. Zombie soldier close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket category. Props close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket level. Declose black lens bracket. Introduction. The undead zombie created by Genius Surgical Art, although it is of low strength, but its unafraid of pain makes it enough to become an excellent cannon fodder. Close black lens bracket. It's a 2-star monster that has become stuck. And there is actually a system prompt interface. After taking the card handed over by Desaya, he was a little curious. Kyle had an idea and imagined taking it into his backpack. The result was beyond his expectations. This monster card was actually included in the system backpack by him. This made Kyle's brain stunned. After all, the system backpack has always been able to store props derived from the system. That is, Magic card living water can actually turn objects in reality into system props. This power seems to have touched the rules a little tilde. Subconsciously, Kyle looked deeply at the dual plate on Desaya's arm. Since there are B-level magic cards, there should naturally be A-level and S-level cards in the system's prize pool. What magical abilities will those cards have? Maybe. The power of the duel is more interesting than I thought. Kyle raised his lips and showed a mysterious smile. Chapter 145, Living Water, awesome. Kyle took out monster card Zombie Soldier again and returned it to Desire, and then immediately asked the questions he was more concerned about. How? Is it expensive? Not big at all. Desire took the monster card, shook her head gently, and a flash of surprise flowed in her eyes. She pulled up the red hair in her ears, raised the card in her hand excitedly, and introduced to Kyle. Converting this monster card will probably only consume less than 1% of my dual power. Oh. Kyle was also a little surprised when he heard this answer. Although the zombie soldiers were not a powerful and rare corpse just now, the consumption was indeed a bit as small as it was. It seems that there should be no problem with using the living water to create the Demon Oz monster card. Kyle murmured softly. He noticed that when the zombie soldiers just turned into cards, the shadow that was originally following the zombies' feet also turned into an uncatchable black light and flew towards the distance. To some extent, he did a good thing. Thinking of this, Kel immediately raised his head and said to Desire. Okay, I've already understood the general situation. Next, let's test your card. Summon the zombie soldiers and take a look. Yes. Desire responded, and then quickly placed the card in his hand on the duel plate. Instantly, the white light of the duel monster appeared again. A dead body covered in bandages and full of dry muscles appeared in front of Kyle and others in an instant. It's just different from the zombie who was just now swaying and trying to scare people. After the zombie soldier appeared, he actually looked confused. But after seeing Desire, it seemed as if it suddenly realized, a ray of light flashed in its eyes, and then said respectfully to Desire. Owner. Can speak. Kyle, who was looking at the zombie soldiers, was suddenly stunned. He immediately thought of something and asked the zombie soldiers. You are self-aware. The zombie soldier turned his head and looked at Kyle, but then turned his head again, as if he had not heard Kyle's voice. Interesting. Kyle was not angry either, but just gave Desire a look. Desire understood it and immediately asked in a puzzled tone. Do you have a sense of self? Yes, master. The zombie soldier immediately replied. I was a North Sea Navy soldier before and lost my life in a war with pirates. When I wake up, I have become a dual monster under my master. This. The zombie soldier's answer made Kyle and Desire feel a little stunned. A bright light flashed through Kyle's deep eyes again, and he said in a little unbelievable and shocked. You still have memories of your life. However, what responded to him was still deafening silence. Silence is tonight's terrifying three-masted sailboat. Have to. Today I have realized what it means, my vassal is not my vassal. This time, without Kyle doing anything more, the sensible Desire spoke directly and repeated Kyle's question. The zombie soldier immediately replied. Yes, master. Under your power, I successfully resurrected from the Yellow Springs world and completely resolved the rules of fighting monsters. When you don't call me, my consciousness will enter a pause. Sorry. I don't know anything about the Yellow Spring world. This zombie soldier is also quite smart. He learned from the questions of Kyle and Desire and directly told all the questions they might ask. I'll be good. This time, Kyle and others were once again shocked by the power of the system. It's just a B-level magic card prop, but it actually has this kind of ability similar to the resurrection of the dead. This made him even more curious about what strange effects the cards that can be rated as A and S level will have. Next, Kyle and Desire conducted a simple battle test on the zombie soldiers. Because it was once a navy, it is no stranger to swords and other things, and it is easy to use ordinary guns, more importantly. When Desire releases the summoning, it can even bring the weapons drawn from the system into the monster card. The pattern on the monster card has become a fully armed form with a long knife on the right, a musket on the left, and a simple leather armor on the body. However, this zombie soldier who is rated as D level can only bring props below D level to the duel card. So what Kyle gave it was also some E level props he drew from the system a long time ago. Perhaps this is also a rule for duel monsters. At this point, the test of this magic card's life water is officially completed. And the result is no need to say much. Full of surprises. Now Kyle is looking forward to the scene after Desire uses the living water to resurrect Longma and Oz. These two guys are very likely to be the strongest swordsmen of a certain era, and his strength may even surpass that of Hawkeye now. One is a huge ancient demon who is known as the Running Country, and loves to transport islands. Although they are resurrected in the form of a zombie, their strength will inevitably be greatly reduced. But their memories during their lifetime are an invaluable treasure. In addition to the two of them, there are a large number of dead strong men on this island. I really didn't expect that the living water would bring such a shocking surprise. It seems that this journey to the Devil's Sea area is still the right one. Kyle's mouth smiled and thought silently. Next, he took Desire to try several zombie soldiers one after another. Among them are some powerful zombies with 3-star or even 4-star stars. Like the previous zombie soldiers, they were all reborn in Desire's deck in the posture of a duel monster. At the same time, this also led Kyle to a conclusion. That is, no matter what the zombies' bodies become, the consciousness they resurrect will be determined by the brain or similar organs. Before, they encountered a zombie with 2 heads at the same time. After being turned into duel monsters, they directly restored the memories of the 2 people. One of them was a dead pirate, while the other was a dead navy. What's more interesting is that the 2 of them actually died in the same war. Maybe this is called "It's Not That Enemies Don't Get Together." After being summoned, although the 2 consciousnesses are also obeying Desire's command, once they are allowed to communicate themselves, they are destined to quarrel. Even if it is serious, the left hand will hit the right hand. If they shoot some funny short films in their daily life, they will definitely make a lot of money. Unfortunately, Kyle does not have any means to disseminate information at present. And this is also one of the things he wants to write into the plan. Since he already has a soul singer like Brooke in his hand, he certainly won't miss this opportunity to harvest fans' leaks. Since those long-handed tribes can bring Brooke's name to the whole world in just 2 years. Kyle can do it naturally. At that time, maybe you can also use the identity of the King of Soul to contact Yuta, who loves music, and turn her into a member of the Twilight Pirates. Half a day later. In the dim dense forest, several cunning screams came from time to time. Kyle and others who have completed the test of the power of the living water have no intention of hiding it anymore, and will fight and meet Molia quickly. At the same time, there was also a riot sound in the ancient castle located in the center of the terrifying 3-masted sailboat. I saw a zombie with a mouse head, but a spider's body suddenly fell from the sky and said in a panic look. More Molia. Things are not going well. Just now, someone saw a huge warship docked at the entrance of the terrifying 3-masted sailboat. Through the flag on the battleship, we can confirm that it is the ship of the pirates in the dusk. As a 7 Warriors Sea, although located in this foggy Devil Sea, Molia still has her own information source channel. It happened to be that in the past 2 days, there was information about Kyle and the Twilight Pirates, which was popular throughout the sea. So after a zombie reported the flag above the Tiga, there was immediately a zombie who loved to read the newspaper and recognized the mark of the pirate flag. And at this moment, another mouse spider fell from the sky and said in panic. Not good, Lord Molia. Just now, someone found an intruder in the location of the dense cemetery. By the telescope observation comparison, they are likely to be White Dragon Kyle, who has a bounty of 350 million Bailey, and his subordinates. Moria, who was lying lazily in the huge palace, suddenly turned around. What did you say? Kyle, who has a bounty of 350 million Bailey, is on this island. Yes, Lord Molia. The mouse spider responded immediately. It can be the next second. A gloomy laughter suddenly spread throughout the castle. Yeah hey. Great. It's amazing. My greatest masterpiece is finally going to have its life. Wow. Molia suddenly stood up. The huge body brought a gust of wind to the point of pressure. Give me an order immediately and notify the 3 monsters to come to gather here. At the same time, let them allocate the zombie legion in their hands. Next, there is a tough battle to fight. Yeah. Although Kyle's shadow is hidden and she has enough confidence to take it down, considering that Clockdale is likely to be around Kyle. Molia was still not blindly arrogant. However, not long after his voice fell, a hearty laugh suddenly came from outside the window of the castle. Do you want to catch me? No need to be so troublesome. I've arrived. Swish. As the air blurred, Kyle and others' figures instantly appeared in front of Moria. Kyle smiled and greeted Moria kindly. Good evening Moria. Who are you? Looking at Kyle and others who suddenly appeared, Moria's expression suddenly became solemn. But his gaze did not immediately focus on Kyle, but instead looked at Lao Sha who had the same title as him behind him. Then, a sneer appeared on the corner of his mouth. Clockdale, you actually became someone else's subordinate. I thought that the news was a lie made up by those media people to attract attention. It seems that you are really getting back to life Old Shaw, who was behind Kyle, heard this and showed a contemptuous laughter on the corner of his mouth. When you understand Captain Kyle's greatness, you will understand how ridiculous your words are. Surrender, Molia. We are here today to conquer your pirate group. Hey. Molia sneered, it's so embarrassing. The sand crocodile used to be has now become someone else's pet. While speaking, he turned his gaze to Kyle. You are the captain of the pirates in the evening, aren't you? It's coming just right. My most outstanding work is waiting for your arrival. Tam. A huge spotlight suddenly lit up from behind Kyle and others. The shadows of Kyle and others also lengthened and extended toward the location where Moria was in the direction of the light. After all, this is Molia's nest, so it is naturally the battleground that is most beneficial to him. Step on. Moria suddenly reached out and instantly grabbed Kyle's shadow under her feet. Instantly. His other hand suddenly pulled out a pair of huge scissors from behind, and he seemed to have succeeded in his plan, and he was about to cut Kyle's shadow. All except your shadow. Yeah. Kyle, who was about to be deprived of the shadow, couldn't help but sigh. Sure enough, without the halo of the protagonist, you really can't underestimate you old guys. But then, another playful smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. Fortunately I have only dared to meet you until now. Brooke. Kyle suddenly roared. Brooke, who was prepared, instantly pulled out the shallow stroke from his waist and leapt with agility. Leave it to me, Captain Kyle. Sigh of death. The strange skeleton suddenly gushed out a void air, like a breath, instantly wrapped the scissors in Molia's hand. In an instant. The sharp scissors instantly began to corrode, and a rust mark appeared on the surface, which then eroded into the inside of the scissors. In the blink of an eye, the scissors in Molia's hand were wiped out and there was no trace. Brooke then waved another black and empty slash, directly aiming at Moria's arm that grabbed Kyle's shadow. Faith Song Sword of Soul Lost. Shadow Dancer. Molia, who felt a sense of danger, did not dare to be arrogant. He quickly put down Kyle's shadow, and his whole body instantly turned into a shadow, then shattered into countless bat fragments, avoiding Brooke's attack. Next second. Brooke's slash was not reduced because he had no concentrated target and his castration was not reduced. He instantly bombarded the wall behind Moria. But it was originally a sharp slash, but it did not cause cutting damage to the wall. Instead, the rocks on the walls instantly began to flourish and then disappeared into nothingness in the air. This time, Moria finally saw the power of Brooke's moves. At the same time, I also understood why he was so palpitations. He immediately screamed in surprise, this is the power to control time. Chapter 146 Battle of the Behemoth. Wrong. Brooke stood with a knife, facing the cold blade towards Moria. The special black energy wrapped around the blade, like clouds, virtual and real. The cold skeleton face made his expression particularly terrifying. This is aging and death. Brook made a heavy sound with his non-existent Adam's apple and explained to Moria. You. A hint of fear flashed in Moria's demonic eyes. But when he focused his eyes on Brook, his expression suddenly changed. I seem to have seen you somewhere. Etc. You have no shadow. Moria's pupils dilated, showing a shocked look, looking at Brug of the soles of the feet. After all, Brook's appearance is so distinctive, and his shadow is still given to the powerful dragon-slaying warrior Longma. Although many years have passed, Moria immediately recognized Brook's identity. Brook also put down his sword, and the dark skull's eyes were beating flexibly. That's right, you have indeed seen me. Because it was you. I took away my shadow. Impossible. You are obviously a capable person in the yellow spring fruit. How could you master such a powerful force again? Moria, who knew Brook's identity and origin, screamed in surprise. This is the power given to me by Lord Kyle. Brook answered unscrupulously. His mission here is to say this. Kyle. Moria's eyes trembled, and her gaze shifted again, looking at Kyle who was smiling at her from a distance. Haha, it's me. After looking at Moria, Kyle suddenly took a step forward, with a relaxed smile on his face. Molia, I have limited time, and there is no need to play some word games with you. Tell you the truth, I came to the Devil's Triangle Sea just to invite you to invite your pirate group to join me. Boom. Kyle suddenly raised his head, and a violent aura suddenly gushed out from his body, pressing towards Moria like a ridge that was falling. The height difference between the two is obviously very big. But at this moment, everyone saw Molia's embarrassment being suppressed by Kyle's aura. Is this the domineering and domineering? Molia was shocked. Because he clearly saw that under the pressure of Kyle's momentum, lightning cracks began to emerge in the walls of his castle. Having a domineering spirit is not a big skill. Can it have the domineering aura that can break objects or be a hard object like a wall? This had to move Moria. Because Kaido, who defeated him and killed all his subordinates back then, had the same powerful domineering aura. Under Molia's entangled and resentful gaze, Kyle slowly walked to him. His expression was still so free and easy, so indifferent, as if he didn't take everything seriously. Kyle, who maintained his mental output, had a bitter smile on his lips. I know your story, Molia. 22 years ago, you and Kaido broke out in Wano country. After seeing the real power of the world, they never recovered from it. They hid in this unmanned sea and carried out your ridiculous and pitiful zombie legion plan. Quote. I admit that the zombies you create really have extraordinary abilities. But I want to use this to fight against Kaido, one of the 4 emperors, and avenge my dead companions. You are a little too whimsical, right? What did you say? The old scar was torn open again in such a direct way, and Moria's eyes instantly turned red. The terrifying bloodshot eyes were covered with white blood. You little guy who is still stinky. What do you know? In anger, Moria waved her huge fist directly, and the dark-armed domineering aura surged silently, covering the zombie-like skin. Oh, can you still use armed and domineering spirit? It seems that you are not as unbearable as I thought. Facing Moria's fist, Kyle remained calm and still had a calm smile on his face. He slowly stretched out his palm and spread his 5 fingers. Instantly, Moria's expression suddenly stiffened. Because his angry punch actually hit Kyle's palm, it was like water entering the sea without making a sound. At this time, Kyle's tasting voice came again. Well, the strength is okay, it's so sloppy, it's just a match for Lao Sha before. It seems that the 7 warriors see in the first half of your great route are not doing well. Kyle smiled playfully. But the 5 fingers suddenly exerted force. Molia widened her eyes, and then she felt a huge force suddenly flowing from his arms into his whole body. And his body also had a 180 degrees reversal in a completely uncontrollable state. Boom. In the old castle room, a dust fog suddenly rose to cover the eyes. Molia's huge body was gently pulled down by Kyle and suddenly fell to the ground. Damn it! Shadow Dancer. Molia, in a mess, immediately stood up and wanted to use her fruit ability to return to a safe position. Save it, Molia. Your time is over. Scream. Wow. Two figures, one blue and one yellow, suddenly appeared. The tyrannical thunder instantly penetrated Moria's whole body, paralyzing his body and unable to use the fruit ability. Immediately afterwards, two chains made of yellow sand suddenly flew out and hit Moria, locking him tightly on the ground. Brooke followed Kyle with the power of aging and death, and stepped beside Moria's head. Give up resistance, Molia. As you see, our strength is far from what you can compete with now. If I want to kill you now, it's so easy. Quote. Join us, I can give you even stronger power. Kyle invited Moria again with a bewitching voice. Youngyu looked down on others. Molia, who was pressed on the ground by Clockdale's sand chain, had blood-red eyes, and she was panting and breathlessly said. Ibit the dignified king under the 7 warriors see, Moonlight Molia. A mere little brat, I'm not qualified to teach me how to do things. He was like a wild beast that was stimulated. His body suddenly began to swell up even though he was pressed to the ground. Clockdale frowned. The chain of sand that tightened Moria suddenly trembled. The next moment, Molia let out a heart-wrenching roar. Shadow gathering place. Gudong tilde. Several black shadows, like water pipes, suddenly extended out from under Molia's body and then flew out in all directions. In an instant, all the zombies located on the terrifying 3-masted sailboat suddenly stopped, then rolled their eyes and fainted. The shadows under their feet flew towards the direction where Moria was located one by one along the shadow pipe. I really don't cry until I see the coffin tilde. Seeing Moria's actions, Kyle sighed helplessly. Immediately he shook his head gently, turned around and said to Clockdale. Since that's the case, let's play with him. Clockdale, let this guy see the power of our dusk. As for orders, Captain. Looking at Molia, whose body shape and momentum were soaring unprecedentedly, Clockdale's mouth suddenly raised upwards, revealing an interesting look. Just right. He had long wanted to test how much stronger he is now than before. Shuhei, stop sleeping, come out and play with your old friend for a while tilde. Clockdale murmured softly. The next second, his eyes suddenly changed, revealing a pair of ethereal black eyes that were emotionless and full of beasts. He. A voice that was not a child at all, and seemed to be a child suddenly appeared. I feel it. What a powerful force. It seems that I can make a big fuss. As the power after Clockdale awakened, Shuhei no longer could only sleep like before, but had a complete sense of autonomy. And under the power of the system, it will not develop a rebellious heart and affect Renjuli like in anime. Nowadays, Morizuki has formed the most perfect contract with Clockdale, so that they can become the perfect Mujiriki like Kira and Naruto. Click. As Molia absorbed more and more shadows, the chains of sand on his body suddenly shattered. And he also controlled his huge body and stood up again. The entire castle began to tremble violently under his powerful body. Kyle frowned. Although he did not intend to keep the castle. But after all, there are still many precious items in the castle. If they are crushed into the ruins like this, their value will be greatly reduced. This is not a place for fighting. Kyle suddenly turned around and said to everyone behind him. Enilu, you and Brooke accompany Desire and stroll around the castle. Now Molia has taken back all the shadows, and the activity of those corpses will not last long. Take Desire and make them into cards. Leave it to me, Captain Kyle. Enilu nodded. Although he was looking forward to seeing the battle between Molia and Clockdale, he still chose to obey the orders and stayed there. Kyle nodded and then gestured to Clockdale. He understood it instantly and quickly put his arm on Kyle's shoulder. At this time, Molia had successfully absorbed more than 800 shadows and turned into a giant demon with a hideous appearance. But just as he was about to continue to absorb shadows and give Kyle and others a good look with the strongest posture, Kyle, who was carrying Lao Sha, suddenly teleported to his face. Okay, it's almost done. If you eat it again, the battle will be of little interest. Kyle smiled slightly. As he spoke, he suddenly put his hand on Molia. The space flashed. The figures of the three disappeared in an instant. At the same time, a huge figure of a demon appeared in the forest far away from the castle. Molia's body at this time had surpassed the tallest tree in the forest. From a distance, it looks like a monster in Ultraman's world, standing in the tiny human world. Damn it, I want you to pay the price. As soon as it landed, Moria immediately realized that her shadow was being interrupted as it gathered. He suddenly became angry, waved his huge slap and smashed it to Kyle's position. The wind was howling, and a terrifying pressure surged. But Kyle just smiled and said calmly, "I'm for your own good. After all, now you don't have the power to control 1,000 shadows." As soon as he finished speaking, Kyle's figure disappeared again. In the blink of an eye, he came to the air far away from Molia. He suddenly stretched out his wings behind him, maintaining his body in the air. And at this moment, a huge yellowish arm suddenly appeared and collided with Molia's giant palm. Boom! A dull thunderous sound instantly swept across the entire forest. The impact force of the storm even cut off all the trees around Molia. A huge monster with a raccoon face and a taller height than Molia at this time appeared in the forest out of thin air. Ha ha ha. Molia, your next opponent is me. In the way half of his body was exposed, Clockdle, who was on Shoa's forehead, let out a gloomy sneer. Monster monster. The victims hidden in the woods, seeing Shuohei and Molia suddenly appeared, screamed in panic and ran out of the forest. The wailing sounds of these weak men did not affect Molia and Clockdle on the court at all. Moria, who had just sucked in more than 800 shadows, was obviously not as crazy as she was in the anime. His two glasses stared like searchlights. Looking at Clockdle, who also turned into a giant beast in front of him, couldn't help but frown. What the hell are you? Even though he had become a monster, Molia could not help but ask a question as he looked at Clockdle at this time. Clockdle looked calm. This is the power that Captain Kyle gave me. Kyle. Hearing this answer, Moria had to look at Kyle, who was preparing to watch the show in the distance with a complicated expression. At this time, if he dares to underestimate Kyle, then he will have lived to be a dog in the past few decades. It can be admitted that Kyle's magical power is one aspect, but defending his own dignity is another aspect. His dignified moonlight Molia, once praised by the sea as a pirate who is equal to Kaido, could he be defeated by a newcomer pirate so easily? No matter what your situation is, your ending is already destined from the beginning of setting foot on this island. After absorbing more than 800 shadows, Molia felt that she was unprecedentedly powerful and had a very inflated heart. Now he felt that he could even slap himself in the face and slap the island beneath him. For such a big talk, let's talk about it after you see my power. Shuhei, we're here. Clockdle suddenly drank. Perhaps because of his long-term contact with Shuhei, his personality became a little cheerful and playful. The huge crane suddenly exerted force on his legs, trampling the entire island so hard that it made a whine sound, then jumped into the sky and threw out the huge tail of the sand behind Molia. Let's have a good fight. Ha 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 ha. Chapter 147 The Terrifying Three-Masted Sailboat, Get. A violent roar suddenly sounded on the strange island in the underworld. What's wrong? What's wrong? What happened? The three strange men from the terrifying three-masted sailboat pirate group, who were still kept in the dark, woke up from their sleep and looked out their windows. Instantly, they saw two terrifying monsters and started fighting fiercely in their islands. One of them is yellow and extremely ferocious. One of them is covered in purple, so ugly that it is terrible. Hey Tilda. Wait a moment. That ugly guy looks more and more like their great Captain Molia. They were invaded. In the forest, Molia finally showed some strength that matched his reputation as the Seven Warriors Sea. After absorbing 800 shadows, he also burst out with the world's top-level power, and he was indistinguishable from fighting with Clockdle's crane. Maybe this is the main reason why he can always maintain his inner pride. The power of the shadow fruit is powerful. In the original timeline, he absorbed 1,000 shadows and his strength has indeed achieved huge growth. If his mental power is strong enough to control 2,000 or even 3,000 shadows at one time, he may have the possibility of fighting Kaido. It's a pity. This is destined not to be something that Molia can do today. Wow, it's fun. It's really fun. The huge sharp claws tear the air apart, making a screaming sound of breaking through the air, and suddenly bombarded Molia's chest. In an instant, blood fell like rain. The blood dripping from the water tank hit the dark green trees. Damn it, Tilda! Molia screamed in pain. But in the blood-red eyes, the crazy look was even more vigorous. He was so red that he didn't care about the torn wounds. He suddenly lifted his fist, wrapped in a rare domineering temperament, and punched Shu in the abdomen. However, boom! Large tracts of sand fell down. Molia's fist directly punched Shuohei's body against each other. The gravel in the sky floated around Shoshi's body, but after Molia closed her fist, she immediately followed the original path and returned to Shoshi's body again to fill the huge void. Seeing this, Molia's expression immediately became ferocious and she shouted in disbelief. Impossible. I have obviously used armed sex and domineering spirit, why is my attack still ineffective against you? Even though his control of the domineering armed spirit is not very good, Molia is sure. I just touched Shuhei's fist, and I was definitely armed and domineering. Molia didn't believe in evil, so she raised her other arm again and smashed it to Shohei's shoulder. But the result is still not changed. The position where Shoshi was hit on the body was sanded again, and then returned to Shoshi's body. Moria showed an incredible look, as if the worldview was broken. HMPH tilde. At this moment, Clockdale, who was above the crane's head, sneered disdainfully. Of course. Because the one who avoids your attack is not the fruit ability at all, but my ninjutsu. Ninjutsu. You're going to Wano country too. Moria looked suspicious. But Clockdale slowly stood up from Shoku's body. He stepped on the head of the giant beast and carried a big gourd on his back, and was chic and steady. Wano country. I don't know what you are talking about. But, Molia, you wouldn't think that I let Shuhei fight you for so long, just simply playing with you, right? If you have time, look up and look in the sky. Molia, who received the prompt from Clockdale, suddenly looked up, but then his eyes trembled suddenly. At this time, a large amount of yellow sand began to float in the sky of the entire terrifying three-masted sailboat. Because the sky in the Devil's Sea was so dark that he never noticed the changes above his head. When? Moria screamed in shock. But Clockdale was no longer ready to continue wasting time on him. After all, his time is very precious. Your era is over. Recognize the reality well, Molia. Clockdale suddenly formed seals with both hands. This sentence was given to Molia by him. At the same time, it was also for him. The majestic chakra energy suddenly rioted, and erupted from Clockdale's body like a gushing volcano, surging out to the west. In the sky, the originally slowly floating yellow sand paused suddenly as if she had heard some command, and then quickly gathered towards Moria's head. Clockdale and Shohei under him pushed his arm forward at the same time, then shouted loudly. Seal of the Great Burial of the Desert. Boom. A desert pyramid that covered the entire forest suddenly landed and hit Molia's body hard. Tilde. Under the pressure of the pyramid, Moria's eyes turned white in an instant. His mouth opened unconsciously, and a large number of shadows escaped from his body and flew towards the direction where his original owner was. Thesis impossible. Even though he was beaten to the point of losing consciousness, Molia still didn't want to admit everything in front of her and muttered softly. But the attack Clockdale burst out with all his strength completely exceeded his tolerance limit. The pyramid fell. In just a few seconds, Molia's huge body was squeezed back to the prototype and she fell into a coma completely. Mr. Molia. In the sky, a girl dressed in fashionable clothes and wearing black and white striped stockings looked at the scene in front of her in shock. At this moment, she even forgot that the enemy was not far from her. The sudden scream immediately attracted Kyle's attention. Looking at the little beauty in a miniskirt not far away, he raised his eyebrows but didn't care too much. Compared to Perona in front of you, it is more important to conquer Molia first. On the battlefield, the dust settled. Under the control of Clockdal, the yellow sand pyramid turned into a dense stream of fine sand again, which was collected into the magical gourd by him. The originally lush dense forest also showed a huge square pit at this time. In the pit, Moria, who had been beaten to the point of being blue and swollen and in a mess, was spitting out the last shadow in her body. Swish! A ripple suddenly appeared in the calm space. Kyle's figure instantly appeared in front of Moria. Did you faint? He pulled up Molia's huge body, and the dragon wings of light behind him gently stoke him, and his whole body flew up directly. It is really inconvenient to talk about things here. Kyle was about to take him directly to the pirates' ship at dusk. But at this moment, a delicate but timid voice suddenly came. Hey, where are you going to take Molia? Perona looked at the defeated Moria, and relied on her current body of soul. She mustered up the courage to stop the flying Kyle. Kyle raised his eyebrows and gently shook Moria's body in his hand, and teased. Don't you see it? Your captain was defeated by me. From today, you will become a member of me. You don't talk nonsense. That's impossible. Perona's big eyes were wide open, her long eyelashes blinked gently, and her two little hands swayed in the air. Let go of Moria, otherwise I will be rude to you. The always invincible soul body gave Perona great confidence. With her waved, she immediately summoned several round-headed and round ghosts to protect both sides of her body. But Kyle's expression did not change at all. So, you want to replace Molia? Continue to fight with us. Boom. The momentum soaring into the sky suddenly roared towards Perona, causing her breathing to stop suddenly. Perhaps it was the soul fruit that increased her mental power, and under Kyle's mental pressure, Perona did not fall into a coma. But even so, she was completely shocked by Kyle's momentum and did not dare to move at all. Seeing this, Kyle grinned. But he didn't want to waste too much time, so he directly flew towards the Tiga with Moria. Before leaving, he reminded Clockdal. Old Shaw, let Anilu find out the 3 monsters of the Moria pirates and let them stay in the castle and wait for me to come back. Okay, Captain Kyle. Clockdal responded immediately. Half an hour later. Inside the practice room of Tiga. With the attack of the 3 Kung Fu Manatees water gun, Moria, who was drooling on her face, finally woke up. In a daze, he seemed to have returned to the battlefield that he would never forget. In my ears were the sound of golden sounds of swords, and the explosion sounded like breathing, constantly. And he was defeated by Kaido and withdrew from Wano country in a mess. Yo roared tilde I finally woke up, Molia. A calm voice pulled Moria out of her memories. He opened his eyes hard and suddenly realized that he was in a strange space at this time. There is a pure white in the upper and lower parts of the place. But within his sight, he saw more than a dozen people, one occupying a space, conducting various trainings, or a group of 2 people, conducting combat practice. More importantly, in front of him was the young pirate full of mystery. Kyle. Molia opened her mouth slightly, trying to say something, but her words choked in her throat. His brain was completely confused by Clockdal easily defeated. Kyle smiled. How, Molia, do you believe what I say now? Join the Twilight Pirates. I can also give you the power that is not inferior to Clockdal. 11th power to defeat Kaido. Molia, who was sitting in the open space of the training room, had her eyes scattered. When she heard Kyle's temptation, she did not have much fluctuation in her eyes. But it was his dim mind that he suddenly asked. How do you prove that what you said is true? Prove. Kyle's eyes lit up suddenly. Being able to say such words means that Molia's heart has begun to shake at this time. And what is missing now is just the last shot. He smiled directly. Our strength is the best proof. You should know whether it is Clockdal or Brook. They definitely did not have such strong strength before. Join us, Molia. This is the only chance you can defeat Kaido and avenge your dead companion. At Kyle's third invitation, Moria suddenly clenched her fists. His eyes flashed with complex inspiration. As a veteran pirate, his pride does not allow him to bow his head to others. But whether it is the skeleton brook he remembers, or the Clockdale, who was once far less famous than him, they have now gained abilities beyond his understanding. The breath of death and aging, and the raccoon cat beast that emerged from Clockdale's body. All of this is to show that Kyle did not deceive him. He does have the possibility of giving others powerful abilities. After a while, Molia finally compromised with her heart. Good. I'm willing to join your pirate group. But Moria showed her sharp mouth and fangs, and even though she knew she was not good enough, she still spoke harshly. If I were to find out that you were lying to me, I would never let you go. Ha 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 tilde. Don't worry, you won't have that opportunity. Then, have a happy cooperation, Molia. Looking at the huge demon body in front of him, Kyle let out a hearty laugh. A few hours later. On the open space of the terrifying three-masted sailboat. Moria, who had been successfully conquered by Kyle, took his three weird guys and stared at the giant in front of him in amazement. Even Molia was nearly 7 meters tall, she had to raise her head and show a look of shock. This is simply incredible. Hiss, hit, hit. The genius surgeon Hogubik laughed to hide his inner shock. The captain, who was still shocked, quietly packed himself and the pirate group and sold it to others. Perona and Absalom were also looking at the terrifying demon in front of him in disbelief. Oz. Who would have thought that they had been preparing for a great work that had not been completed for 10 years? It was actually done easily by one of Kyle's subordinates. Hut tilde. Desire was gasping for breath. Under Kyle's surprised eyes, he quickly retracted the 10-star monster card on the dual plate Youngwo Demon Oz. In this way, all monster cards have been tested. Thank you for your hard work, Desire. After shaking off the sweat on his forehead, Desire showed a faint smile on his face, but his eyes were fixed on the monster card in his hand, and he refused to move away. At the same time, the cranes on the open space also dispersed with a bang. A yellow whirlwind blew by, and Clockdale's figure suddenly appeared in front of Kyle and others, looking at the monster card in Desire's hand with an abnormal expression. Even though he has been joining the Twilight Pirates for a while, he still can't accept it. Why can that small card summon a terrifying monster that is not inferior to him? Yes. Just now, Kyle and others have completed the strength test of the Demon Oz. Because 500 years ago, he was frozen to death in the Ice Country. After being robbed by Molia, under the design of Hogubik, he obtained a scientific method of storage. So much so that after Desire used the living water to activate Oz, he immediately obtained a terrifying demon with a strength of 500 years ago. Compared to this, other zombies are not as lucky as Oz. Because of the decay of the dead bodies, even if they regained their original soul, their strength would be greatly reduced. Captain John, who was once famous in the sea, is now just a 7-star monster. But under the monster card, Kyle successfully obtained the legendary Captain John's treasure and could go to excavate at any time. Besides, what Kyle expects and surprises the most is naturally the monster card of Wano Country Samurai Frost Moon Ryuma. Although his strength was only systematically rated as 9 stars due to the decay of the corpse. But after resurrection, he carried all the memories of his life. Compared to Oz, the demon who is not very smart in his head and only knows how to fight, Kyle feels. This legendary warrior Long Horse is their biggest gain on this trip. Chapter 148 How to Play Shadow Fruit. So this is the world's #1 swordsman who has appeared in history. This kind of sword intent is really terrifying. Inside the practice room of Tiga. Looking at the dry and dead corpse summoned by Desire in front of him, a sudden burst of excitement of green light burst out from Zoro's eyes, and his eyes were spinning at high speed like the starry sky in the universe. The Frost Moon Dragon Horse, summoned in the form of a monster card, is not as frivolous and superficial as it is fussy and empty as it merges with Brook's shadow. On the contrary, it is very similar to Hawkeye, calm, restrained and very pretentious. Perhaps, only by mastering the way to show off is the stepping stone to become the world's #1 swordsman. The dragon horse placed one hand on the black knife Chushui, which had been integrated with the body and turned into the contents of the card together. He raised his head, looked at Zoro with empty eyes, feeling the momentum of the small universe that continued to rise with the fighting spirit, and couldn't help but make an old-fashioned voice. This is the young man from later generations. At this age, he can actually burst out with such momentum. It's really shocking. It seems that I'm still dead too early. Hey Tilda, now is not the time to chat. Seeing that the two swordsmen of Longma and Zoro had already started to praise each other, Desire quickly frowned and interrupted their conversation. She looked at Zoro. Zoro-jun, my dual power can only maintain the existence of Ryuma for an hour. Mr. Kyle said. Let me use Dragon Horse and other monster cards to learn the armed domineering and internal destruction as soon as possible. You are the first to participate in the training, but you have to give the guys behind you a good example. Hey. Zoro laughed softly, took off the turban from his shoulders and tied it to the top of his head. Don't worry. I can't wait more than you. In the cultivation room, a violent sound of metallic crossing sounded soon. For geniuses like Zoro, the best way to learn the same skill is to experience it with your body. I am worthy of being the legendary sword hero. Even if my body has withered to this level, can I burst out such a sword intent? At the entrance of the training room, Kyle couldn't help but feel emotion when he looked at Zoro and Ryuma, who had already fought together. Just a broken corpse can be as powerful as Zoro, who exploded the small universe. If this was the Frost Moon Dragon Horse in its heyday, it would at least be the combat power of the top 4 emperors. But it's good. The future Dusk will not lack top combat power. What is lacking is just the time to develop. The arrival of Longma and those strong men can make up for the lack of advanced armed and domineering cultivation methods in the notes. Kyle's eyes flashed. I have to say. The power of the living water gave him a great surprise and also disrupted him. He had a little plan. Who would have thought? The terrifying triple-mast sailboat that was originally planned was only planned, but it actually brought huge benefits to the pirates in the dusk. Seeing that his friends had also entered the daily practice, Kyle turned around and walked out of the practice room and walked towards the deck of the Tiga. Outside. It is a clear sky. Now, it is the second day after Kyle conquered Molia. The Tiga had also sailed away from the Devil's Triangle Sea, which was covered with thick fog, and began to head towards the Shambodia Islands. As for Molia's terrifying 3-masted sailboat, under the mobilization of Kyle, he drove towards the direction of the Drum Kingdom. The imprisoned shadows on the island were also put back to the original owner. The terrifying 3-masted sailboat is actually a movable island full of corpses and a group of unlucky guys. In order to prevent the unlucky guys on the island from causing any trouble and ensuring the safety of this special ship, Kyle also deliberately left Brooke on the terrifying 3-masted sailboat to escort it. Anyway, he had injected a lot of experience into Brooke before, and practicing for a few days late is nothing. With the island together, Hogubik and Absalom, who were under the former Moria pirates, were also heading to the Magnetic Drum Kingdom. After Molia announced her surrender to Kyle and joined the army with the whole team. The 3 strange men on the terrifying 3-masted sailboat naturally did not dare to do anything, and they joined the Dusk Pirates by default. Under Kyle's persuasion, Absalom semi-voluntarily gave his invisible fruit and became the general of the zombie legion on the island. Although, there are not even a single zombie on this island now. As for Hogubik, who has the world's top surgical medical experience, he was naturally sent to the medical university in the Drum Kingdom by Kyle. Although Hogubik has indeed done nothing good in recent years. But the licking dog is crazy for love. It's not something that cannot be understood. Judging from the scene where he left sadly after learning that Shinduoli had a fiancé. Hogubik before going crazy is actually quite normal. The condition that Kyle gave him was to let Desire resurrect the stage actress, Sindoli, and truly walk back from the underworld, allowing Hogubik to confess his love to him in person. Although Shindali did not accept Hogubik's love after learning the truth, she still smiled gently at Hogubik like she did during her lifetime. This smiling monster card also made Hogubik regain his name as a genius surgeon and prepare to go to Kyle's medical university to serve as the president of the Academy of Surgery. The gentle breeze gently blew across the surface of the hull under the control of Little Tiga. On the deck of the Tiga. The huge Molia, with Perona, who is obviously 23 years old but still looks like a gothic loli, is looking at the gradually distant foggy sea, silently dazed, as if she is doing something with herself in the past. The final farewell. During the day yesterday, a series of operations by Kyle and others completely broke the Moria pirates' perception of the world. Whether it is the demon Oz and the dragon-slaying warrior Longma, the invisible fruit ability deprived of Abusalam, or the huge battleship Tiga controlled by the ship elves. Each special phenomenon that transcends common sense completely disrupts the worldview that Moria has built over decades. But at the same time, this also made him believe more and more. Kyle will bring different excitement to his life. Molia, I've been waiting for a long time. When he arrived on the deck and saw Molia and Perona looking into the distance, Kyle immediately smiled and said hello. Kyle. Moria paused for a moment, but she still didn't call out the word, Captain. Although rationally, he had decided to surrender to Kyle. But his inner pride still exists. But Kyle didn't care. Anyway, after he draws a character card suitable for Moria, this big man who looks like a demon will sooner or later become their own people. He smiled and nodded, and came directly to Molia's side. First, under Perona's fearful gaze, he gave the legal loli a head-touching kill. Then he turned his head and looked at Moria and said, "The move you used when fighting with Clockdale is called Shadow Gathering Place, right?" Moria was stunned for a moment, but she didn't expect that Kyle would raise this topic when he asked him. But he nodded and responded, "Yes, it's called this name." Kyle pondered, looked up at Moria's head and praised. By constantly absorbing shadows to strengthen your body, this move has great potential. If there are enough shadows, you may not be able to defeat Kaido. You can indeed be regarded as a rare genius in the ocean to be able to develop the shadow fruit to this level. A smile appeared faintly at the corner of Moria's mouth. But what Kyle said next made him take back his smile. But the strength obtained by relying on external objects is not a long-term solution after all. If you want to truly get along in this sea, you must turn your strength into your own thing. Molia. Kyle's tone suddenly be serious. I wonder if you are interested in making some improvements based on the Shadow Gathering Place. Improvement? What kind of improvement? Under Kyle's gaze, Moria became nervous inexplicably. Especially when thinking about the power Clockdale possesses, his palpitations became even more obvious. Kyle showed Jiyu Jingbubo's eyes and said to Moria word by word. Have you ever thought about it? Keep those shadows permanently in your body. This. Moria's eyes, who had been expecting, dimmed instantly. He couldn't help but say disappointed. I know what you're going to say, Kyle. Keep the shadow in my body forever, so that I can keep the shadow gathering state at all times, thereby improving myself. But that's useless. Molia looked at the sea in the distance. As the abilities of the shadow fruit, how could he not have thought of this way to make himself stronger quickly? But every shadow is a unique individual. Every time I absorb a shadow, I have to carry a memory and habit brought by the individual. And human energy is limited. Once I put my energy into controlling the shadows in my body, my IQ and brain will have a huge burden, and there will be even a possibility of lowering my IQ. This method is not advisable. It turns out that you know this too. In the original timeline, you absorbed 1,000 shadows in one breath. A battle that was going to win was ruined. Listening to Moria's explanation, Kyle was speechless. This guy really perfectly interprets what it means to say one thing and do another. Possible. This is the power of the protagonist's halo. After sighing and complaining for a few words, Kyle spoke again. What if I have a way to improve your mental power? What? Molia was suddenly shocked and looked at Kyle. Improving my mental power. How is it possible? The pirate world is a pure martial world. Although there are various fruit abilities here, there is even the power to touch the spirit and soul. But for hundreds of years, there has never been an authoritative system for spiritual physical exercise on the sea. Moria is not that idiot either. Of course he understood that if Kyle had a way to improve his mental power, he he could indeed consider raising a group of shadows in his body. But, there is still a problem now. Moria glanced at Kyle with the light of her eyes. Although the contact was not long, Molia had discovered that Kyle was not the traditional pirate. Compared to the guys like them who like war and chaos, Kyle is more kind and peaceful. This is not uncommon. Since Roger's death, many guys who wear pirate cloaks but do justice have appeared on the sea. But the problem now is, if Kyle doesn't let him plunder the shadows at will, how can he make himself stronger? After talking in his mind, Molia still expressed her doubts. But Kyle smiled mysteriously again in response to this. Who said that being a good person can't plunder the shadows? Molia, you should be able to carry the shadow of animals, besides the shadow of humans, right? The shadow of the animal. Molia was stunned again. Then he immediately understood what Kyle meant. He immediately replied. Of course, the shadow of animals is okay. And because animals have limited wisdom and don't have much memory, it will be easier to control. But equally, because animals have limited memory, the improvement of their strength by animal shadows is far less than that of those strong humans. Well, it's okay, I've considered this. Kyle nodded and said to Moria with a smile. Come with me. After he finished speaking, he immediately set off and walked towards the cabin gate of the Tiga with Molia. Fortunately, the Tiga was already huge enough at this time. Otherwise, it would be difficult for Molia's huge body to enter the cabin. However, we should consider upgrading the Tiga to improve the intensity of the facility. The crew dormitory is still too small today. Moria was lying on the ground to rest last night. However, at this time he was still shocked by the magical recovery of the crew dormitory, and he had no mind to enjoy things. Walk into the cabin. Kyle took Molia and Perona, who was watching the show, all the way down the stairs and arrived at the bottom of the Tiga. And this layer is also the production layer of the Tiga. The arsenal in charge of Heian, the insect hall in charge of Peacock, and the breeding farm where Kung Fu manatees live. All on this floor. And Kyle's goal is to be a breeding farm located at the bottom of the Tiga. At this time, in addition to the Kung Fu manatee who can freely enter and exit this facility, there are also hundreds of dinosaurs brought back from the ancient island garden by Agent, who were set by Kyle and could only move within a specific range. Part of the work of Kung Fu manatees every day is for these dinosaurs make exclusive feed and feed them white and fat. With the support of the buff of the breeding farm facilities, these dinosaurs have grown beyond genetic limitations. Originally, Kyle wanted to wait and find Vegapunk in the future, let him copy a bunch of Chopper's human fruits, and then turn these dinosaurs tamed by the farm facilities into dinosaur warriors. But now, it's still early to make the artificial devil fruit, but you can take advantage of the new member Molia first. Although there is sufficient light in the farm, this is just a natural environment simulated by the system. There is no sun here, so there is no sunshine. And the power of the system is obviously more advanced than the laws of the pirate world. So even if Molia plunders the shadow of the dinosaurs, it will not have any impact on the dinosaurs living here. Swish. With the joint efforts of several Kung Fu manatees, the door of the farm was slowly opened. Immediately afterwards, a small world that is purely natural and no different from the external natural environment suddenly appeared in front of Kyle and others. This. Molia and Perona stood at the door, their glasses as if they were about to fall out, and their mouths were even more scary. Seeing this, Kyle smiled. Stop being dazed. There are some things that surprise you on this ship. Now, let's choose a suitable shadow first. Chapter 149 Arriving at the Shambodia Islands. With a beast-like roar, Moria's body suddenly swelled. But in the next second, his eyes immediately returned to the clear light, suppressing the wildness that dinosaur shadows possessed. How about it? Seeing that Molia successfully absorbed the shadow of a dinosaur, Kyle immediately asked. But Molia opened her hands, felt it slightly, and then replied. The power has been slightly improved. And because there are not many memories carried in the shadow, the consumption of mental power is not that great. If it doesn't affect me at all, I should be able to absorb 10 shadows of the same level. While speaking, Moria Murin looked up and looked at the quiet and peaceful dinosaurs in the distant clearings with golden eyes. In this farm, even the most violent carnivorous animals will be as gentle and obedient as cows in the pastures, waiting to be squeezed out for the last drop of value. This is simply a hotbed of Moria. In the pirate world, dinosaurs from ancient times are synonymous with power. After absorbing 10 dinosaur shadows, Molia has achieved corresponding improvements in both body size and strength. For the real strong man, 10 dinosaurs are just to make the dining table bigger. But when the power of these 10 dinosaurs gathers in a living body, that is the real quantitative change produces qualitative change. At this moment, not only Molia's size increased by more than 10 centimeters out of thin air, but even his power was about 1 layer more than usual. If it were in the past, Molia would not look down on this 10% bonus at all. Because he knew that this increase in power could be completely ignored for his enemy, Kaido's power. That's why Molia was devoted to the construction of the Zombie Legion. But after learning that Kyle has a way to improve his mental power. But he couldn't sit still. Strong mental power, ability to match shadow fruits, and this strange room. He, Molia, is finally about to rise. Kaido. Wash your neck and wait for me. Hey. On the ups and downs of the sea, the huge Tiga ignored the waves of courage, broke through the water and galloped at high speed as always. I wasted 2 days in the Devil's Triangle Sea, and only a dozen days were left before the auction in the Shambodia Islands. And the auctioneer will take photos and promote the Golden Bell on site. There is indeed not much time left for Kyle and others. Fortunately, the Devil's Triangle Sea is not far from the Shambodian Islands, and the unreasonable speed of the Tiga. They were able to arrive at the Shambodian Islands in almost 3 or 4 days. At the same time. However, Kyle sat alone in the captain's room and spoke on the phone with the Martial Warring States period, which was not too far away nearby. What did you say? You convinced Moria again to convince him to join your pirate group. How did you do it? The phone worm at the desk showed an extremely shocked elderly person on his face. My mouth was so wide that I couldn't close it for a long time. Kyle's operation really scared the Warring States period. Even though there was a lesson in the acquisition of Clockdale before, 2 kings appeared on one ship at the same time. This is not a small thing that can fool you by just having 2 meetings. Even the 4 Emperor-level pirate group is just like this, right? In an instant, the Marshal General of the Navy located in Marinfando fell into deep thought. Is there something wrong? Could it be that there is really something wrong with the recruit training system that restricts Kyle's development? For a moment, he only felt it was buzzing in his head. It seemed as if 30 carp were around him. 10 were drinking tea while sucking, 10 were eating fairy shells, and the last 10 were holding their stomachs, laughing and mocking him. Kyle's methods have completely exceeded the scope of the Warring States period's understanding. On this end of the phone, Kyle also expected the expression of the Warring States period at this time. He smiled silently, and then said to the phone worm again. Marson of the Warring States period, if there is no way, let me fill the gap in this 7 Warriors Sea. Although this does go against the original intention of being an agent, in this way, public opinion will be concentrated on me and the Twilight Pirates. It will not have much impact on the image of the Navy. The Warring States period was silent again. Of course he knew that the way Kyle said was definitely the best way at present. But the implementation of the 7 Warriors Sea policy is not just for the powerful pirates on Jiao and Sea to maintain the balance of the sea. Behind this policy that seems to break the name of Navy justice there is actually a very crazy purpose hidden. That is to steal the powerful genes of the 7 warlords and the fruit abilities contained in their bloodline factors, so that Baikal and the Navy scientific research units can deploy War Machine exclusively to the world government, Seraph. The Seraph plan seems to have come to an end. Now, both Baikal and the scientific research team are studying the matters of pacifists, and no new projects have been established yet. In this way, if Kyle becomes the 7 warlord, nothing should happen in the short term. A look of thought flashed in the Warring States period. If possible, he actually did not want Kyle's power to be controlled by the world government. As a senior naval executive, he knows more about the world government and the divine dragons. But he had no choice. Becoming a marshal of the Navy and executing the justice in your heart as much as possible is the only thing that the Warring States period can do. And he did it. Huh. The Warring States period suddenly let out a long sigh, and nodded to the phone worm. At present, this is indeed the best solution. I'll make some preparations now. Once you expose the conquering 2-7 warriors in public, I will immediately let the Navy respond and take you as the king under the 7 warriors. Kyle also planned. In a few days, we will arrive at the Shambodi Islands. At that time, it should be the best time for me to become the king of the 7 warlords. I see. I will send you the specific plan later. The Warring States period pondered. After communicating with Kyle with some details again, he pulled down the phoneworm's microphone. It can be immediately. He couldn't help but stretch out his palm, gently squeezing his temples. Kyle, he is really more and more like a pirate. I don't know if this is a good thing or a bad thing. At the same time, inside the captain of the Tiga. Looking at the phoneworm closing his eyes, Kyle's mouth slowly raised upwards. I hope it won't give you too much headache, Marshal of the Warring States period. Of course he understood that his subordinates' successive actions would make his boss feel a headache. But it was Kyle's greatest sincerity to report this matter to the Warring States period as soon as possible. Becoming the 7 warriors C was also the result of his careful consideration. One is that after conquering Molia, if the Navy does not deal with his existence immediately, it will seriously affect the Navy's reputation in the world. The other one is, his current strength is enough to deal with most of the troubles, so there is no need to hide it anymore. In addition to the hidden world government, there are few existences in the entire world that can pose a threat to the pirates in the dusk. So it is time for him to make his own voice to the world. After becoming the official 7 warlords C, Kyle can also borrow many of the world government's free rides to quickly develop his own power. My world is coming. The Tiga, which is riding the wind and waves, is like a rock soaring above the sea, advancing towards the target under the protection of the storm. A few days passed by. In a blink of an eye, the Tiga arrived at the transport port controlled by the Tangjikode family. Mr. Kyle. Mr. Kyle. Kyle and others had just walked down the long ladder of the Tiga, and a thin, fancy-dressed merciless man ran over immediately. Mr. Kyle, and several other adults. It's so hard for everyone. The little one has prepared tea and snacks in the lounge of several adults, and the rest is left to the little one. Oh. Kyle glanced at him and chuckled from the corner of his mouth. Is that so good? It seems we can have some leisure time next. As he said that, he turned his head and said, Zoro, you heard it, give them the golden bell. Oh. Behind the team, Zoro, who was carrying a huge object blocked by linen, responded in a deep voice. I saw him slowly walking to the reception staff and politely smile. Then please give me. Boom. A huge sound came out. Zoro easily threw the golden bell on his back, which had been removed from the historical text, to the ground, and then moved his shoulders. Instantly. There seemed to be a trembling cry from the ground at the entire port. On the way down, linen suddenly flew up. The bright sunlight shone directly down. A huge shining golden bell suddenly appeared in front of everyone in the port. The thin man who had originally received Kyle and others widened his glasses and looked at Zoro, who easily lifted the golden bell like a hill, didn't know what to say for a long time. Fortunately, he was sent by the Tangjikode family to support him, so he had some insight. After tens of seconds of silence, he immediately showed a complimentary smile. Just put the golden bell here. Please follow me, sir. Never mind. Kyle waved. It's also our first time to come to the Shambodian Islands, so let's avoid rest or something. You get the golden bell done and we'll just go around the Shambodia Islands. Otis. The receptionist's eyes turned, then nodded and smiled. Then I wish all adults a happy afternoon. I'll have someone go and get a map of the Shampoo Islands. Well, please trouble you. A few minutes later, several maps that recorded the Shambodian Islands in detail were handed over to Kyle. Kyle grinned and said to everyone behind him, "Okay, it's rare to come to the Shampoo Islands. Let's choose the areas you are interested in. And it's the matter of the Tianlong people I mentioned before. Although these guys are indeed very hateful, before the Golden Bell auction is held, everyone should try their best to hide from these guys. But not causing trouble does not mean that we are easy to bully. If you really meet a dragon person who doesn't have eyes, just cut it off. If there is anything, I'll take care of it. He, I'll be relieved if you say this, Captain Kyle." Monka shook the giant axe that had already merged with her body, and a smile appeared on her face. Kyle's other partners also nodded in response. Kyle nodded with satisfaction. This time, except for Lucy and Kaku, two special identities, everyone at dusk walked off the Tiga. Even the Kung Fu manatee with the janitor's template was followed obediently behind Chopper. Boss Chopper agreed. He wanted to take them to the Soap Bubble Park in the Shampoo Islands for a good day of fun. With Kyle's order, the crowd immediately scattered in the dusk. Only members of the Tang Jikade family who were responsible for the reception were left, standing there with a shocked look on their faces. Is this the pirate that Lord Doflamingo valued? I dare to discuss the matter of the Tianlong people so openly. The receptionist shivered suddenly, and he quickly reached out to wipe off the sweat from his forehead. The little heart was pounding. I hope nothing will happen. After the words came, the receptionist immediately took out a telephone bug from his arms and then reported it solemnly. Mr. Torapal, I have received the golden bell from the pirates in the evening and they brought. And. The receptionist pondered for a moment, sorted out the following language and continued. As the intelligence said, I saw Clockdale in the ranks of the pirates at dusk. More importantly, I also saw a figure suspected to be Moonlight Moria, a seven-warrior sea. I think this does not rule out that the pirates at dusk conquered Moria after conquering Clockdale. In addition, Kyle also said in front of me. He said he was going to kill the Tianlong people, right? The top of the palace in the kingdom of Dreyrosa. Doflamingo listened to Torapol's reward and suddenly a strange smile appeared on his face. You. With your mind, it is impossible for people who don't know that I will feed back your intelligence. So you mean to let me hear such words? After conquering Clockdale, let Molia bow his head and join your command. You can't. You want to catch all the seven warriors in one go, right? I am really looking forward to the day I meet you. Under the sunlight, a red light suddenly flashed. Doflamingo suddenly turned around and asked his loyal subordinate behind him. How are Torapal, Bailey, who trades gold and historical texts? I have prepared 30 billion Bailey's cash, and after a while, I can trade with Kyle. Doflamingo nodded and reminded. You can have more snacks on this matter. Whether it is the historical text or the technology that can fly warships, or even that batch of gold, it is a crucial existence to us. No careless. Don't worry, Dover. Boar sways long with a long snot, assured Doflamingo. Chapter 150 Hunting begins. Blow up with the bar. That's right, it's here. Kyle, who was carrying Robin, looked at the tavern corresponding to the location marked on the map, narrowed his eyes slightly, and pushed open the door that was covered with moss because it had not been cleaned for too long. Ling tilde. The pleasant wind chime suddenly rang. But what doesn't match this ringtone is. At this time, inside the tavern, there were pirates tilted upside down. Yo tilde there are guests here tilde. Bang. In the bar counter of the tavern, a young woman with a charming charm threw away the pirate who had been beaten to a coma, then showed a business-style smile and looked at Kyle. However, the moment Kyle pushed open the door, the young woman's eyes, which had originally narrowed slightly, suddenly widened. She couldn't help but whisper softly. What a rare guest tilde. Hello, boss lady. Kyle walked into this extremely frank tavern and sat down on the bar seat. His eyes looked directly at Shachi in front of him. Hello, handsome guy, and such a beautiful little girl, what do you want to drink? Facing Kyle's gaze, Shachi responded with a smile, and then asked as if she was doing business normally. But when Kyle heard this, he shook his head gently. If you drink something, just let it go. I don't want to drink all my savings during this period just because of a drink. Just be straight, Shachi, I'm here to buy information. Kyle opened the door and called out Shachi's name. Shachi, who had turned around and wanted to make a bartender, was suddenly stunned. The next moment, a surprise smile suddenly appeared on the corner of her mouth, and golden light flashed in her eyes. I didn't expect it to be a big customer, it's rare. So brother Kyle, I wonder what information you want to inquire about. Since Kyle was so frank, Shachi stopped pretending and called out Kyle's name. After all, she is the hottest newcomer pirate this year. She already recognized Kyle's identity from the moment she entered the tavern. Kyle smiled, raised his eyebrows and said, I want to know the list and details of all the pirates with a bounty of over 5 million yuan in the Shambodian Islands at this time and the list of the demon fruit abilities among these people. Are 2 lists. Shachi supported her chin with her hand and her brows slightly frowned. The former list is easy to solve, but the latter. She glanced at Kyle charmingly and said helplessly. Even with my intelligence network, I can't control everyone's fruit ability. It doesn't matter. Kyle said seriously. I only need a list. It's enough to be able to determine whether they are capable people, I just want to know this. As for the others, I don't care. That's much easier. Shachi took out a long cigarette from somewhere and sucked it lightly like a breath of relief. She immediately grinned again. Chauffeur brother Kyle is so handsome. I will accept you 5,000 W Bailey for these 2 lists tilde. 5,000 W Bailey tilde. Hearing this number, even Robin, who had always been gentle, couldn't help but exclaim. Certainly. She didn't think the price was so expensive. But she knew very well that with Kyle's personality, it was impossible to take out such a large amount of money from her pocket. Even though they had just plundered hundreds of millions of Bailey's treasures on the terrifying 3-masted sailboat a few days ago. Sure enough. Hearing this price, Kyle suddenly became silent. Let him pay. That is impossible. Kyle's serious expression suddenly changed, and he showed a friendly smile. It's worthy of being a woman who dares to write off her quarrels on the plaque. If you want the price, you're really a lion's mouth. But I have a better trading method than a simple Bailey transaction. Oh, let's hear it. Shachi spit out a circle of eyes, smiling. Kyle suddenly sat up from the chair, staring at Shachi with glittering eyes. How about we exchange information? I can exchange some information that you will never know now for the information in your hands. Interesting tilde. Shachi smiled gently, as if she saw something interesting, nodded gently. Dare to say such words in front of me, the intelligence businessman. Okay. Then let me see what is the information I will never know. While speaking, she turned around and walked towards the inside of the bar. Obviously, I have agreed to Kyle's transaction and sorted out the information. In the perspective that Kyle and Robin could not see, an exploratory look suddenly flashed in Shachi's eyes, who had turned around. It suddenly rose from the East China Sea in a year, and then walked along the way, creating a myth that a pirate group has more than 100 million pirates. Kyle does have many secrets that Shachi wants to explore. She believed that Kyle, who could call her name directly, would not disappoint her. After more than 10 minutes, Shachi returned to the wine with a bunch of documents in her handbar counter. The pirates who were knocked down by her before have all fled from the bar. Nowadays, only Shachi, Kyle and Robin are left in this room. Pung. A bunch of documents were photographed on the bar. Shachi smiled with a pursed lips. Everything you want is here. Come on, it's time for me to see your sincerity. No problem. Kyle nodded immediately, glanced at the information in Shachi's hand, and then chuckled. The first information I want to talk about, Molia, one of the 7 warriors of the king, has left the Devil's Triangle Sea. Shachi was stunned for a moment, immediately curled her lips, and pressed her 5 fingers against the pirate's reward order. Just this piece of information, it can't be replaced by what you want. Don't worry. Kyle chuckled. The second piece of information is that Molia has disbanded his pirate group and joined another pirate group. What did you say? Shachi suddenly showed a look of surprise. Then an incredible look flashed in her eyes, and she looked Kyle up and down. The other pirate group you mentioned is not the pirate group at dusk, right? Because of the precedent of Clockdale, she immediately started to guess. Kyle nodded and said. This can be considered my third piece of information, right? Shachi was silent for a moment. The next second, she suddenly laughed. Young people today are becoming more and more incomprehensible. Although this information will be spread all over the streets in no time, and it is worthless. But as Kyle said, this is information she will never know now. And, compared to the intelligence itself, the person who spoke this information was truly amazing. After the words came to an end, Shachi didn't blame Kyle for playing text games with her, but directly pushed the documents in her hand forward. This is what you want, handsome guy. Thank you, Ms. Shachi. Kyle smiled slightly and thanked. And Robin, behind him, immediately picked up the information on the bar like a secretary. The two of them acted quickly and immediately walked out of the bar door after getting the information they wanted. Just as the moment he opened the door, Kyle suddenly made a dash. For Ms. Shachi's face, I'll give you another piece of information. Shachi let out a gentle whisper and listened with scruples. Kyle opened the door completely, and the sun shone on him, and a slender black shadow was reflected in the bar. He said casually. Porteca's D-Ace, the captain of the second team of the Whitebeard Pirates. He is actually the son of One Piece goer D. Roger. This information is definitely enough to exchange for this information, right? Kyle grinned, shook the documents in his hand in the sun, and left the robbery bar. Shachi, who was left with a dull look in the bar, even forgot to breathe and let the expensive cigarettes burn slowly. Wait a minute, what did you say? A few seconds later. Shachi suddenly woke up and suddenly raised her hand and reached forward. But I only saw a flash of creaking wooden door shaking gently. She suddenly put down her arms and continued to smoke with a distracted spirit. But his eyes seemed to look into the distance through the roof. Did Roger really leave his bloodline? 1 hour later. Interior of the lounge provided by the Tanjikode family. Kyle and Robin sat in the middle of the sofa. The information they obtained from the bar was quietly placed on the table in front of them. Kyle raised his head and glanced at the people in the room. Some people like lively, and naturally some people like quietness. Although most people run out to eat, drink and have fun at dusk, some people choose to wait quietly in the lounge. For example, Clockdale, Molia, Enelo, and Drake. The first two people visited the Shambodia Islands because they had long been a newcomer pirate. So I am not curious about it or interested in it. Of course, Kyle guessed that these two people were simply unable to hide their faces. They were embarrassed to be old and still had fun with other young people. As for the latter two, although there are similar reasons, they simply don't like to join in the fun. Under Kyle's instructions, Robin quickly classified the information in front of him one by one, displayed it in front of everyone, and then introduced. There are 43 people who are currently staying in the Shampoo Islands who offer a bounty of more than 5,000 Bailey. Of course, there are 3 people with a bounty of over 100 million yuan. The one with the highest bounty is this one. An arm suddenly stretched out from the table, picked up a reward order and placed it in the air, allowing everyone to watch more carefully. Robin continued. Cavendish, captain of the Handsome Pirates, offers a bounty of 280 million Bailey. Have the name of a gorgeous supernova. It is the most popular newcomer pirate in the sea recently, besides the Twilight Pirates. Famous for his beauty and a huge fan base. And except in addition to him, the 2 remaining pirates over 100 million were all given high rewards by the Navy because they had destroyed several towns. Quote. Cavendish. Looking at the very beautiful reward order in the air, Kyle immediately tapped the table and began to think. Judging from the performance in the anime, Cavendish's strength is definitely the top. And apart from a little bit of stinky fart, there are almost no shortcomings. The secondary personality can even burst out with strength twice as strong as the main personality. It can be considered a good seedling. Kyle suddenly spoke. Enilu, leave this Cavendish to you. No matter what method you use, let him join our pirates. No problem, Captain Kyle. Eniro nodded immediately. Immediately, Kyle looked at other reward orders again and said. As for the other pirates, they will be arrested first. If they find out that they have committed serious crimes, they will be killed directly on the spot. Then we hand it over to the people of the Tanjikode family together and ask them to help us go to the navy to exchange the bounty. As for their pirate ship, after the search is completed, it will be left to the Tanjikode family to handle it. This matter is left to Clockdale and Moria, there is no problem. Certainly. Clockdale crossed his legs, his gloomy face smiling. Don't worry, Captain Kyle. This is not the first time I have done the same thing. Kyle showed a trusting look. Of course I believe it. But this is the first time Molia has done this kind of thing after all, so you can take him with him a little. He. Leave it to me. Clockdale smiled wickedly and immediately looked at Moria. He looked at Molia very angry. It's just a group of fledgling fish. How difficult is it? Only. Moria's tone suddenly paused, she looked at Kyle and asked. Kyle, the shadows of these pirates are extraordinary. Do you want to take away their shadows before handing them to the navy? No need to be so troublesome. Kyle waved his hand to stop Molia's thoughts, and then smiled at him. Don't worry. There will be a chance to get enough of it at one time. It's just not today. As he said that, Kyle took out 2 of the bunch of reward orders again and handed them to Drake. As for these 2 pirate groups with a bounty of over 100 million, let's leave it to you to deal with it. Drake nodded and agreed to this job. Compared to what amusement park to go to and what new clothes to buy, this kind of activity is more suitable for him. And it was precisely because he guessed that the captain would take action against the pirates on the island that he deliberately refused Skylark's invitation and stayed here. It was long ago that Captain Kyle's parents died at the hands of the pirates because they went to the Shampoo Islands to visit. Now that I am revisiting my old place, Captain Kyle cannot let go of these garbage from the sea. Although their pirate group at dusk has become a powerful maritime force, Captain Kyle's hatred of pirates has never changed. Obviously. Drake misunderstood Kyle's intentions. He thought Kyle captured the pirates for revenge. In fact, Kyle is really just greedy for their bounty and all valuable supplies. After some explanation, everyone in the lounge immediately stood up and prepared to start the action. Before everyone took action, Kyle also smiled and reminded. So as usual. If you encounter a devil fruit ability person, don't rush to hand it over to the navy. Take the person here and make a decision after I steal his fruit. Before, I was not very lucky in the 7-water capital, and I didn't need a devil fruit ability. But this Shambodia Islands is the gathering place for pirates in the first half of the Great Route. The information provided by Shachi alone has 3 fruit abilities. Although there are not many. But no matter how small the mosquito is, it is still meat. I understand, Captain Kyle. Everyone answered in unison. Immediately, they burst out with a huge momentum and fighting spirit one after another, and walked out of the lounge. A bloody storm against pirates will soon kick off in this Shampoo Islands.